your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. Go. Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Leave your mark on. 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 Leave your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on. The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Intense action. Another day, 6 maps, 16 teams. A lot at stake, a lot of points to be earned, and a lot of teams yet to be, pop off and get on top of that table. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. This is me as alongside with Sam, once again here to take you through the day for now. I mean, Dash is going to be joining us later, but Sam, before we even head on to the matches, are you okay, fam? I mean, after yesterday's matches, it's gotta be, a lot of excitement, and it unsurprisingly, Enigma once again pulling it off twice at the end of the day. What are you hoping for coming out from them and also from the other 15 teams?
After seeing yesterday's performance, Edge, my brain is unable to process what can happen today. I've given up yesterday itself. I'm like, done. I'm just going to see the action and then cast on top of it. Other than that, if I put my brain through another hell show over there, what teams are putting us through, I think my brain is going to be giving up, and you might be seeing me completely dumbfounded and sitting like this. And I don't want that happening on the desk.
True. We don't want to see you, with your cute face there, with that clean shaven face as well. I mean, looking really smooth, Sam. I mean, guys, if you want to have that smooth shaved how Sam does, I mean, you can see me. I mean, it's quite trimmed. It's not, I mean, I use the Gillette razor. I'm sorry, the Gillette trimmer. He uses the Gillette Mark III. So, get yourself a one as well. It's also a limited edition. You get yourself a socket, if I'm not wrong. So that is something, you can use. And also, it just looks good. If you're a fan of BGMI, you gotta have it.
Exactly, that's something to flex, and especially a limited edition. Who does not want something, not, I would say, in the wardrobe, but to flex when you're walking around with your phone, when you're talking, and everybody
True.
starts questioning, how did you get that? And you can let them know it's a limited edition that you were able to grab your hands on. And as we were talking about, it's going to be, I would say, limited stocks that will be available. But right now, the format of the tournament, how the journey was and is going to be in front of your screens. We started off with the semi-finals, which was from 25th to 29th. There was a break on 28th because it was the Monday, and teams got a chance to play 16 matches each, but there were 24 teams. But now, in the grand finals, we just have 16. These are the finalists. We will be talking about the team specifically. We are done with day 1. That was on the 30th. 31st is today. Day 2 is going to be starting off. Again, nothing specific that we are going to be expecting or talking about today, because again, just like we saw on day 1, something exceptional and new can happen. It can happen on day 2 as well.
It can. I mean, we're only done with one. We still have 4 more beautiful days left. And, this is what they're playing for. 20 huge thousand US dollars. The first team walking away with 8,000 of that second place winner. They'll still take home massive chunk of 4,000 US dollars. Third place team, they'll be going away with 1,500 US dollars, and fourth to eighth, they'll be going home with 700 US dollars in their bank account. Well, 9 to 13, they'll be they'll be getting something, a small reward for their efforts, 300 US dollar. But then the most prestigious ones, most valuable player, 1,000 straight into his pocket, and then
Mm-hmm.
most valuable team, $500. I mean, most valuable team, yes, it can be one of the top teams, but most valuable player, you never really know. Because there are
Yep.
some players that are popping off, but they're not in the top 8, right? So that's the best thing about this is it does give you a platform to showcase your skills individually and as a part of a team as well.
Exactly. It's going to be giving you all the chances, and uh, we'll talk about it, right? Just one specific instance that a player needs or a team needs. They just need a small mistake to be done from these various other finalists that we are having. They will get the chance, but it is not when they expect it. When they expect it the least is when they'll be getting the opening, and I'm looking forward to how these teams will be converting because it's not going to be an easy journey from here on. How tough day one was, it's going to be even more nerve wracking on day two. Starting off, we have the grand finalists and the team details in front of your screens. It's going to be Godlike Esports. We know it's going to be starting off with their IGL clutch car. He has been brilliant yesterday. Neo, Zegol, Jonathan, S Power, and as well as Ghatak. Very reliable team, and especially after they're showing their performance from day one of grand finals, I mean, I'm pretty sure the fans out there are having high hopes. Same goes for Soul. There is not complete domination, but they're putting up points on their board. It's going to be consisting of Akshat, Omega, Goblin, Hector, Player 5, and Player 6, whose names right as now maybe we all don't know, but eventually we will get to know. But right now, talking about SKYLIGHTZ, this team put up a dominant show at the end of the semi-finals. Consists of Somraj Pukar, Vexi, Gamla Boy, and the others, and it did miss out on the other team nonetheless. But right now, you're seeing the next four finalists in front of your screen, which is going to be 7C, Revenant, OR, and CHEMIN.
I mean, 70 once again, they're putting up some decent performances, throughout the entire journey. It's gonna be Aladdin, Prince, and I mean everyone else. I mean, first things first, Prince was doing a really good job. Then Aladdin, surviving till the end as well. Sarang, Spray God, Savitar, and Ranjit as well. Revenant Esports, Encore, Top Dot, Paradox, Square, Austin, Abotics, new player as well. OR Esports, well, Jelly, the IGL, we heard from him yesterday. Aru, Aditya Atanki, one of the top contenders for that MVP, Player 8, and Anto. Welcome in Esports. I mean, Destro, Delta, Justin, Robin, dope new player. I have no words
Mm-hmm.
to describe them because they're just absolutely phenomenal.
Everybody's right now phenomenal. Same goes to the next set of team, which is going to be Enigma, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, Team 8-Pit, and Nigma Galaxy. Consists from Enigma Zen after getting two chicken dinners, Rex, Ege, Evo, Idli, Avi, Viru, and to represent his team itself, it's Enigma Gaming. But now, Hyderabad HYDRAS have Ace Black Carry, Manti Striker, and Maxi OP. 8-Bit consists of Tsunami Raid, Juicy, Madman Secret, and Regal Toss. Nigma Galaxy consists of MJ, Apollo, Dreams, Vixie, and Max. And yes, as I was talking about the previous teams that I did miss on the first page, I did immediately jump back to it. SKYLIGHTZ, we did talk about it. Till Gamla Boy, then there's going to be Ronak as well as Don. So let's see what they can do. And the team in that first page was TSM. How can we forget them? They're still aggressive, but they have to put a lot more points in their tables. It's going to be starting off with Shadow OG, Blaze, Equinox, Ninja Jot, No Footstep, and TSM Coach. So we will be looking forward to these set of teams. How are they going to be playing? Right as of now, we have seen 12. We are going to be seeing the next four right now in front of your screens.
Global Esports. Another one to keep an eye on. Joker's popping off. Manya, especially, is doing a really good job. AJ, well, he's a support. He's doing his job. And Knuckle, man, oh man, we have seen some insane 1v2s, 1v3s coming in from him. Ronnie and Mayavi are the ones that are, still waiting to, show up and pop off on the side of Global. While NTD Gaming, Dark Lord, he has been putting up some decent performances. Troy as well, doing some work with the M4s there and the AKM. Shadow 7, Noob, Cloud, and Wraith, all of them together, consisting, along with Troy and Dark Lord, are putting up one hell of a performance. While Blind Officials, Shadow, Rage, Williams, Spy OP, Zaddy, and Emil Sam, all of them, once again, are pretty good. But here's the thing, we still haven't seen them pop off in the grand final, right? I mean, yes, there were a couple of finishes pretty early, but we still need to get that chicken dinner for themselves. Marcos Gaming, and Don, Pavkilo, Ghosty, Dionysus, Star, the first team to get that first chicken dinner, stealing it, as a matter of fact, from the hands of Godlike. But, at the end, Godlike did get that chicken dinner back in their favor, and, the overall standings. Godlike are sitting at the top as of now.
Yep, Godlike, after yesterday's brilliant show, this is what I said. They're showing up from day one itself, and this means that they can be. I don't want to jinx it, and I'm just going to let it leave and let it be that position. I don't want to
We
say
don't want-
anything more. Exactly. And One chicken dinner for them, 83 points. The difference is still there. They have a 8-point difference from the second place team, which is going to be Enigma, who jumped up really brilliantly and also got a repetitive chicken dinner on day one itself, proving their caliber with 75 points. Third position for OR Esports with 73 points. Hyderabad HYDRAS at the fourth with 64 points. SKYLIGHTZ with 56 at the fifth position. Sixth position for Team 8-bit with 55. Just a single point difference. TSM at the 7th position with 43, and Blind Official being the 8th team in the first page having 39 points. But the difference there are some teams who have close differences, but some major differences as well. But 30 is not the point that teams should be, especially on the first page edge.
When you're talking about the first page and 30 points, look at Enigma Galaxy. 30 divided by 2, that's 15. Absolutely disappointing. Day one, that's all I'm going to say. Day one. They still have 4 more days to cover it up. Team Soul sitting on 24 points, while Revenant sitting in 14th position with 24 as well. Global, 28. Entity Gaming on 32. 7Sea Esports, 34. And Chemin and Marcos sharing that 10th and 9th position respectively. 36 point each. But here's the thing. Chemin once again have more finishes than their placement points. Marcos, on the other hand, as well, have a really good balance. But the thing is, they gotta improvise. They gotta keep improvising. I mean, Nigma as well, 12 finishes, 3 placement. Soul, 15 finishes with 9 placement points. Same goes for Revenant and Global, 13 placement, 15. So the thing is, all of these teams, a lot of potential. That is why they're in the grand finals, right? They're in the grand finals because they're really good. And yes, they can get those frags, they can get those finishes. But one thing that these teams lack, the ones and the teams in the top that they don't, is the way that they move on the map and how they survive till the end. Because yes, as crucial as finishes are, your placement points also matter a lot. But here comes the top 5 Fragabode and Neo. I mean, we knew he was gonna come out on top after the way that he popped off in day number 1. He didn't give a damn about anyone. 16 finishes for him in one day. 40% finishing contribution. Video, on the other hand, 15 finishes for him. Enigma Gaming's 41.67% right now, the highest. I mean, apart from Secret. But yeah, Atanki on the side of OR, 13 finishes, 37.14 finishing contribution. Absolutely insane. Ace Black with 12 finishes, 41.38%. But 8-bit Secret, 11 finishes at 68.75%. And keep in mind, he played 2 matches.
Exactly.
2 matches and 11 finishes. I mean, Neo, yes, 16 finishes, but he played 6. Or if I'm not wrong, 5 at least.
6.
But Secret, okay, he played all 6. But Secret, on the other hand, he played 2. Imagine what would have happened if he played all 6. I mean, there's no stopping this guy. I mean, at least in those 2 matches. So I'm hoping to see him from match number 1 today. But let's see if, I mean, as I said, some teams, they do have the 5 and 6 player coming in as well. It's all about the resting. You got to make sure that everyone's well prepared, everyone's well rested, and also there's enough confidence in that particular pair, because it's all about the points, and you cannot let the other team slip away with the lead.
You don't want to, but also I want to put up 1-point edge that Secret did. It's gonna be 9 or 8 finishes in a single match, and then is what you're seeing, a total of 11. So he has done exceptional in one single matchup itself. In the next match also, he got close to 4 finishes, so that is really, really good. But now it's all about the schedule we were waiting for. It was going to be starting off on Erangel, the classic matchup, not much to talk about, but we will be talking about the teams of what they'll be doing. But then it's Miramar again, Erangel, Miramar, and then there's a twister which comes in between, is going to be Sanhok. And yesterday's twister got Enigma the victory, and Enigma, I would say that was a huge confidence booster for them. They capitalized after that victory immediately in the next match. That rarely happens, Edge. Every time that we see any team getting a chicken dinner and then they get down to the next matchup to play, whether it's Miramar or Erangel, whatever the map may be, they get eliminated very early on. But Enigma, back-to-back chicken dinners. That's the point to see about. And if you are making use of a twister like that, I think teams can actually pull off the same thing that Enigma did yesterday.
I mean, yesterday was quite evident, right? I mean, GODLIKE started off strong. They almost got that first chicken dinner, but then the second one was theirs. I mean, if they would have gotten the first one, they would have gotten 2. But at the end of the day, we knew it was either going to be GODLIKE or Enigma Gaming coming out on top. We kind
Mm-hmm.
of knew because of the momentum and everything, you could see it, the confidence flowing in. But okay, we have a new stat coming in.
Mm.
Map chance on the map of Erangel. So Hyderabad Hydras, let's talk about them for a second because they have a really good chance of getting 11 placement points and 7 kills. I mean, this is stats, guys. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
stats, not a prediction. It's just a statistical, chart that you have. But here's the thing: 11. So Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, if stats don't lie, are the clear favorites here, Sam?
Exactly, that's what we are seeing. Hyderabad Hydras, even in semi-finals, we talked about them that they were not performing on day one, but then they started showing us in the end of the day one itself that telling us that we are not out of the game. It was just that we were getting accustomed to it, and now Hyderabad Hydras that are accustomed, they might not be on the top, but they're still in the top of the, I would say, the first page. So that proves us they're doing a lot. Enigma already on the top, especially as we talked about it. OR, very good competition that they were putting up, but it did not work out that they could maintain their lead and stay in the top position at the end of the day. 7C, you can see how crucial they are in terms of, I would say, pushing them towards the placement points rather than the finishes. But then you saw Godlike. You saw them; they were having so much in terms of finishes compared to the placement points. That tells us that they kind of go very, very aggressive, and it did work out for them. So I think as we saw the graph, it's going to be changing a lot. The variations are going to be huge as we are going to be switching up and heading over to the next matches. But this is about an angle you saw. Even though it said that Hyderabad Hydras have a good chance here, but it tells you the overall picture of how Hyderabad Hydras have played on all the matches. So the main note to take over from here is that on Erangel, Hyderabad Hydras play very consistent. And the other teams, there is a variation in their performance. That's the reason, even in the graph, we can see variations in terms of huge depreciation in the graph from finishes as well as the placement points. That does happen. But now, Hyderabad Hydras, after seeing that graph edge, I mean, we are going to be having high expectations starting off on day two.
That is for sure. But also another surprise for me. I mean, after that, stats there, CHEMIN was the second bottom there
Mm.
with 1 kill per match and 3 placement points. I mean, yes, CHEMIN usually likes to survive for as long as they can,
Mm-hmm.
but also they get a lot more finishes if once they get them, the groove on. So
Yes.
I'm hoping that stats are gonna be changing after this particular map. But if not, then CHEMIN they have a lot of work to do because they
Mm-hmm.
are the table toppers for the semifinals, and also
Yes.
Revenant. 0 placement points with their was their stats there and 1 kill. So basically they're able to get 1 point. And Sam, that's not a good thing. I mean, you
Not at
cannot
all.
let your opponents get away, have a great lead when compared to you. Once again, because this is the grand finals.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about qualifying. It's all about accumulating as many points as you can, as soon as you can, and as long as you can. Right? You got to
Exactly.
start off strong from day one. I mean, yes, right now day one's done. So fast forward it. It's day two right now. Map number one. So you got to get as many points as you can, put up a best performance, and carry on that momentum up until the last match of the day. I'm talking about match number six,
Mm-hmm.
all six. I mean, you don't have to get 30 bomber every single time.
Yes.
Just, I don't know, maybe 15 to 20 every single time. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
decent enough. So having that good consistency and a good balance of kill points, sorry, placement points along with those finishes, I think that is the perfect combination, the perfect mixture that other teams like Godlike, even Kevin sometimes have figured it out, but everyone else, they still are finding their groove. And I think if any of these teams can, get that secret, and I'm not talking about 8-bit secret, but if they can just solve that mystery on how to do it, I think they're gonna be having the perfect grand final ever.
I agree with you, Edge. It is very crucial, especially because we've seen, right, just by a single point, maybe because that you did not concentrate on your positions, maybe you did not concentrate on the finishes. One of them is going to be hitting you, and because of which you might not be qualifying. That did happen for the other 8 teams that we saw in the semi-finals. But here, as we are seeing in the grand finals, as you rightly said, it's no more about qualifying. It's no more staying in the top 16 or something. There's just 16 teams. You have to give it your all, and I mean, I wouldn't even say that teams should pay heed to any prizes from the 4th till the 13th. They should just eye their prize for the top 3 and look forward to getting the champions title. Give their all, because if they do that way, it feels like the team will also be very happy, because they did give their all in terms of every map, every matchup that they played against every team, and they will also be happy that they put up a good performance, and from there on they can understand, oh wait, these teams are a little bit better, this is how we have to adapt to them, and when they come and meet us to a next in another tournament, they'll be looking even better. And this is how I would say the entire competitive scenario improves. One team improves a little bit better, and another team tries to counter them, and they improve a little bit better, and that team again counter strats. So this goes up and down, and that's why we keep seeing that winners, certain times it does not be the same ones irrespective of the tournament. There are a lot of changes that keep happening. That is just because of the adaptation, as you said, Edge. Finding a balance, which I would say kind of brings your team in synergy. We might be talking about consistency in terms of the placement points and finishes, right? Because for us, in terms of numbers, is what it matters. But for players, yes, numbers matter. But inside them, they are the ones who are playing the game. They have to have the synergy. Whether they're happy with placement points or finish points, yes, they have to find a synergy where they can balance both of it. But if they're feeling like, yes, we can get all the placement points that is allowed here in terms of being 15, get it. But if they're able to get finishes, let them go ham.
True. That is true. But that's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of teams, once again, Sam, I mean, a lot of teams, they go in for those finishes,
Mm-hmm.
but then they get eliminated pretty quickly. That is what
Yes.
I'm talking about. I mean, if you get 15 to 20 finishes,
Mm.
you're obviously going to be in the top 3 or top 5 at least,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if you get 4 or 5 finishes, you can still be one of the teams to get eliminated pretty quickly.
Yes.
And that means you only get 5 points. And 5 points is okay when compared to other other teams who get 0, 1, 2, 3
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. But 5 points every time consistently is not good enough for you to
Yes.
get into that top 1, even top 5, as a matter of fact. So
Exactly.
thing is, yes, finishes matter a lot. If you want, I mean, you can go ahead and get as many finishes as you can, but just try to survive as well. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, maybe if if you can go for those finishes, and if that's not working out, instantly change your game plan. Right? As we saw CHEMIN do it. We saw CHEMIN. CHEMIN is the only team, I think, perfect, that does it perfectly. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they go in for those finishes. If it works out for them, they keep carrying on the same momentum. They
Yes.
go ahead, they get those finishes throughout the end. I mean, yes, they might get eliminated in position 4 or 5, but they already have 15 to 17 finishes,
Mm-hmm.
which, I mean, adding all with the placement points brings the total up to 20, 23,
Mm.
which is decent. And in case, Kevin loses players, right? Let's say they have 1, 2 finishes or 3 finishes, and they lose 2 to 3 players. All they do is survive. They don't
Yes.
take any fights up until the final zone, maybe the top 5, and that's when they start taking those fights. Because, I mean, top 5, you already secured yourself 6 points. So
Mm-hmm.
you got to keep playing it slow. And maybe if you survive till the end, and I mean, even if you go down, you still get 12 points, right? That's a six
Yes.
point advantage. That's a 6 point boost for nothing, for just surviving, Sam. You're
Mm-hmm.
getting 6 points for just surviving, and that's those 6 points might just be the reason that you might, get yourself $8,000 or $4,000.
Exactly. I mean, it's so right at the edge. Every team is going to be playing like we all generally, whenever we go and trekking or something like that, we kind of like to experience that thrill of being at the edge, even clicking the pitches, right? That's what these
Sure.
teams who do not, I would say, have kind of chosen a path of going for some risky moves in this thrill. They are up for it. They know what is at stake. If they get that victory, they will be walking away becoming the champions of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and they will be looking really happy about it, because at the end of the day, champions title is going to be a big one, but the bragging rights right behind it is going to be next level. Anybody, next time they come up to you, they're like, what have you guys done? We are the Gillette 7C Invitational, and that's where the anybody else who's looking forward to talking to you, oh damn, okay, that's
I
nice.
mean, first things first, let's listen. Can you just say the name again, Sam, for me really slowly, one more time? Just
Okay,
say it.
it's a Gillette 7C Invitational Champions.
Invitational, right? The keyword.
Exactly.
You were invited. That tells you how good you are. And now all the teams, let's take a look at how good their player cams are, and also the boot cams of Team Solomed. Absolutely beautiful. Actually, excited with HYDRAS, my bad. But absolutely stunning performances coming in from everyone yesterday. I mean, apart from the ones that are at the bottom of the scorecard, everyone else are looking really, really strong.
Mm-hmm.
HYDRAS as well, you could see it, right? They were doing a really good job by the end of the day, but can they keep up the same momentum and keep up the same pace that they had yesterday? CHEMIN are still yet to pop off, but Sam, once they start getting those finishes, they never stop.
Exactly. None of them are going to be stopping. But right now, it's time to start off day two's match one. It's going to be match seven. I would say adding on yesterday's matches. But for you viewers to get your mark on moments, head over to Gillette and check their Mark 3 limited edition razors. That's going to be giving you the smooth shave that you want and the smooth saves that these teams are going to be pulling off, because you saw their game faces on. They were ready and concentrated. The flight path right now, it's going to be from Novo heading over, splitting and cutting between shooting range as well as Severny. The drops have already started from all the teams, and we will be seeing where there is going to be a drop clash. Drop clash has been is a consistent thing that you have been seen throughout day one. So I'll be looking forward to if it's going to be happening today as well. Kevin getting down to military base. 8-bit, I think they're heading over to ferry, but if they make a little bit of a mistake, maybe they can get down at in front of Kemen and maybe have a little bit of a difficulty. But I think they're looking forward to the vehicle and then trying to make a run for it. But the circle, okay, it feels that day two, it does not want to give any teams a hard time, and it comes to a very central circle forming edge.
That's a beautiful circle. Pretty default, but I'll take it. Everyone's gonna be in the zone right off the bat, and also giving everyone a really good chance. The flight field is also beautiful. Everyone can go wherever they want. I mean, you can see the players are split up everywhere except the west part of the map. As of now, I mean, no one's really towards that hospital or quarry area, but we do see a couple of squads entering that Jogapur right now. But let's see what happens. Once again, default drop locations are something that these teams go for. And also, Sam, once again, they gotta be careful because they're playing against the same squad, same 15 squads that they played yesterday. So they kind of would have been analyzed. I'm pretty sure players have watched the WODs, watched the stream, and they know what went wrong, and they know what the other teams are doing wrong as well, and what their weaknesses are. And if they
Mhm.
can capitalize on that, it's going to be a really easy match for those teams who did that. But if not, I mean, if there are changes coming in, like if they just change the gameplay, if they change how they behave and how they move on the map, then we are in for a surprise along
Mhm.
with the players of the other teams.
But right now, there's no change between, if you talk about SKYLIGHTZ as well as Marcos. Both are down at Pochinki and they're looking forward to the fight. Both of them are scoping in for positions, angles, and let's see who makes the mistake. The start of the day on Erangel was Marcos. They did get it, they even got the chicken dinner, but after the next two matches that we saw on Erangel, it was never Marcos, even though it was a 1v3 situation that Vexi pulled off, which we thought was completely unattainable. He made it happen. So after that downfall, Marcos have never come out surviving of Puchinki. And look at them right now as well. They don't want to give it up. They're still waiting for it. But right now, before we look forward to the next set of actions happening, we will be talking about the prize pool, because this is what these teams are playing for. I understand it's day two already, the start, and godlike, they might be on the top, but anybody can immediately snatch their position away because the point difference is not that huge.
It's not huge, but the price pool is definitely huge. 20,000. Everyone is trying their best. I mean, once again, it's all about the bragging rights, one, but it's also about the price that goes with it, right? You are gonna be rewarded for your efforts. You're gonna be getting something out of all the time and energy and effort that you put in. I mean, what better way to put it? I mean, in like 8,000 US dollars. That's absolutely beautiful.
It's going to be brilliant, Edge, because you know what? These teams, as you said, they have a chance to get themselves the chance to do something, you know what? Completely brilliant, but it's not
Yep.
going to be that easy. And I think we faced a small technical glitch over there, and that's the reason we have a confirmation that the match is already restarted. So we will be immediately jumping in. Don't worry, I would say we are in for a smooth save, and it's always because it's Zillet, right? We're going to be very smooth in, I would say, getting back to the match without any delay. We've already had the confirmation, so again, this is so that you guys can check out the Mark 3 razors. I mean, it's also a limited edition, but here's where I think, Edge, it's going to be even better because
Uh-huh.
all the viewers out there can get their mark on. I mean, you see the
True.
wordplay going on over there. That's what I'm looking forward to. That you guys can also use the
Improving, huh?
hashtag and I would say put up stories tagging all of us over there, and that you've bought yourself a limited edition because you will be having a mobile pop socket, as we said. That's something you do not want to miss out. And in case you're wondering where the purchase link, it's right in the description. You will find it. But right now, Edge, as we will be heading back to Erangel, and I'm pretty sure we are going to be seeing SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos same. But if I ask you what's going to be happening, do you think Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ, both of them will give up Pochiki and move into a different direction? Or is it going to be again both of them fighting?
Before I answer that, you tell me this. Do you think it's gonna be the same flight path? You think it's gonna be the same
I
zone
don't
coming in?
I don't think so. There should be a slight change.
I'm pretty sure as well. If there's, I mean, if it's the same, then I think they will still once again go for that Pochinki. But if the flight path changes, then I'm not really sure. But if it doesn't, I mean, if Pochinki is there in
Hmm.
that flight path, I think they're gonna go down straight to Pochinki, and I think
Yes.
multiple squads this time. Not only SKYLIGHTZ and Marcus.
Okay.
I think we are in for a surprise. Maybe a couple more will go there, but I don't know, man. I mean, that zone and flight path was a bit too a bit too obvious, and it was kind
Yeah, it
of
was
lucky.
normal.
It was normal, so I think, yeah, I mean, that's not grand final,
Exactly.
worth it,
I
right? I
think
mean, so
that's
we
why.
had to restart. I think that's why we restarted. But no, guys, that wasn't the reason.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to make it work. But here's the thing: I want to see something insane now, because
Hmm.
now we already saw what it was gonna be. But now since it changed, change is good sometimes, change
Yeah.
is not good sometimes, but change is inevitable. So
Hmm.
that flight path is gonna change, and I'm pretty sure the zone's gonna be changed as well. So let's see, maybe military base this time. Maybe military base can be the one, the having the zone, but the flight path maybe at the top of the map there, maybe towards the west to east is what I'm hoping for. But
Hmm.
if not, Sam, I mean, as you said, Arcos and SKYLIGHTZ, I think they still be going in for that Pochinki.
Let's take a look. Let's not wait anymore. We will be heading directly to the flight path, but this time, as you said, there will be a change, and it's going to be from the north to the south, not the other way around like we saw previously. But yes, it is still a diagonal one. It is kind of similar if you want to talk about it. Yes, this time it's leaning more to shooting range. Previously, it was cutting right between shooting range and 7 but again, the end will be at Novo. So this is a similar flight path, and I think teams will be getting down as they want. Yes, teams who want to get down to Georgipul, especially Hyderabad Hydras, you can say they're easily jumping down without any problems. Entity will be going down to Severny without anybody contesting them. That's their usual drop spot. But I'm looking forward to maybe TSM causing a little bit of a chaos to the side of Hyderabad Hydras, because TSM also like to get close to Georgipul. Certain times in hospital, certain times we see them on the Everest, but we will be seeing what they'll be doing right as now, because it looks like Maxi is getting to the southern Georgia Pool apartments. Oh no, I think he's in the northern ones. Only TSM are going to be going to the southern ones. But now you can see the flight path and the drops, it is similar. So thank you, BGMI gods. Even though that we were saying it was normal, they said that we are not going to be changing up. But I'm pretty sure, Edge,
Sheesh.
what we are going to be seeing is a change of the circle. I mean, not a lot, but
Ah,
a little at least favoring the eastern edges.
now, yes, I mean, that is it's a slight change, and also the flight path also was quite obvious. But are the teams that were in the Pochinki, are they still going in there? Looks like
Yes,
7C
already
are
the
gonna be making their
clash.
way, but SKYLIGHTZ have already made their way there, and it's gonna be blind coming in as well anytime soon. But as I told you, Sam, I mean, if there's Pochinki, I mean, if it's an easy way to Pochinki, SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos, they will go. And they also said that maybe we might see for a couple more teams. And looks like
Hmm.
blind. I think they saw two squads making their way to Pochinki, and that's why they're detouring right now. You can see they already picked up the vehicles and trying to, make their way out of there. But it's gonna be interesting to see who takes that initial fight. And with that, it's gonna be blind Spy OP with the first one. But Marcos Star immediately taking one of the players on the side of SKYLIGHTZ down.
Star already got the first pick. The player from SKYLIGHTZ is already down. They're looking forward to another one, but Vexy, he's kind of found himself a compound a little bit outside the house, so that's going to be a little bit bad. But again, look at not having information for Dion. He just started running around, but he was just quick enough and drops those two players together. And Vexy and Somraj are down, and now it's all up to Gamla Boy, the last surviving player. He has the information where these players are, and blind, they understood this is the early aggression that's happening. They might have a chance to capitalize, but what if the team who just are going ham on SKYLIGHTZ got better loot, and they might just go in for a surprise? But Gamla Boy, he's with a Uzi. He was there. He was ready for the fight, but immediately Pav Kilo and his other teammates started jumping down. But Gamla Boy, he spots a player outside the window. He's looking for the spray. The spray does connect and do a lot in terms of damage, but it was not enough for the conversion, and Marcos will survive. Don was, I would say, knocked, but nonetheless, it does not matter right as an edge, because it's the entire team of SKYLIGHTZ being wiped in the first match of day 2.
Yep. Instantly, Marcos Gaming, showing their dominance here. Making sure that everyone knows that, guys, we're not here to play. We're here to dominate. And once again, yesterday's first match, Marcos did get that chicken dinner in their favor. So maybe they're looking to do the same here. And that was on the map of Erangel. This was on the map of Erangel as well. So I'm hoping. But here's the thing, once again, Sam. I mean, on the other... on one of the maps, I believe, Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ did go head-to-head again, and SKYLIGHTZ did go down to Marcos, but then Marcos instantly went down with 4 finishes. So I'm hoping it's not one of those matches, but Marcos, I want to see that, I want to see this momentum carrying on, because they need to work their way to the, top of the scoreboard. But the question is, where are CHEMIN, where are GODLIKE, and what is ENIGMA Gaming doing?
We will be seeing, and we'll be taking a look at what they're doing. But Marcos, they'll be so happy that they have the entire compound of Pochinki for themselves, that they will be reigning stronger. I'm looking forward to how they're going to be like changing up their pace from here on after getting 4 finishes. Is it going to be a repetition that we saw on day 1, where they got themselves the chicken dinner? But TSM, we did talk about this team, that this team, they do not perform and I would say pop off on day 1. Yes, you see their finishes here and there, but it's not completely enough for them to table top. You can see them at the 7th position right as of now, and also you can see the other teams, Marcos, Gillette 7Sea, Entity, Global Esports, Revenant, Soul, and Enigma Galaxy, all their points in terms of being the total ones, but I'm looking forward to what they're going to be doing. 24 in terms of finishes, that's where I would say TSM are crusading right now, completely dominating on top of their opponent. But right now, can they dominate a lot more is the question. And I did and kind of was hoping that Hyderabad HYDRAS and TSM would have had a early fight, because even TSM dropped down to South Georgiopol Apartments. So I thought maybe it could have been a fight that Hyderabad HYDRAS and TSM would have had, but TSM, they're already in a very early rotation, and they've just gotten to a position that they'll be more than happy to. And I'm pretty sure they would not be in the open. I hope so, but there are situations that can happen. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're already the 4th position. This is what we said. They're making their strides, but it is also kind of seeming that the strides are not being completely clearly visible. So the other teams kind of are disregarding. And I'm pretty sure Hyderabad HYDRAS are completely capitalizing this. 4th position is good, but still they will be looking forward to the champions title, because being in the 4th meaning that they're just 3 spots away. But right now Global Esports, they need to do a lot. We have seen that they do like Potato Hills, and they are right now at Potato Hills, and especially this Potato Hills will give them the circle. So I think Global Esports, whatever they're trying to do out in the open, might be a little bit, I would say for me at least, kind of scary, because always out in the open is kind of disastrous, because you easily give away your position. And even if you don't give away your position, when you pick up a fight, another third party can be easily opened up from any other team, because there's no hard proper cover for you, and teams will be taking advantage of it. But right now we were missing the fights, and we are not even hitting the 10-minute mark. Enigma have found Enigma Galaxy. The spray does come in from Viru, but it does not connect. But it looks like Max is getting damaged from a different position. Not too sure who sprayed him down so much that he was about to get knocked. But Enigma Galaxy immediately jumping into their vehicles, trying to make a run for it. But MJ's vehicle, it's getting tagged a lot, and he is worried right as now whether he will be surviving or not. And Avi holding his gun and his scope strong to make sure that they kind of find the players from Enigma Galaxy. But Enigma Galaxy, they completely want to disengage, and they don't even want to be in a fight. GODLIKE, I think they're just going around drifting. They're already on the top. They're just having a little bit of fun before the complete cascade of action start.
They are sitting on top. And here's the thing, Godlike are the ones that, wait for the perfect opportunity. They don't just go ahead and take those initial fights, or they're not the team that, would like to start things off. But with the current roster, you can see Z-God, Neo, Jonathan, Gil. We don't have Clutch God coming in. So I'm not really sure who's going to be the one calling the shots. So one thing's for sure, we're going to be seeing a different style of gameplay coming in from them, because there's no Clutch God, which means the calls are going to be different. Maybe similar calls, but they're going to be different for sure. I mean, the IGL calls are always the one that are the ones that let you decide, and are going to be the ones that basically decide the pace of the game, right? And with IGLs changing, your gameplay changes and the style changes. So I'm hoping it's going to be good. Clutch God, unfortunately, I'm not really sure why I thought he was there today, but here's the thing: OR, after having a really good day yesterday, now they're sitting on third position, yes, but we did have a chat with Jelly. You know what they're trying to do, you know what they're aiming for, and you know what's going on in their heads. But what's going on with the zone? All of a sudden, military base is excluded instantly, and now everyone, and by everyone I mean CHEMIN and REVENANT, they're already on the bridge trying to make their way back to the main island.
We'll see how they'll be making their way into the main island, because as you said, the circle, it's going to be completely favoring it. And now look at this, the northern eastern edges are completely free of any teams. If some teams want to go in for huge and big rotations and long rotations, they can make it happen. But come and look at this, trailing behind everybody. Marco's also looking forward to a similar strategy. They've just let Don go to school. I mean, I think he's going in for a class or something, and that's the reason he's going maybe late, and that's the reason he's like, I'm going to go first and create a distraction to the teacher. But right now the distraction is being done from OR. They're doing it on Global Esports. They want to take them down, but Global Esports just zoom across. But in the backlines there is soul for OR. So OR need to be worried about not just the position that they are in, but they are also relaying their information. But in the meantime, Enigma, they've already started off. Hyderabad HYDRAS is going to be the team that they've spotted. But look at this OR, they're still pushing up. They're getting closer and closer to Global Esports. They want to pick this fight, but Global Esports, they do not want to stop. They do not want to hit the brakes, and they're just running. Aditya, in the meantime, this is what I said. He is close to Soul, but it looks like OR, they've taken a decision, not the entire team, but Aditya himself. He's taken the responsibility to fight with Soul. But if he does it, you know what's going to be happening, Edge. There are two players. They can immediately hold him down to a crossfire. But Omega, he's reading it. Omega saw him, and immediately Omega moved away. He's just making his vehicle and trying to, I would say, swiggle his way out. But he does it, but also receives a lot in terms of damage. And Aditya, he set his crosshairs over there with his red dot and trying to figure a way to completely eliminate him. But Omega gets a dip for himself and immediately gets down. And then you can see it's Goblin who has been spotted from Jelly. And right now, the I would say sights that OR are set on Global Esports has turned to Soul.
Only one squad eliminated as of now. Still, I mean, that was all thanks to Marcos Gaming. Everyone else, well, still trying to figure it out, trying to find a way to take players down. And look at it, Aditya coming out in style, but going out in vain as of now. But Akshat, he has to go back to safety. He has no one to support him as of now. Just have Hector and so everyone else. Where are they? They're trying to make their way here, but Goblin is on his knees already. OR lose a player. It's gonna be a 3-position situation. New player one is coming out in the open. He's already low, and oh, he goes down, and Akshat, he's not gonna stop.
Apart.
He goes out and gets himself another one. New boy goes down. OR in a lot of trouble right now. It's all down to Jelly in a 1 versus, I don't know, 3-4, but Soul, they turn the tide, and Akshat reviving the teammates. And now look at it, Jelly gets that buggy and trying to buck the players out from the side of Soul. Can he revive any of his teammates is the question. Both of them cooking grenades, both of them throwing them at the same time. Beautiful connection coming in from Akshat, but nothing in terms of Jelly's grenade. Medkit coming into play, and I think the revival will not be happening just now, which means Aditya will be bleeding to death, unfortunately. And now OR, only 2 players. New boy goes down as well. New player 1, Akshat. What?
It's done.
What?
The story just got ended, and we reached the end edge
But
for Soul.
uh, how? And how are they sitting on 0 finishes?
Because
I thought they got 2.
they were, but I think before they could get those finishes, uh, or confirm them, the players were still knocked, and you saw Jelly. He saved the day for OR. I mean, we are going to be revisiting it very soon, but right now, Hyderabad Hydras, we will discuss about it. I'm pretty sure the way you gave a reaction, that I mean, I'm also confused, but right now, because of the fight going on, I have to kind of disregard it, even though the fight was exceptional. But Jelly, I mean, comments to him. But now it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras versus Enigma. We didn't see that initially already happening. There was a knock that Enigma found on Hyderabad Hydras, but because of the distance, Hyderabad Hydras have still all their 4 players surviving. But Hyderabad Hydras, they're in 2 different compounds and holding the positions really strong. NIGMA Galaxy, they were spotted very early on, but they immediately disengaged, and right now they're in a better position, and especially not completely centralized, whereas TSM, they are right at center, right next to Global Esports, and right next to Global Esports it's going to be Marcos. But look at Joker. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's just looking forward to late rotations and informations, and right now he's making his way inside the circle. But what is Godlike doing? Looks like Godlike, they want to head themselves towards Mansion, but look at Revenant's rotation. This is what I was talking about. If you remember, Edge, very early on we saw that I would say, right edge of the map, the northeastern edges were completely empty, and Revenant, they're going into for a smart play. They're going in for a long rotation where nobody reads them.
Is that a good thing? I mean, in terms of placement points, yes, that might be
Yes.
viable. But let's see what happens. And Jelly, even though that car is overheated, I mean, also shot down multiple times, he still wants to go in that buggy. He's taken away, to a good spot. I think he was evading the fight once again. Unfortunate for new player 1. He's down on his knees, and there's nothing that Jelly can do this time. He's not gonna be pulling off this one before.
Yeah, this
For sure. This time it's done. This time it's done, Sam.
I agree with you. This is going to be too tough for Jelly to do anything, and that's the reason he's just making a run for. He's understood it's not going to
Yes.
be happening. But Entity, they start finding players from CHEMIN, and Destro, he's out. Destro is a man of huge potential, but look at this replay coming through. Akshat, he was a brilliant, player here. He was exceptional. He was the reason that Soul had a chance for survival. But Jelly, he was kind of sneaky over there, not at all giving away his position. And you saw what exactly happened. Production, they understood that the casters were completely it was so quick in terms of the action that we had to see the replay. But right now, after the replay, we have to get into the action itself. Entity, they did find a player from CHEMIN, but CHEMIN, they said that's enough that you're found, but you're going to be finding a lot more. But Troy, he's making life difficult for CHEMIN. He finds one player, that's going to be Justin, but Robin is right next to him. He can go in for the revive, but Dark Lord is also pushing up. Troy, your health is very low. You just have one first aid kit. He has to patch himself up, but he's committing for a push, and it's in. Troy might get knocked in the play zone. I'm not too sure. Oh, he barely manages to survive. But right now, Robin unfortunately eliminates Dark Lord, and Dark Lord was not in a good position where Troy could have covered him up. And now it's all up to Troy, the last surviving player. There is Shadow, who is about to just bleed off and die, and Troy is just pushing up. Troy, he needs to go in for that revive, otherwise he'll just lose another player. And in the meantime, CHEMIN, they've also found a revival on the player who was down, that was Justin, and it's back to a 2v2.
Oh, while that was happening on the other side, there was a knock. I mean, there was a run over actually from one of the players in Hyderabad Hydras. One of the players on the side of Hyderabad onto one of the players on the side of TSM, who was actually finished off by one of the players on the side of Blind. So they stole it, and Troy right now is really low. Wait a second, did he pull off a 1v3? He pulled off a. He did what? A 1v2 or a 1v3? I'm not really sure, but he's gonna go down nevertheless. Sam, what is happening this match?
I have no idea. This match is Erangel, and we are seeing it being hectic like Miramar. But I'm really loving it. We're going to be seeing a lot more coming your way, but it's unbelievable that in the 17 minutes we have seen 4 of the teams being eliminated. Entity, CHEMIN, Soul, and SKYLIGHTZ. I mean, all of these teams were one of the top teams in, I would say, the first stage of the overall standings. In the semi-finals, But right now, here life is getting difficult. TSM, they're making sure they make even harder for Hyderabad HYDRAS because they've been spotted outside the circle. Now, this is very, I would say, disheartening because if you're spotted outside the play zone, outside the circle, while you're entering, every team will be looking forward to gunning you down and making sure you do not enter. But if you do not get spotted, you can sneak your way and go in for a surprise, and that's what 7C wanted to do. 7C jumped in while TSM were attracted. TSM were completely had their eyes glued on to the side of Hyderabad HYDRAS, and they never read 7C and the opportunity that 7C got. They jumped in and eliminated players one after another, but unfortunate for Prince, Global Esports Knuckle, he finds that opening, and now Blaze OP is going to be the last surviving player, just like 7C, who lost one player who was outside rotating from 7C.
Boy, oh boy, I still am kind of in shock, but we'll talk about that later. Playzone once again dealing a lot more damage, taking down one of the players inside of A-Bit. It's now all down to Ace back on the side of Hyderabad HYDRAS. Well, we thought that they might be having a good time, but guess what? It's MG Star side, the player on the side of Marcos Gaming, who's having a really good one. Avi taking a bit more damage with the grenade there. He's already bleeding out. Someone needs to go in for that revive, but I'm not really sure if that's going to be happening anytime soon. He already down. Avi is bleeding and taking a lot more damage. I see two players outside of the zone knocked. One from the side of NIGMA Galaxy, one from the side of ENIGMA, and Avi goes down after the circle. One more player on the side of NIGMA is going to go down. That's going to be Dreams. Down and out. And look at that zone. And look at who's inside the zone.
Exactly.
The big dogs.
I am right now so surprised because if we just rewind it for like 5 seconds back, the circle was so big where all the teams were at just the edges. Why? I have that question, I would say, lingering in my mind, that why were the teams completely at the edges rather than trying to make their way in? And look at this, Godlike, now they're going to be having a one hell of a show that they will be trying to gatekeep every team who wants to enter. 7C, they are kind of coming in between a difficulty because there is another team, Sarang, who had just gone down. The revive has been kicked in for him, so he'll be surviving. Marcos on the other end, finding the last player from OR. That's going to be the end for OR as Jelly falls apart with 4 finishes for the team. A brilliant try coming in from OR, but the timing was a little bit off. But now Enigma, they're coming under difficulties. Yesterday's, I would say, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners did work, but today it's not looking like they are in the race because there are grenades being exchanged, and Enigma, I guess they have the last surviving player who's going to be Evo. He's getting hit with a play zone damage, but is still looking forward to doing the damage. But look at this, Max makes the right decision. He understands that there is no way that he can save his players. Picks the buggy, even though the buggy is completely, I would say, gone. He will be able to get that buggy and make his way in. But in the meantime, Evo, look at him. He's just wrapping up those finishes that he can and also patching himself up. I just hope he does not go down to the play zone. He is patching himself up, going to the next clear, grabbing a little more loot, and again looking forward to heading his way inside the circle. But look at what Max is doing. He's waiting for Evo. He knows Evo will come and peek anytime, and this is going to be his opportunity. But the blue zone is coming in. Evo, he does not want to go up, but Evo knows he has no other chance. Either go in for a heal battle or try to fight it out. It looks like both Max and Evo are not going to be giving up this position, but Global Esports, they are going to be not giving away their position or their finishes or their players, as 8-bit are falling to their crosses and weapons. And I'm looking forward to if there's going to be, I would say, a continuous line of players being eliminated from 8-bit by Global Esports. But right now we're just going to be waiting and watching Evo as well as NIGMA Galaxy Max, as both of them don't want to give away their finish point. Evo finally pushing up. Max, he needs to be ready, but Max was not ready this time. Evo, what a brilliant clutch for him. He eliminates NIGMA Galaxy, and he does it in style. Wait for the opportunity, but look at this. Global Esports not only did pick a fight with 8-bit, but they're also picking a fight with TSM, but that was the last player from TSM, and with him being eliminated, it's done for TSM as well.
Finally, I mean, you know, a couple of finishes with the side of Godlike and also Global getting 2 for themselves right now. Godlike Neo once again taking away the point, coming in, and HYDRAS lose their final player as well. Down to 6 squads, 14 players. Star goes down to Neo. Once again, that MVP battle is strong, and look at the zone. Once again, the only squad, the entire squad inside is Godlike. And also, they are the only ones that's going to be having any cover. They have full control of this building, and there's nothing that the other teams can do about that.
There's nothing, but look at Revenant trailing right behind Godlike. Godlike have no idea about it, and I'm pretty sure no other teams have idea about them because Revenant, they never showed up, they never moved around the map, they never picked up any fights. But now, as they are right at the edges of the last few end circles, they're picking the fight. They take down a player from Godlike and give up their information that they're in the backlines, and now Godlike will be worried. But the slammer is coming in from Revenant. Gil is going in for the revive, and Jonathan, very crucial for this close range fights coming through. But Revenant, oh, they've already breached in the compounds. They're already inside the house. They're going to be making life difficult. But Paradox, he falls to Gil, and Gil is looking forward to a lot more. Gil maybe even looking forward to a finish, but Gil, he immediately understands that the house he had already seen the players from, there should be a lot more coming in. A grenade comes in from Z, got it, connection Kiowa. Jonathan is just waiting with his UMP. It looks like he's making his move. Top Dog is ready along with his other two players, but Austin Vortex falls to Jonathan. Now the last surviving player, the grenade is in. The grenade should be finding one, and Top Dog, what can he do? He's trying to rain down grenades, but this push coming in from Revenant did not work at all, and it's going to be Neo finishing it off. And as you said, the MVP is still going strong.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, while all this happening, the play zone took down the last surviving player on the side of Marcos. How about Revenant? Man, oh man. That was supposed to be their fight. They came in strong, but once again, the building and the positioning and the utility. The grenade, barrage there coming in was absolutely beautiful. And Jill, once again, just finishing off the player on the side of 17. Easy. It's easy now for Godlike. You can see, I told you, right? They take it slow, and that's what they're doing. Now they're up to 8, maybe even 9, because even Gil, he doesn't want to stop. He wants to get that fourth one. 2 players on the side of 8-bit, 2 players on the side of Global Esports, but there's 4 on the side of Godlike, and Gil with that mini 14, I believe that is in his hand, is absolutely popping off. Knuckle steals that finish, and 8-bit Madman is like, you know what, if you do that to my teammate with the grenade, I can do the same to your goddamn teammate with another grenade. Down to last 7 surviving players, and it's obvious who are the clear favorites right now. Madman out in the open, but Jonathan doesn't give a damn. He goes out, and 8-bit down and out. It's all down to the last 2 surviving players on the side of Global Esports. While Godlike, they have 4 players coming in with those M4s, and Knuckle, he wants to take this. He wants to take this fight. He wants to make it happen. Let's see if they can pull off a 2 versus 4, make it a 1 versus 4, because Ronnie went down, and Godlike once again starting things off on a really, really high note. Another chicken dinner for them. Another great game for them. The start of the day. Absolutely beautiful performance. A bit of luck coming into play there. Thanks to BGMI guys, the play zone. But guys, Godlike, they are now a force to be reckoned with.
They are going to be a force to reckon with. They were a force to be reckoned with, but especially starting day 2 off in this manner tells us Edge that gets ready for all the teams, all the players out there, because they're going to be giving you one hell of a tough time. But what a play coming in from Godlike. I mean, I'm going to be pretty sure saying the mark moment that we see at the end of the day, that was between Revenant as well as Godlike. They created I would say, a great mark over there, where we thought that Revenant, the way they actually kind of breached the compound, they entered, they slammed in, they should be completely taking down players, especially that Jonathan was down. But what did they do? They stalled the fight as soon as they entered the compound, and I think that's where everything fell apart. Gil went in for the revive, got Jonathan back online, and Jonathan after that immediately patched himself up. But in the meantime, Gil was providing the necessary cover fire that was needed, and then the grenades also started coming in from Godlike. But this is why we said that Godlike having a compound will let no teams enter it. That's what happened. Just imagine when Godlike were there was 8-bit, there was 7C, there was Global Esports. These 3 teams could have also entered, but Godlike kept raining on them. They kept shooting on them because of his Global Esports, 8-bit as well as 7C never even thought about entering the circle, and they were just fighting outside the edges of the circle. And Godlike, when this push came in from Revenant, they were able to easily manage themselves to pick this fight with Revenant rather than anybody else, and they were completely paying attention to Revenant, and that's the reason everything worked in the favor for Team Godlike. But this fight, Godlike had 0 finishes, Edge. When we saw, they were always at the center of the circle, moving around the compounds, getting themselves to a better position. But when the 6th circle formed, they fought with 7 to 8 different teams, and right now they have 11 or 12 finishes in total. Damn, especially to make it from 6th and 7th circle to get to those number of finishes tells you what Godlike were packing in terms of the heat. But right now, I'm pretty sure even our viewers want to witness the action that happened again once more. But it all started here where Marcos as well as SKYLIGHTZ fought out, but it was unfortunate that SKYLIGHTZ, they started losing players one after another, and it started from Star eliminating a player. But look at this, Akshat was kind of the savior. He did so much damage. He started eliminating so many players. Even though his teammates were getting knocked one after another, he was providing cover from various different directions. But Jelly was the surprise. He came in out of nowhere, and Akshat could not read that, and Akshat was not ready for the fight. And while Akshat was coming back, OR Jelly finished him off.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing that happened there. OR Jelly was using hip fire, and the player on the side of Soul, he was using ADS. That is where things went wrong. But look at him, Carry just ran over a player. But that finish was stolen by one of the players on the side of a blind. I believe Shadow took it. But that was the the start of the fall for the players of HYDRAS. Look at this, TSM. We're all over them, right? They did lose one player at the start, but after that, it was a downfall for HYDRAS, and also TSM were caught off guard. Not really sure what they were doing there, but whatever it was, 7C had their number, and ENIGMA. Well, it looked like it was their game as well, but unfortunately, their positioning was just not great this time. Going outside of the zone and then not losing the players there. Unfortunate for that. Unfortunate for them, but as you said, Evo at the end coming out in the open and trying to get that finish was absolutely beautiful to watch. On the one of the players on the side of NIGMA, if I'm not wrong, this one on the to MJ and Max later on was beautiful. Yeah, this one onto Max was just too clean. But here's the thing, he did go down to the play zone at the end, unfortunately. But I mean, if you take a look at the zone right now, Sam, Godlike were always in it. Thanks to BGMI gods.
Thanks to BGMI gods, thanks to the strategy, thanks to the planning, because we know Godlike for being a team who completely rush from the start. But this time they thought that let's wait for the fights to come to us and we'll just look forward to the center holes coming through, and that's how they worked. And look at this, Jonathan, precise spray, even though Austin and Botex connected the bullets, but it was Jonathan that Austin Botex could not dodge his spray, and that started to be the end for Revenant, and they were completely wiped out. Clean and crisp. It was, I would say, less than 30 seconds we saw Revenant completely being eliminated. That's how clean and strategic was the finish and elimination coming in from Godlike. But look at this, grenades being rained between Godlike as well as Global Esports. They were exchanging the blows, but then Godlike said enough is enough. You've had fun for a long time. We've let you fight against each other. Right now we are going to be finishing you off. Grenades just completely rained on Global Esports as well as 8-Bit, and starting off really strong. Not a 30 bomber, but as I said, 11 or 12. It's going to be 11 finishes as a confirmation for me as well, and a total of 26 points for Godlike. Global not far away. Yes, it's not a 20 point that they have, but 5 finishes and 17 points, meaning that Global also want to make their mark. But look at this 8-Bit with just one finish. Because of the placement, because of the position they got eliminated, they get 10 free placement points.
That's what you do. That's what you do when you lose your players, right? You survive for as long as you can, sneak your way to the top. But I mean, 7C, 3 finishes, 11 total points. Marcos, on the other hand, once again, started off really strong. Just couldn't keep up with the same momentum. Only have 4 placement points, bringing the total up to 11. Revenant Esports, they should have gotten those finishes onto the players of Godlike. But here's the thing, I don't know if people noticed this, but Top Dog actually took down his own teammate with the grenade.
What?
Paradox went down there in that fight between Godlike and Revenant, by the way. It was that crucial fight, that pivotal moment, and Top Dog took down his own teammate. Unfortunately for them, they're sitting on 9 points, and Enigma sitting on 5. NIGMA also sitting on 5. OR Esports, 5 as well for them. Blind sitting on 4. TSM, NTT, CHEMIN all sitting on 3. HYDRAS, no finishes, but still sitting on 2. Team Soul sitting on 2 finishes. But the one that we did not see coming, SKYLIGHTZ. 0 finishes, 0 placement points, total up of 0. But what does this do to the teams at the top on the overall scorecard is the thing that I'm actually, wondering right now. Because one thing's for sure, Godlike are still going to be sitting on top. They're absolutely dominating the grand finals. They're not letting, usually what happens is, day 1, it goes like on side, and then day 2, it's another team just popping off. Day 3 is the day of comebacks and all this. But Godlike, they're like, we are gonna deliver, and they're gonna cross that 100 total point benchmark instantly. Match 7, I mean, we're done with match 7, and they already have 50 finishes and 50 plus placement points as well.
Unbelievable what Godlike is doing right as now. And remember, the point difference between Enigma and Godlike was just 8. Now it's 29. They've added 21 points after the immediate matchup that we saw start here at day 2. What a play coming in from Godlike, and they're looking like they're about to run away. Enigma on the second spot. They do also have two chicken dinners, 80 points as I said. OR will be having 78 at the third position. Fourth position for Hyderabad HYDRAS at 66, clashing with Team 8-Bit with 66 points. But 8-Bit, as we said, they did put up a brilliant performance, not in terms of the finishes, but at least they got the placement points for themselves. And you can see 43 in terms of placement points, highly leaning over there. SKYLIGHTZ, even though they did not get any points, look at them, because of the performances that they put up, they have 56 points and they're still at the 6th spot. 7th position for Marcos with 47, and TSM with 46, 1 point away from Marcos. But here's where Blind did make their entry. They were in this page, but after this performance, this matchup that we have seen, especially with Marcos making their move and 8-Bit also getting a little bit up, pushing other teams down, Blind have gone down 3 spots. But I would say Revenant, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not too sure where they got their 3 finishes, which we saw in the match standings. I was a little bit surprised over there because they did not pick up any fights. I think there were a couple of players lying around here and there, and they immediately tried to go get that isolations. Not too sure, but yes, they did get those 3 finishes. 7C will be right now starting off with the 9th position, jumping up 2 spots. They're looking and getting closer to the first page, along with Global Esports, matching up with 45 points.
Blind 43, CHEMIN 39, 35 on Entity, Revenant on 33, and Team Soul and Enigma sitting on 26 and 20 respectively. Take a look at the difference between them and Godlike at this point.
Exactly.
109, 20. What is that? A 79 difference? I mean, sorry,
89.
89. Exactly. 89-point difference. How are you trying? I mean, okay, let's not talk. I mean, maybe team position number 1 is a bit of a stretch. We'll talk about top 8 at least. So NIGMA, they need 25 to 29, 26 actually, to at least make their way into the first page.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you are unable to get that number 1 spot, at least go for the top 8, right? Top 5,
Yeah.
if not top 5, top 8 is the least you want to go. But as I said, I think number 7 is where you get that $700. So I think at least, that should, suffice. And I mean, something's better than nothing,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, you don't want to go home with 0. Maybe take away 700, but looks like Godlike's aiming for that 8,000, along with, I think Neo or Jonathan going for that 1,000 extra, because they are looking
Yes.
contenders. But here's the thing, Sam. You said that Godlike had, Godlike looked different today, with the gameplay. Guess what? Their IGL changed. It wasn't Clutch got to it. So that's,
Mm-hmm.
I think, what might be one of the reasons why their gameplay was different. But, the result is still the same. Them being completely dominant at the end.
Exactly, and this is the best part when you have like a 5-man roster or a 6-man roster, that you can immediately change up your game and it'll surprise the other opponents. And that's where I think, as you said, it might have worked out. Maybe even Clutch God sitting back gave them the, I would say it happens, right? That certain times when you kind of are able to completely disengage from the actual gameplay itself, you're able to think a lot more. And when
Yep.
your IGL gets time to think, maybe this kind of a play could have been pulled off. And God, like, we're feeling really confident because we know how precise they are whenever they pick the fights, irrespective whether they go and pick the fights or whether they see players coming to them and they pick them off. They're always precise and very strategic in picking and eliminating the players. But this time they were just, I would say, holding strong. And as you said, the BGMI gods, they did favor them as well. Every time the circle switched, it always gave them the advantage of having a compound, and they made use of it. But right now it's going to be Miramar. You're very unlikely to get that kind of a positioning of a compound. But again, if Godlike are able to get such a compound, they're going to be completely unfathomable. There's nobody who's going to be pushing them out. We have seen them, and Miramar is a place where I can call them being the destroyers. They are the Miramar destroyers, if you were to put it across, because if they get a chance, they're going to be completely wiping teams out. And to prove that, they've gotten the chicken dinner yesterday in the second matchup itself.
I mean, yesterday's first 2 matches were Godlike's
Exactly.
dominance, right?
It was in their
Yes, the
basket.
first one was stolen by Marcos, but it was still a godlike show. They put up
Hmm.
one hell of a show. So second one was in their favor as well. So I'm hoping to see a back-to-back chicken dinner from Godlike right now. I mean, yes, we want to have that close competition, but
Yes.
sometimes it just feels good to see one team getting that back-to-back. And I mean, a bit too much, but with the way that they're playing, Sam, maybe six chicken dinners back to back. What are the chances? I mean, one we already have one tick mark.
Yeah.
We already have one already checked. Let's see. If this one goes into favor of Godlike, then I think I might have my hopes high on that six back to back. And if that happens, did that ever happen? I don't think I've ever seen a
Hmm.
team get six back to back. The highest I think was three, right? Three
Yeah.
back to back. So anything more than three, I'm gonna be happy. Everyone's gonna be surprised for sure.
Yes.
Everyone's gonna be surprised, but let's see what happens. But once again, we do want to see other teams popping off as well,
Hmm.
especially at this point. I want to see Nigma Galaxy popping off, the one sitting at the bottom, because they're having a really tough time. And as I said, Sam, I don't want to, understand that these teams are going to be going out with nothing in day one and day two itself. Like, it's
Yes.
kind of obvious that the difference is now pretty huge between them and number one. So they still have a chance of making it to the top. But for that to happen, Godlike needs to, stop performing. And by the looks of it, it's not going to happen in a million years.
Yeah, it's never going to be happening if you think that. But there is a chance that you can still, I would say, get to that first spot is by denying them the points. Pick the
Yes.
fights when they're not ready. That's the more crucial part. I mean, we are going to be here talking about how they can do it, but it's all up to the teams how they do it. But here's where I'm looking forward to the next matchup being even more interesting. As I said, it's already Miramar. The name that is there for the map itself makes it so interesting because there's nothing that you want to talk about in specific of the map because there is nothing in the map specific that can help you out in terms of a cover. Even though a team goes to the higher ground, maybe a mountain, maybe a hilltop, they're still kind of giving away their position and somebody can slowly sneak up the mountain and start destroying them one after another. So the possibility is there, but the mark movement is also what I'm looking forward to. What kind of a movement that can be created here on Miramar? In my mind, I'm still stuck at the semi-finals mark moment. That Marcos Dion pulled off a 1v3 on OR. That was just unbelievable, unexceptional, and especially in a chicken dinner moment. It was not like it was in the early stages where all the teams
Yeah.
were surviving. So that is kind of a situation where you can be kind of worry free that even if you eliminate a team, you get finishes. Even if you get eliminated, you're done in the game very early on, and you can think about the next game. But after Marcos trying so much and surviving, and being at the end and getting that chicken dinner. And after that, I'm pretty sure that would have been a brilliant, smooth save movement that should have been coming in for their team. I'm looking forward to how that's going to be panning out here on the Miramar map.
For me, mark moment. Well, once again, it's got to be the snipers if it
Hmm.
comes up, right? Once again, the map of Miramar, the open spaces, there are a lot of sniper action, the Car 98s, the M24s, and AWMs. Like haven't seen a lot of AWMs.
Yeah, I
Not
agree.
really sure. Yeah, they're hard to find, understandable. I mean, mostly found in the airdrops, right? Mostly
Yes.
nine out of 10 times. But it's the best one because the thing is, one shot is all it takes to put out any man down,
Hmm.
and then one headshot, and he's gonna be finished off instantly. And it's easy as well to to take down someone who's already knocked. So I'm looking
Yes.
forward to see, and that's gonna be my mark moment if it happens. But once again, Sam, how much do you like? What's the scale on 1 to 10 that you think that Godlike are gonna be taking away this one? And also, what do you think are the chances for the side of Nigma Galaxy to maybe not chicken dinner, but at least in the top three?
Mm. I think Godlike they're performing really well, so that should cascade over here. But we'll be talking about it a lot more as we are heading over to the game face movement, right? As of now, that these teams are going to be having as the players you're going to be seeing. But as you asked about Nigma Galaxy as well, the probability is there. But again, as I said, to get their game faces on, get those points on, they have to deny points for the teams in the top. Not only Godlike, they have to deny points to Enigma, they have to deny points to OR, they have to deny points to SKYLIGHTZ, they have to deny points to TSM. Every team over there, Hyderabad HYDRAS as well. But what you guys can deny a couple of the other ones out there is by grabbing yourself a Gillette Mark III razor, that too the limited edition with the mobile pop socket for BGMI edition. Get your hands on. The description has the purchase link, and don't forget to tag us as well as with your hashtag get your game face on. But right now the flight path, it is going to be surprising and as well as unfavoring for
Ooh.
so many teams because it's going to be completely southern favored. It's very highly unlikely, especially in Miramar, to have this kind of a flight path because it's just covering the southern island where generally nobody goes. Very rarely we see teams heading their plays over there, and most of the teams generally either get down to Los Leones and just above it. Very less we see teams getting down to Puerto Paraiso, Valle del Mar, Los Egos, even the prison. I mean, we have seen, I would say, in terms of you put the probability, I've seen teams get more number of times to La Cobreria than to prison. So I don't know what is going to be working out here. And the circle also, what a surprising and
Whoa.
devastating one. Completely Eastern favored. Los Leones is also, I mean, in the next few circles, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Los Leones is also going to go out.
I mean, usually on the map of Miramar, you don't expect to see a lot of water bodies in the zone. Well, here it's almost a 765 to 35 ratio, if you ask me. But that was the shortest flight path ever
Yeah.
I've seen on the map of Miramar. And you can see there's no one on the top half of the map. I mean, they're making their way now, SKYLIGHTZ, and I believe Revenant's trying to, make their way there as well. But as soon as SKYLIGHTZ understand that the zone is not in their favor, I think they're going to take that long route and the long rotation to El Azhar because that's where they want to make their way because that's the only place in the zone right now that's kind of empty, right? Junkyard's going to be occupied as well. So let's see how these teams are going to be approaching this one because I mean, Sam, as surprising as it may be, this gives out now this thing is going to tell us how creative the teams are going to be, and you can see already Godlike trying to make their way towards, I don't know, San Martin, or maybe they're trying to go towards water treatment or whatever it is. They want to get that loot in them, in their inventory, and also they got to be careful because once they're done, and Pukar has to be careful as well. Okay, um, unfortunate crash landing, but as I was saying, while I was talking, I already see a finish. Was that a
Okay.
finish?
I
That was a
think
finish.
so. Yes, TSM have a finish, and I think they spotted a player who was isolated, and they took advantage of it. And who was that team is what I'm looking forward to. But right now, looking at Blind's perspective,
This
they've
was
not lost
global.
anybody. But look at this, Ninja Jot can be isolated. I'm not too sure if Rage spotted him over their edge. If Rage did, he can go for an isolated fight and pick that player off. But look at this Shadow OG. He's coming up close. He's looking forward to eliminating Rage, and Rage has no idea about it. And everybody from TSM are moving
Oh
in one after
no!
another. Rage, he's going to be caught. I mean, he might come into a Rage movement, but with so many players out, especially circling him, it's going to be very difficult for Rage to make his way out.
There's no one from the side of Blind even close to him. And he's down and out. There's no way he can. He has a small PPU weapon in his hand, and yep, there you go. That cute Mac is of no use as of now. A 1v3, and they're having fun. They're having fun. No insult to injury. That's insult to injury right there. Ouch.
I
But-
mean, you said it's a pew pew, right? That's why, like, you're going to try pew pew? Here's dishum dishum.
His this. Oh god. Oh god, Sam. But my question is, what happened to Blind? Like, what
Yeah.
was this play? Was that miscommunication, or was he like the flanker or lurker, or I mean TSM? Those were two easy finishes. I think the first one was on the side of Global. I'm not really sure, but Blind lost one. And look at this, all three are together. Not really sure why Raze was the only one there, but easy and great start to the match with the side of TSM. Maybe that's what they needed, and they better put up a better performance now because two finishes already in the first 2 minutes of the drop. Well, you couldn't ask for more.
That's the energy shot that TSM needed. Now, right now, after getting those two finishes, as you said, we will be expecting a lot more. And also, they're in the top 8 right as of now. You were talking about it. Teams need to eye their way into top 5, top 8, and then they need to keep building on. And I think that should be the strategy. We know that every team wants to become the champion, but the way to get to the champion is not by immediately jumping from the bottom 16, 15, 14 to the first spot. You should first think about, let's get to the top 8, let's get to the top 5, let's get to the top 3, and then become the champions. If this is the journey, step by step, you keep it up, you might be able to do. But right now, look at this. Akshat, he is understanding that he needs scopes here, especially this is Miramar, jumps down of his vehicle as he found a brilliant scope that was lying out in the open. I think it's a 6x over there, but we will eventually see which one it is. But right now, Soul, the main thing and ideology and the thoughts going on in their mind will be not getting eliminated like the previous time. They were ready for the fight, but it was just that OR managed to push in at so many different instances that it was all up to Akshat, and we know how good of an assaulter Akshat is. But it is always like whenever there is a sneaky player close to you, he surprises you. You're always going to be caught off guard, and I think that's what happened over there to Akshat. But nonetheless, godlike, let's see what they're going to be doing. Right now, they are in front of our screens, but it looks like they're a little bit split apart, Edge.
Gotta be careful. You can split, but make sure you don't, go too far away from your teammates that you cannot be revived, because that's what happened to two of the players right off the start. Gotta be careful where you move, gotta be careful how you move, and also make sure that you have your teammate, at least one. And while I say that, godlike, they're like, you know what, to heck with you. We are just gonna do what we want. Well, Marcus Gaming. Who was the one that's shooting them? Is that Entity? I think that's Entity trying to make the play there. But Don all by himself again. He's got to be so careful. And also be aware of all his surroundings, because you never really know. And that's HYDRAS actually trying to make their way here. Marcus Gaming, Don especially, all by himself. He has to be careful. But I think there is the, there's a backup that's going to be coming in. ENIGMA, another squad that are the favorites because yesterday they got themselves 2 chicken dinners back to back and in great fashion as well.
Yeah.
First one, Sanhok. I mean, yes, they were going in. I mean, there was a bit of luck coming into play because a couple of teams decided to go for the heal battle and they were just enjoying. And the second one was just ENIGMA taking down the beast, godlike, and then dominating the rest of the players. But look at that zone once again, Sam. It's just too good. Let's see where the second one heads on to. It's still the first zone coming into play. But if the second zone consists of water as well, I'm going to be super excited.
Right now, the second circle, it has formed. It is having the circle of... Wait, okay, wait, my bad. It's the play zone which is crumbling, and we are going to be seeing what is going to be happening in the second circle very soon, as you said, Ed. And I'm looking forward to where we are going to be heading. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, you can see that they're right in front of our screens, but they've also read what's going wrong is going to be that if they don't move out the position that they're in, they kind of have already given away their position of where they are at, and that's the reason they're worried about if they can hold that compound for a long time, can they pull off any finishes or not. But right now, Marcos, they've spotted 8-bit. I'm not too sure if 8-bit have an idea. Juicy is running around looking forward to information, but Pavkilo has seen information of at least 2 players from 8-bit. There's another player who's a little bit away, who's holding a flank, but Marcos, if they start shooting, right, there's another team that's going to be Soul. So it's kind of a 3-way Mexican standoff happening here. They are just waiting for one of those teams or players to start popping off. We'll be seeing who it is going to be, but OR coming in a single line as if they're military contingent over here, heading from Puerto Paraiso and heading their way to Impala, and now with the 10-minute mark and also the circle switching up. As I said, Los Leones will be slowly getting left out, but the water bodies, it's still there. But look at this, I would say, cluster happening between OR, there was CHEMIN, there was Entity, and now it's going to be next super intense fight that we are going to be seeing. But right now, Blind, they already have a casualty. Soul, they've spotted a player that's going to be Spy OP. They tried to spray him through the window, but Spy OP, he had already moved away from that position, so the bullets don't connect, but Soul give away their position. TSM, they've heard it. I think they're making their move coming close to Soul. Let's just wait and watch.
55 to 45 is a ratio between the land and water in the current zone. Well, things are, getting interesting right now. Let's see what's gonna be the case. moving on further. I want to see if the next zone is going to be consisting of that water bodies as well. But TSM, they are all together right now with 4 different vehicles going in 4 different directions, but still regrouping at the same time. They're making sure that they have everything under control. Blind lost a player. I mean, 10-minute mark just now hitting it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to sandwich the players of blind, but guess what? If they don't do it quick, TSM might just come into play and third party that fight. And you know what happens when TSM third parties, right? They are gonna, completely destroy the other 2 teams, and they're gonna be left with nothing except disappointment.
I don't want that happening here, Edge. I'll be looking forward to that. Maybe it does not happen. The Soul, they've spotted TSM. It's not TSM going in for the fight, but because of the ridges, immediately TSM get to the dip and save themselves. But right now, what is going to be happening is just to wait. And finally, Omega finds that knock on Shadow OG. And Shadow OG, I guess he was isolated. He was just moving around the lands of Miramar, trying to figure out a position where I would say the next campsite for TSM could be, but look at this immediate peek into a window, and Goblin sprays the hell with the headshot, eliminates in terms of a knock on Emilsam. Yes, Emilsam immediately can call in for a revive. The teammates are playing together in the compound, in the house, so it's not going to be that difficult. But TSM, look at them, they will not be happy about it at all. But Goblin, he has his crosses ready. As soon as they come to peek up, they're going to be doing the damage. But look at this, Godlike is looking to push up, but unfortunate, God gets knocked. It is from TSM, sorry, from NT. An immediate knock and finish, unfortunate. But wait, what? CHEMIN as well as Entity were fighting to just pick off one player, and right now in between this, Godlike, they're getting a little bit too flustered. Now Jonathan is also knocked, the vehicle is also about to burst, and Troy gets one finish for his efforts that he was doing to pull off on Z-God. Now CHEMIN as well as Entity making life difficult for Godlike. Now it's all up to the last 2 surviving players, Neo as well as Gil. I hope Neo and Gil make a retreat, make a move that is a little bit further away, and especially as we did see the riverbeds and the river edges in this circle, the second circle, I think we are going to be seeing a lot more action at the side of the river. And Godlike, I think that is also going to be a good spot to hide and hear all the noise and the sound cues that they want.
They gotta be careful. Whoever it is, they have to be, sensible and make it work. Second zone. Sorry, I think that's the third zone now coming in, but it also has a lot of water in it. I mean, still, maybe it's 15%, but still a bit of water bodies there, Salmon. I want to see those, water fights happening, but right now it's going to be Godlike losing a couple of players. They got to be careful. They got to make sure that it works out in their favor, coming out of fresh off of a victory. I mean, we are expecting, really good game for them, but look like everyone else are trying to take them down, while Global Esports, they want to take down Enigma right now.
The spot is there. Let's look forward to the finish if it's going to be there. Yes, Joker finds a brilliant knock, and right now it's going to be difficult for Enigma to recover that player. Avi, he might prop up a smoke, and yes, he's deployed the smoke, but I don't think that it will be useful. Viru, he also gets spotted. Viru will be immediately knocked and finished. Coming in, it is because of GODL Gil's blast on the vehicle that Enigma were trying to hold as a hard cover or trying to make a move with. But right now, 8-bit, I guess he spotted the player from Seoul. That's going to be Goblin, and he's already isolated a player. That's going to be Omega, who's knocked. They will be looking forward to the finish, but Avi also falls, and that's going to be again GODL looking forward to making it work, and Gil will be confirming another player, and now it's the last surviving player from Enigma. Evo is already knocked, but let's see what Gil can do right as now. He's looking forward to more players, he's looking forward to more information, but where is Neo? Look at, okay, this is a very strategic move coming in from Godlike, as Gil as well as Neo. Gil is looking at the southern edges, Neo is looking at the northern edges, and they are both covering each direction to make sure that nobody kind of hits them from the backlines. But right now 8-bit, they've spotted another player from Seoul, but Seoul are also slowly retaliating, because of which Madman, he cannot peek further. But even though he could not, from the position that he is in, he found a knock on Hector. Now it's all up to Akshat and Goblin. These two players are together, whereas Omega and Hector, both the knock players, are together, so it's going to be very difficult for Seoul to make their way out and go in for a revive.
Only 2 players surviving. They have to be careful. Goblin's out in the open, but it's going to be Madman taking a lot of damage there. And he's going to get taken down.
No.
Oh, no. Akshat is going to... I mean, that's a beautiful cover fire.
Exactly.
Right? And another question is, where is 8-bit's teammates? Where is Madman's teammates? How close are they? Looks like they're outside of the zone as of now, but it's not a lot of distance, just 100 meters there. But let's see what happens. Godlike, they still have 2 players surviving, Neo and Go, along with 2 finishers. But CHEMIN Esports, the one that I have my eyes set on right now. We still have 16 teams, Sam, by the way. We just crossed that 15-minute mark, and we still have
All the
16
teams.
squads. No elimination. And just as I say that, Eggy on the verge, and by that I mean Enigma Gaming on the verge of being eliminated there.
But look at this, Godlike still making it work. Gil has 2 finishes in his hands, but it is difficult because the circle has moved away from the position that they were in. They're already getting hit by the play zone. And look at the circle, it's taken a huge shift. And Godlike are going to be in deep, deep trouble. Now, yes, they can make their way up. They have to move at the edges of the circle toward the northern ends, trying to eliminate CHEMIN, and after that, Enigma's last player. But right now, Hyderabad HYDRAS have been spotted from OR, and Aditya will be getting a knock on Striker. It's a little bit of a long-range fight. I'm not too sure if they'll be able to capitalize, but Aditya, what a spray coming in. Every bullet coming out of his rifle is connecting on the players of Hyderabad HYDRAS. After one knock, he's not found another one. But Carry, look at him. He was so damaged. One single bullet, if it would connected on Carry, maybe he could have gone for another knock. But Aditya, he was connecting every bullet, irrespective whoever was coming in the line of sight. He was connecting with all of them. And Hyderabad HYDRAS, they would have committed their first aid kits to patch themselves up and look better. But right now, Spy, a self-elimination. Is it what we are seeing?
No, not again. Don't want that, especially in grand finals, Sam. I cannot take this. Last time it was, Revenant players, and now another one. And there you go. One mistake. Global needed. See, Global,
Exactly.
we're waiting for that, and Blind did that mistake. But guess what? Soul's gonna be third partying this fight, and Blind this time. Well, that's not a team knockout anymore. ML Sam takes him down, instant finish off as well. Now the Soul Survivor, he wants to, take down as many players as he can before he himself goes down. Because he knows he's the Soul Survivor. There's multiple teams that are making their way towards him. He's got to be careful. There's TSM, there's Soul, there's Blind. Sorry, there's Global. So Blind, they might be the first one to go down in here in Miramar. But here's the thing. They want to get as many points as they can. Never mind. I think okay, wait, who was eliminated first? Oh, it was Blind who went down first, and then Enigma went down. That happened so quickly. I thought for the second that Enigma went down first, but guess what? Doesn't matter who goes down first. You still get 0 points each.
Unfortunate, but right now look at Hyderabad HYDRAS. The position that they're in, they found a knock and a finish on CHEMIN. That was Justin. Justin is out of the board. We saw numerous times that Justin was one of the last players who survives for CHEMIN, and right now him being eliminated, meaning that maybe the last hope for CHEMIN is out. But yes, they still have players going on for them. 8-bit, after they started popping off on Soul, right now they're looking forward to fighting out with SKYLIGHTZ. Unfortunate Soul, they just have one player in terms of a casualty. The other players is surviving. But Marcos, they just found a player, I think that was Goblin. They did spray him out, but look at 8-bit. They did not capitalize on Soul, but they're capitalizing on SKYLIGHTZ. But in the meantime, Entity, they are capitalizing on Revenant, and that's Revenant out of the game. They were trying to go in for a sneaky play previously. This time nothing worked for them, and they got completely eliminated. But look at the circle, it's just favoring 4 teams: OR, Hyderabad HYDRAS, Marcos, and Godlike, who have sneaked their way in right in between various different teams.
What is happening to the side of Entity right now?
I think
Shadow?
this is the clash between them and Revenant. But now Hyderabad HYDRAS, they are capitalizing. It's a third party.
I mean, Shadow
wait.
bled out completely. Unfortunately, there was nothing that he could do. But Hydras, yes, they are taking those fights. But here's the thing, that they're doing better. They have their teammates back every single time. And there's only one player down. He's going to be back on his feet. Solo's a player as well. They're trying to take this fight against... Is it TSM? Looks like it is TSM. No, it's actually Global Esports AJ that goes down to Akshat. And there's only one more surviving player. Knuckle. Now, what can he do? What is he thinking of right now? Because if he goes down now, he's gonna get 0 points as well, which is not what they want. Yes, they have a couple of finishes, and by a couple I mean 4. But high striker FTW takes on one more player on the side of Entity, but Somraj, he goes down. SKYLIGHTZ is not having a good day today whatsoever. 8-bit, they are absolutely destroying the side of SKYLIGHTZ. But Troy, man, he goes down. But oh, wait a second, that's beautiful movement there coming in. 8 black, 70 trying to the third party this, but HYDRAS, they saw that coming, and because you can see the faces. You could see the intensity of the face in the faces of the players inside of HYDRAS. They were ready for it, and they were so focused that they took down everyone on the side of Entity right there.
They are making it work. They've already punishing 7C as well for picking up a third party while they were concentrating on Entity. But let's see how long it's going to be working out. Unfortunate for Knuckle. AJ picked up a fight where Knuckle was not ready, and Knuckle, whether he wants to or not, he has to fight with Soul, and Soul have his number, Soul have his address, and they're looking forward to Knuckle. They will be looking forward to the finish as well, but Knuckle, look at the damage he's doing. Immediate knock and finish, even though he's outside the zone, but it's going to be a player from TSM that's going to be Blaze OP. No, it was Ninja Jod actually getting him out. A brilliant try coming in from Knuckle, but look at this 8-bit, they are just popping off one after another. They did find a fight and they're converting. 7C trying to retaliate, but look at this, Hyderabad Hydras immediately turning the cards around and making sure the players fall. Ace Black and Striker might be out, but the number of players from 7C, it's just going to be one. Sarang is the only surviving player. Hyderabad Hydras concentrating on the revive, and then they'll be looking forward to making their way in. But look at this, Robin, he's also the last surviving player. There might be Delta PG, but Delta PG is already knocked, and God, Gil, even though they're the last 2 surviving players, they're doing a play that shows us they're dominating on Miramar. TSM, he'll be finding a player on Soul, and not only one, they're finding multiple with the grenades, and they're doing the damage. Unfortunate carry, I'm not too sure what just happened. It was NIGMA Galaxy, 2 players, Dreams and Vixie, assisting each other. Immediate knock and finish coming in. I'm pretty sure Hyderabad Hydras will be shocked after that, but Hyderabad Hydras will be seeking revenge.
Godlike Esports, I mean, you're right. That's the thing about them. Every one of them is absolutely phenomenal. Everyone performs when needed. Everyone steps up when the side needs them the most. And right now, the IGL, the star player, Aquanox, what can he do? And what can he do is take down CHEMIN Esports, Robin. And that's going to be another finish and an extra 2 points for the side of TSM. Get as many as you can, son, because every single point counts at this point. But Marcos, they still have, still have to get some finishes because they're sitting on 0. And just as I say that, 1 for them right now. But Enigma Galaxy, Sam, they're the ones at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yes.
7 finishes and they still have 3. They have a really good chance of taking this home. But just as I say that once again, Ace Black, he's like, let's deny this, and OR Jelly, he steals it. He steals the finish. He's third partying, and Enigma Galaxy, the only one surviving right now is Wiki. And Hydra as well, they're not happy with this. So I think they might go ahead and take this fight with the side of OR Esports.
I feel like Hyderabad Hydras are super angry right now. They had all the players in their name. They had all the fights that they were taking, converting for themselves. But then it was Enigma Galaxy kind of isolating Carry all of a sudden and eliminating him. Now Godlike has only Gil surviving and 3 finishes as well. That was gotten by Gil. So that's the reason you saw the domination coming in from him. But right as now it's going to be difficult because the play zone has started pushing him. Right next to him is going to be TSM Aquanox, but he knows he has to time it perfectly so that he can push up and get that finish, especially because he's coming up from a higher ridge position, so it's going to be difficult before he could do anything. There was Hyderabad Hydras, Maxi finding a player, but immediately Gil trading that knock, but Kilo confirming Gil over there, and there was nothing Gil could do. The placement was already doing the damage, so he had to give it up, but Marcos, they're still making it work. They did punish Enigma Galaxy early on, and now they're able to spot the last surviving player, and that's going to be Enigma Galaxy out of Miramar. The top 3 teams surviving is going to be Hyderabad Hydras, Marcos as well as OR. OR do not have the numbers. Marcos have the numbers going on for them. I think they have all the 4 players. OR, whereas they have Jelly and Newby only, but the circle is favoring them. Hyderabad Hydras, they also have the circle. So this is going to be a brilliant opportunity for Hyderabad Hydras as well as OR to gatekeep Marcos. They have to concentrate on gatekeeping Marcos. If not, Marcos will push in, Marcos will slam in, Marcos will rush in, and that's what Dawn and Star are looking forward to do. But Ace Black is ready. He drops Dawn, and Star is also down, and that's going to be a grenade. Assistance coming in from OR. Hyderabad Hydras and OR joining hands here, making life difficult for Marcos, and Marcos, which was a 4-player squad, has dropped down to just 2.
Top 3 right now. Well, that's a better performance coming in, but OR, I think they want to take this home, but looks like HYDRAS, the only team, I mean, they have a man advantage. So, they're looking like clear favorites in terms of the, man count. But let's see what happens. You never really know. I mean, there are players, there are fights that we did witness where you see those 1v2s, 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s happening as well. But Striker, he takes some power kill, and with that at the side of MG, Marcos Gaming are down and out. It's all down to the last 2 squads, OR Esports and HYDRAS in a 3 versus 2 situation. That zone is in no one's favor. But OR, they do have a really good cover, and HYDRAS, I think they're not scared. They want to take this fight. They're going in towards the building. They're making use of everything that they can. The zone. Let's see, as soon as this next shift happens, I'm pretty sure they're going to come out. But Jelly, he has a clean, sneaky angle there onto one of the players' head. So I'm not really sure if they're going to be taking it. I don't think they want to go and give away their position and maybe face the wrath of grenades, because you never really know. But look at this ridge and the smoke as well. Now they're going to be hiding behind the vehicle that has already exploded, and it's safe because it cannot deal any more damage. But that zone in the next 10 seconds is going to be shifting, which means everyone needs to come out unless it's in the favor of OR. Because if it is, then OR might have an upper hand there.
That's the reason both Hyderabad Hydras and OR are waiting for. They are looking forward to where this circle switches up. Hyderabad Hydras, they want it out in the open because OR have the compound. They want them to move out of the compound. The circle is here, the play zone, it's moving at the edge, and yes, it is going to be making sure that OR have to push up. It is favoring Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras clearly maintaining a barrier over here. Look at Maxi's position, look at Striker's position and Ace Black. They're not completely in a straight line, whether in, I would say, a barricade formation, because of which it's going to be very difficult. And as you said, there's a vehicle which has already been busted, so it's going to be making life even more difficult. But look at OR playing smart here, deploying numerous smokes, and they want to enter, but the doorway, the smoke is not covering the doorway, and the eyes are set on the doorway. And as soon as Jelly wanted to make his move out, the connection was there, but if they would have sprayed, they could have done a lot in terms of damage. And look at OR sneaking right at the edges of the smoke. New Boy jumps right in between, they connect the bullets, and now New Boy is just surviving barely. But look at the grenades even coming the way for Hyderabad Hydras, but the grenades are also being cooked at there, and the molly was also sent, and I think it should be the end for new player and New Boy over there from OR. But look at Hyderabad Hydras not giving up. They're also throwing down grenades, but their grenades are also not connecting. Chip damage, yes, is being done from OR's grenade, but they've not found a knock, but the knock gets found on Jelly, and now New Boy is the last surviving player. They have the address of New Boy. They even spot his feet out, and I think it's going to be the end for New Boy. They've spotted him, done the damage, and it's going to be Ace Black to close it out, along with getting the finish for the team. Hyderabad Hydras get that chicken dinner on Miramar, and right now they were already in the 4th position edge. I'm not too sure where they've got, but look at the immediate sigh of relief on their face.
Exactly.
It's not happiness, but a sigh of relief that they pulled up one hell of a match in their favor.
It's all about the points and the accumulation as well in the grand finals. They want to stay on top. They want to get on top and stay there as well. Now they did take down the big ones, godlike, right? And after that, I'm looking forward to see what the changes on the overall are gonna be. What a match it has been, and as you said, the sigh of relief as soon as they got that chicken dinner, they were all like, "Phew," every single one. It wasn't like one player's reaction. All the
Exactly.
4 players were like, "Thank God we finished that." But I mean, as you said, they were a little happy. I mean, they gotta be happy getting that chicken dinner, but it wasn't like it's the job's not done yet. It's just begun. We're done with only 8 matches. We still have 22 to go. A long way to go. Anything can happen. I mean, Hyderabad, yes, they can come out on top, but you never really know. There were other teams that were doing good as well. And by that, I mean NIGMA Galaxy especially, putting up a better performance when compared to the other 7 matches. This was by far the best performance in this particular grand finals.
Hyderabad Hydras were looking so strategic here, Edge. It was so brilliant to see their play. look at I want to put a highlight and a spotlight in the fight that they picked with Entity, and 7C spotted them.
Yes.
That time they immediately retaliated on 7C, and 7C said, okay, okay, we understand, we are going to be backing off, we are not going to be picking a fight with Hyderabad Hydras. And Entity were completely clean swept over there, and they could not do anything. Hyderabad Hydras got those finishes, but then Nigma Galaxy wanted to say something, and that's where also even Hyderabad Hydras damaged them. But right now, let's immediately head over to the highlights itself, where we'll discuss a lot more about the action. Unfortunate for Godlike, but what a play coming in from Gil. He held his eyes strong, and his scope and his weapons did damage, get 3 finishes as well. He could have got the 4th one, but there was another team that just spotted him at the last moment. But this play coming in from 8-Pit, unfortunate that Madman fell into a trap. That was a brilliant bait and play coming in from Akshat as well as Goblin over there. They understood that Omega and Hector are down. The only way to recover them is going to be somebody has to be a bait, and Akshat covered that bait brilliantly.
It was all a lot of teamwork coming in from every single person on every single side. But Blind here, Emil Sam, you can see he wanted that finish before he went down. He knew for a fact that he was going to go down. So, might as well just do whatever you could, get as many finishes as you can, get as many points as you can before going down. But this fight, as we were talking about, Hyderabad Hydras and NTD, well, 7C were coming into a, third party there, but also here, Soul Hector and just AJ from the side of Global running back and forth. The Ringa Roses. Well, guess what? It was Global going down there, but Riders taking down NTD all by themselves, and also 7C were actually, as you said, retaliated by Hyderabad Riders. Was absolutely beautiful to watch, taking down multiple players, but then pushing them back in the end and taking them down. 7C, I mean, if you want to go for the want to go for the best, you better not miss. And they missed, and Hyderabad Riders, well, they took full advantage of that. CHEMIN, they found Neo out in the open, and they take him down instantly. Godlike, they lost a couple of players really early. Jonathan to the explosion as well at the start. That was quite unfortunate for the side of Godlike, but at the end, both kill and he tried to do whatever they could. Unfortunately, just not enough. But OR, they did their part as well. They got a decent amount of finishes, if you ask me. But at the end, it doesn't matter because they're not the ones that got the 3 extra points, and also that extra finish coming in as well. So OR, yes, a decent performance from them, and also Marcos, you got to give it to them.
Oh,
They
yes.
put up 2 decent performances now back to back. So they're not able to close things off, but 2 consistently good performance. And if they can just keep on this consistency throughout the day, maybe the next 4 matches, I think Sam, they might work their way to top 5 in the leaderboard.
I agree with you. We might be seeing them very soon, but right as now, Hyderabad Hydras, they'll be feeling really, really happy about what they'll be doing. But the MVP of the match was Equinox. He's the IGL for TSM. But look at the contribution coming in from him, 62%. So he has done 3/4 close to the job for his entire team in terms of the lifting, in terms of carrying them forward. But it's also telling us as viewers and casters that irrespective that a player is in IGL, he has the possibility, he has the probability, he has the potential that he can become a brilliant assaulter, and that's the reason he's an IGL. The assaulter mindset kicks in, and he just goes ham and eliminates player one after another. And you looked at his movement; it was so precise and also
True.
so haphazard that the opponents could not connect the bullets. But right now, we are still not hitting the 30 digits mark, the 30 bomber match. It's at 28. 2 more points if Hyderabad Hydras would have gotten in terms of finishes. We could have seen a 30 bomber match, but still, nonetheless, 28 is going to be huge, especially with the chicken dinner itself. And the next immediate team which has points is going to be OR, but they just have 15. So there itself, you have a 13-point lead.
Or, I mean, yes, 15. But the side that actually absolutely blew my mind, Nigma Galaxy. By the end of day 1, they were sitting on 15 points, Sam. And now look at them. 1 game and 15 points.
Mm-hmm.
1 game, that's all it took for them to get everything that they could, accumulate on that day 1. So it looks like today is the day that they decide to, make their way to the at least top 10. They're coming in. But every other team, I mean, they gotta make sure TSM sitting on 12, Godlike on 9, 8-bit on 6, Global Esports on 6, Kevin Esports on 5, Entity Gaming on 4, Soul on 3, 7C on 3, 1 for SKYLIGHTZ, Enigma and Blind. Well, Revenant, ouch, unfortunate. And also, who was the? I think it was from the blind official, right? The self knock and the self, taking on his teammate or something like that. Something happened there with
Blind.
the grenades. Where global was it? Skylights?
It was blind. It was
It
blind.
was blind indeed, and then global esports they took full advantage of that and took two finishes to their name.
Unfortunate over there for blind, but I'm pretty sure it happened just because uh, they were a little bit flustered. They were not assuming the slam in coming in from Global Esports. But yes, you saw Emilsam trying to turn things around. He did do the damage, but then Knuckles said, I'm done with the fight. I'm not going to be looking forward to picking the fight. He immediately went in for a revive on AJ, and from there they disengaged, and it was TSM Ninja Jod finding the last player from Blind. Unfortunate for him, if TSM wouldn't have been there, I'm pretty sure the way Blind Emilsam was playing, he could have found the other two players from Global Esports and he could have turned the fight in his favor. But because Global did the damage, Blind unfortunately fell apart. But still, Emilsam took something just before going out as one finish at least. But this Miramar action was unbelievable. What we had to see on Miramar that happened here on
Whoa.
Miramar, what had to happen on Miramar happened on Erangel, but the reaction that you gave, I understand why it was. It's because Hyderabad Hydras from the fourth position, they've jumped two spots up, only 1 point in terms of difference from OR, but still, second spot is going to be great. And godlike, even though they did not do a lot in terms of the damage, look at them, they are still walking away with the difference, they're still running away with the difference, and that's just because they got the lead. 118 points for them. In this map, they did not go for a lot of finishes. I mean, it's not that they did not go, they could not go would be the better way to put it.
True. I mean, they lost two players pretty early into the match.
Mhm.
So, I mean, when I said pretty early, it was, pretty early into the fight, but they still have a really good lead, if you ask
Exactly.
me. That's still a 24-point lead.
Hmm.
And Hyderabad Hydras, well, 94 total points right now. OR Esports sitting on 93, but I mean, Enigma sitting on 81. But look at that. All the top four, three teams have two chicken dinners, and
Hmm.
OR, they have nothing,
Nothing.
and they still are on top. Now that tells you how beautiful they're playing right now. 8-bit on the other
Yes.
hand, 72 total points. Everyone's doing a great job. But here, Global now slowly making their way back. But the team that I'm interested in, Nigma Galaxy now from 16th to 14th spot.
What is gonna be happening is gonna be something that I'm so confused. You said this right? Nigma Galaxy were one of the teams in the bottom, but right now they've jumped up. But look at this, Soul. They have fallen down, and also they've come down to the last spot. Nigma Galaxy, I think they heard you, Edge. They heard you that it's about slowly climbing up. And they're doing that. Entity, Kemen, as well as Blind, they've held their positions. They've not done any kinds of, I would say, haphazard movement. They've become kind of stagnant. But look at this, Global Esports, they're also making their way up one after another. But I'm pretty sure they would have made their way into the first page itself if the fight between them and Blind had worked in their favor. They had casualties over there. It was not a complete strategic move and in proper execution. And also, TSM were a third party there. TSM had the address of both Blind as well as Global Esports. So if Global Esports tried to do anything or Blind tried to do anything, if there was an opening, it was just TSM trying and capitalizing. But again, the point difference is still going to be huge. 118 and 29 is where we are right now comparing. Godlike, they're not stopping at all. Even though there are a couple of points being missed here and there, they're still able to capitalize either in terms of placement points to get themselves the lead and keep it going. But right now, it's Erangel that's going to be starting off edge. It is going to be the classic matchup, but look at how things are changing. We were just talking about the way Godlike is playing. It's going to be very difficult to deny them in terms of getting those points and finishes. But teams have found kind of a chance that they can change. You see here that there is a chance. What they've done is they're going to be denying Godlike all the four players surviving, because if they survive, Godlike will have a chance to do a lot in terms of the damage, and that's the reason in Miramar they did not do the damage, just got placement points.
That's the thing. Godlike doesn't, I mean, whatever they do, they're still in that top five. That is, yeah, consistently sitting on top five. That's got to help them. But once again, let's take a look at the map. A chance for Erangel. Take a look at where Revenant jumped to. They were at the bottom, and
Hmm.
now they're somewhere, eighth. I think that's 10th position. or 11th position or something like that. But here's the thing: from a 0 to 1 kill and 2 placement points is what they could, try to get it. Those finishes, I'm sorry. But yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, 9 for them. And then Hydras also 6, finishes and 9 placement point. Once again, the stats are in the favor of Hyderabad Hydras. But also, Godlike made their way to the top now,
Exactly.
to the second position. 9 finishes, the highest for any team right now, along with 8 placement points. That's a total of 17, by the way. That just beats Hyderabad Hydras 15 as well.
This is just looking so good, and especially the changes coming here. I mean, would you even believe if we said that Skylights is one of the bottom teams in Erangel? They're unable to perform. But if you, I would say, talk about the performance, what we saw at yesterday after that initial clash that they had with Marcos, only on the first matchup, then the third and the sixth matchup that we saw on Erangel, Skylights were completely looking very dominant and strong. But this time, the thing that has happened is that we saw Skylights falling very early, not only once, but back to back. And that's the reason we are seeing them as being eliminated very early on Edge.
That is not a good thing. That is not a good thing for the teams at the bottom.
Hmm.
And also, uh, a lot, I mean, SKYLIGHTZ especially. The team, I think the only team that got themselves 3 chicken dinners. Unfortunate to see them not performing here. Not having a great time as of now, at least. But let's
Yes.
see. I mean, they usually pop off really late, right? I mean, it was the last day as well where they got themselves the groove. I mean, CHEMIN as well on the last day of the semifinals was the time where they absolutely popped off. As there was
Hmm.
no stopping them on that day. They cruised their way to the top and
Oh,
stayed there.
yes.
So, I mean, Godlike's doing that as of now. They're staying at the top. They've been holding on to that position for, let's say, I think 5 matches already. I think from the start. I don't think they ever dropped down, right? I think
Hmm.
from match number 1 to match number 8, that is up until now, they haven't changed their positions. Everyone else, like 2 to 16, it did change, but that number 1 spot has been holded off by Godlike. So
There was
let's see
over
if
at one point Edge, but then
there
got like,
was.
yes, yes.
Oh, I think yeah. There was one. Yeah, okay. So even God like couldn't keep it up. But I think 1 2 matches at max. But after that,
Exactly.
God like now they're gonna be there for a while.
Hmm.
Unless OR or Hydras they put up a brilliant performance and take them down. Here's the thing: for you to take that position from Godlike needs to go down. Like in the
Yes.
top. I mean by that I mean first or maybe in the 4th position at max. At max, if they make it to
Hmm.
top 3 or top 5, they're done. There's nothing you can do. Take that position at least.
Yep.
I'm talking about that position, guys. I'm not
Hmm.
talking about anything else in this particular matchup. Yes, I mean, if they consistently go out in 6th or 7th position, yes, they might go down later on. But as of now, if you want to take down God, like, you got to make sure that you, I don't know, I mean, you got to team up or you got to just catch them off guard, do whatever. Because this time you could see God, like, they were not in great position.
Hmm.
They were caught completely dumbfounded. Jonathan
Yes.
behind the vehicle, he went down to the explosion. Neo was caught completely off guard, and then the only surviving player, Gil, he couldn't do a lot, right? I mean, the positioning was bad, and also it was just the overpowering manpower coming in from other squads. So that is how you take down God. Like you split them up and you take them down, divide and conquer, fellas. Because if God like sticks together, it's gotta be quite hard for everyone else.
Exactly. They will be getting their hashtag game face on right as now Edge. After what happened on Miramar, they'll be looking forward to getting that on. But also our viewers can have a chance to get your game face on, especially as we said, it's going to be with the Gillette Mark III razors along with the BGMI edition. It's a limited edition that you're going to be able to find. I think it's going to be difficult to spot it out on stores, so you can still purchase it online. The link is right in the description, and especially if you want to get yourself a smoother shave, especially like these smooth saves coming in from various different teams, especially just like we saw Hyderabad Hydras getting that smooth chicken dinner for themselves, the way they got it, you can also get yourself a very nice clean look coming through. So make sure you check it out, and even if you purchase, don't forget us to use the hashtag get your game face on along with tagging us, and we'll be looking forward to your stories as well. But right now, it's time that we head to Erangel. There's just a couple of moments. The flight is getting replenished, but along with that, even Darshita will be joining us here, as we'll be looking forward to what she thinks, especially that we were missing her here on, I would say, Miramar, because she loves the water
She
bodies,
loves it. Yep.
especially on Miramar. Yes, eventually at the end it got denied, so let's not delay any further. Let's head over to Erangel and let's call back in Darshita.
Here, I'm excited, and I guess you guys were waiting to hear from me on what I think about this overall map. So, here I am with all my predictions and everything. But right now, what we have on screen, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the fly path for the third map of Grand Finals Day 2, starting right from the upper areas of Stalbert down there to military base. I mean, Edge. If we divide this fly path part, the map gets divided into somewhat like not exactly 60-40, but somewhere nearby, right?
That is true. It is kind of like 65 35 or something like that. But
Nearby, yeah.
I want to see the zone once again.
True.
Let's have that water party. Let's see that parties going on. Let's see those underwater just players hiding there. A lot of players drowning. It happened multiple times. We've seen some cars in the water floating, trying to hide in trying to hide in the water as well, the players. But that just brings out the creativity in out of the players. But 3, 2, 1, and the zone is absolutely beautiful. As a bit of a lot of military base. Ferry Pier is still there, Quarry is there, Gatka's there, bit of hospital, but a lot of water. Around 35 to 40% water again.
Be true, Edge, and that is going to be interesting at the same time. Now, out of all this happening, I'm looking forward to the love story that we have seen happening between SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos. But
Oh,
I guess
I thought you were
SKYLIGHTZ
talking
this
about me
time.
and Sam.
No, I was not. Probably Sam out there going off the desk will be like, okay, never mind. We won't be discussing that right now because we have Shadow, and the way this man has went boom with that vehicle, that's gonna be really amazing to watch. And I guess he took one down. Yeah, he did. They got one finish out of all that happening. You're talking about. Sam, if you see, we saw something on the screen right now. Edge, I guess he's missing being here on this, but nevertheless, I'm talking about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos Gaming right now. You see, there's a split now. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have understood that if the entire grand finals they intend to have a fight with themselves in Pochinki, trying to dominate Pochinki, it could just affect them real bad.
Yep. There you gotta be careful, but there's already a knock and a finish as well. Really
True.
quick, fight happening, but Striker's gotta be careful. Ooh, he almost went down as well. Team TSM have already gotten themselves one finish, and Gamla Boy, he has to be careful. There's Aquinox and another player, Shadow, that is, right next to him. HYDRAS, fresh off of a victory. Well, guess what? They already lost the player.
That hurts. It's pretty unfortunate for the team out there. But on the other side, look at that. Ace Black. The pressure is already seen, right? After losing one of your players, you are 3 players down, and after that, you need to decide on what can be done. There's a lot of pressure that Team Hyderabad Hydras have right now. Look at them. They do not have anything to work around with. I mean, some of the players, they got at least level 1 helmet, level 2 helmet or something to work around, but the rest, they got nothing, and that is something they need to be really careful about, because at this point of time, TSM, they are just trying to completely eliminate the sides of Hyderabad Hydras, and if that happens, you know how dangerous it would be. But right now, what dangerous for Hyderabad? No, it went what? Riot giving a huge surprise to the sides of Team Blind, not just taking one, eliminating two completely. Team Blind,
No,
I would
no.
probably say they blindly entered the compound right exactly in front of them, and that's where Riot gave them a huge surprise. But Riot needs to be really careful after providing the surprise. He
Oh,
gets
boy.
damaged out there, and that's going to be Riot down to the ground. Blind, unfortunate, they lost 2 of their players. Riot, eventually, after after getting eliminated completely, Edge, he made it work in his favor.
True. I mean, that's a fair. I mean, that's a good trade if you ask me. He was.
Yeah,
He
that's
was really
true.
far away from his team. 2-1 trade is something that is okay in such cases. But I mean, usually you want to have 4 players surviving. But in such cases, Riot taking down 2 before going down is absolutely wonderful. 8-bit, once again, they didn't have a great start to the semifinal, but after that, man, oh man, have they stepped up. Absolutely phenomenal. But Blind, CHEMIN, there you go. This time, a quick fight. Destro takes 1 down. Rage is the only player surviving right now. Rage was the first player to go down on the map of Miramar, who was completely isolated. But guess what? This time, he's the only one surviving, and he has no idea where to go and what to do. Because I think he's going to go into this building and just hide for as long as he can, because going down this early with 1 finish, 1 point, that's a terrible game, and a beautiful McLaren being picked up by Juicy there.
Blind, I'm just trying to give it a second thought on what options this man has. I mean, there's no other option, right? He just can wait there because it was 8-bit and it was CHEMIN tying up hands and eliminating 3 of their players. That's pretty unfortunate for the entire squad out there. CHEMIN Esports, the way this team has been popping off in semifinals was something that got me real high on hopes. But right now, looking at them in the grand finals itself, Edge, I'm a bit confused. I mean, this team, you know, right? One player falters down and the entire squad goes off, and that is something that is getting repeated again and again. We do not see CHEMIN on top as we did during this time of semi-final. So maybe that is something that I've been missing. But as we know, the actions are straight for 4 to 5 days. We can see them popping off any other day. But again, Edge, one question for you. I mean, is it only me, or do you even feel like this Erangel is turning out to be a mess or a chaos for all the other players out here?
This is different.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is
sort
different.
of.
Exactly. This is not the Erangel we usually see. This is not the kind of gameplay coming in from anyone. Because we are not seeing teams taking the fights. We're taking multiple players. Multiple players taking those initial fights and then dropping down a couple and then backing off. How often do you see that? You don't. How often do you see these beautiful cars on the streets? Let me tell you, you don't. But Jonathan, that's a beautiful ride. Not really sure what it is. It looks like a Lambo. But yeah, 59 players still in. 7-minute mark just hit. Still a lot of time. Why are you taking this fight? I mean, you cannot be serious with it, because that's not a great scope that you have. But he's still looking forward to see if he can get anyone. A bit of panic there coming in from AJ. Flips around, front flips with his car. But here's the thing, Darsh, with the weapon. I mean, with this fight that Soul's trying to take, they're gonna lose a lot of ammunition, and they gotta go ahead and stack it once again. So not really sure if that's a wise decision, but they gotta be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely need to be. Right now, looking at what the circle is turning around to be, Edge, it's gonna get difficult for the players only if it goes to the bridge out there. Because look at that, everyone, they're having their eyes right on the center itself. No one wants to play on the edge. Only the teams, I guess, that are just entering the zone pretty late or are far away from the play zone, they may decide to play on the edge and then take a rotation itself again when it comes to the upcoming zone shrink. But right now, everyone has their eyes on the center itself. We right now have our eyes on 7C. That's going to be Spray God, Aladdin Prince, and Sarang out there, the 4 surviving players. On the other side, we have TSM. Beautifully started their day with 1 finish. The man just went with the vehicle and he was like, I don't need a gun. My vehicle is enough to, take players out, done and dusted. And that's the way TSM have started their day. So I'm looking forward to what more plans do TSM have right now, because right besides them, we do see some players, and that's no other than Enigma. So chances are really high of having a fight once again between TSM and Enigma, but it depends on who will make it out of that fight alive and survive till the end.
Gotta be careful, gotta be cautious, and also make sure that you get enough points, because right now, Godlike, they're cruising away with the points.
True.
And
very true.
I keep saying Godlike, guys, not because I'm biased, but because they're the ones sitting on top. And it's the grand finals. Everyone wants to get that #1 spot. I mean, if it was semifinals, doesn't really matter if you're in 1 or 16, you're still going to be qualified. But here, everyone's aiming for that 8,000, along with the bragging rights of being called the champions of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, right? I mean, everyone wants it. Everyone's going for it, but not everyone's going to be getting it. And the zone looks like I'm going to be getting what I want, at least for now, because there's a lot more water still in play. A bridge in play as well. So Revenant, they got to be careful, because look at CHEMIN. Look at the position. They're gatekeeping that bridge, and I think Revenant is going straight into that trap. At CHEMIN, they gotta be careful. There's 7Cs, Blind, and I mean, Blind only has one player left. But there's Global as well there. So they gotta be careful, but I think TSM has spotted a couple of players inside of ENIGMA. And this might be a brawl that we were waiting for.
Waiting for past 10 minutes, Edge, because the 10-minute marker is done. Okay, so right now we're gonna have a lot more of happenings in in this specific time period, because right after 10 minutes you got to see a lot more of fights. Now looking at the overall Erangel, the way it is turning out to be, I feel like somewhere down the line, because of the play zone playing a different game right now, it's gonna get players into a lot of mess, because some teams they are far away from the players, but Somraj will be taking Jelly down there, and Vexy, he won't even wait one single moment to confirm Jelly completely. Now Team OR and Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got themselves into a fight where Team OR has lost one of their players. They need to be careful. They need to retaliate out of that fight. Vexy, look at the vehicle. The limits of the vehicle are done, but on the other side, we have Entity Noob taking TSM Ninja Jord down to the ground. Now TSM, they prolonged the fight. They waited too long. Ninja Jord, he was a bit far away from his teammate, and that's where he gets punished. Aquinox, he's right behind. There's Shadow OG as well, but Edge, how much probability chances do you think TSM have to get out of that fight?
Well, looks like none right now. It's going to be Darklaw taking down one of the players there, and he's going to be confirming that finish onto Ninja Jord. But TSM, Shadow OG is here. Aquinox is trying to make his way, but Blaze OP, he's kind of far. But, oh, beautiful grenade coming in. Darklaw's out in the open, but he's going to be cooking up a grenade, and he's going to be throwing it back at the players now. No real connection. And now TSM, I think they got to retrieve. But Entity, they're not going to let them do that. Noob takes one more. And although there are, players that have taken a lot of damage on the side of Entity, they're still trying to make TSM pay. Aquinox, are they retrieving? Oh,
Player
no.
offline? I mean, one player was stuck out there in the open and he isn't moving a muscle. I don't know what's going on.
He gave up. He gave up.
Oh my god.
Well, that's happening. The gatekeepers, CHEMIN, they're trying to take down the players on the side of Revenant. And look at this, CHEMIN. They are looking confident and also really on the bright side here. CHEMIN, they are looking good to take down Revenant. And let's take a look at where the zone shifts. And Revenant, now they got to make their way back in pretty quickly.
It's going to be difficult for them to make their way back in, but with this opening that they got, they may be able to do that. Revenant, they have been stuck into a complete bad position. Now the only option they got is get out of that bridge, get yourself down in water and then survive. But no, Paradox gets caught, and that's going to be one player down. Second one arrives for a hope for a revival, but CHEMIN, they are getting the sides of Team Revenant into so much difficulties. And there you go, Revenant, one more caught. CHEMIN Esports holding the position and defending the position beautifully. Team Revenant, they are into a lot of difficulties. Now Encore, this man is trying his level best to distract and go back. Okay, he was going back. He's not going front. He's going back and trying to go in for some different direction. CHEMIN got one for themselves completely. Justin is looking forward to go a bit more aggressive. You need to look behind, my friend. There's a player right behind you. You can be caught and punished real bad. Justin on the other side, he got his position right. He's just looking forward to capitalize over the entire situation. Revenant, they are already into a lot of troubles. The revivals have been provided, but Team CHEMIN, after dissing so much of damage on the sides of Revenant right now, they got nothing but a third party from the sides of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Ouch. That is just what the game brings in. That third party. You got to be careful at all times, but one thing's for sure. We still haven't seen a single squad elimination.
True.
We're just hitting that 14-minute mark. And as I like it, 15 minutes is a sweet spot. And I think that's when we're going to be, getting those finishes, getting those squad eliminations. So I think you gotta step up now. Move it. I mean, change that 10-minute into 15. You gotta increase the time limit. But right now, Delta looks like he wants to decrease the chances of Revenant to, get anything done in this matchup. One more finish. And Blind, Soul Survivor, not really sure where he is at this point, but he's trying to hide for as long as he can. TSM have 2 players left. HYDRAS, they have 3, but Neo, he goes down. they gotta be careful. And Jonathan is out in the open as well. Couple of bandages being used, a couple of energy drinks, being sipped. But where are the grenades? They're being cooked. Let's see if they're gonna be of any use. Godlike, they gotta make sure that they get back Neo on his feet, because he is the star player for the squad as of now.
Very true. Right now, Edge, if Godlike loses this fight and they get eliminated, the difference of the point that's already been created gets less and less. And you know how advantageous it will be for the other teams next to Godlike itself. So Godlike, they need to be careful. They need to maintain it in a proper way to just not let anyone out here snatch away their throne. On the other side, we have CHEMIN Esports, SKYLIGHTZ, and REVENANT still trying to figure it out, fight it out. But I guess CHEMIN Esports, they have already decided to get the hell out of that position. 2 players they have already taken.
No.
Third, the man, you have compromised yourself, and that's Pukkar trying to capitalize, but at the same time, Pukkar, he compromises his location. Destro has decided not to give up on the position, but with the damages that Pukkar provided, the rest 5% job was done by the play zone, and that's Encore going down because of play zone. Destro Robin still holding back that position, not sure on how long Edge they are going to hold back this position, because again, the blue zone is arriving and you need to run out of that position. Knuckle will be taking one on Gil. That's when we got like one player down, but at the same time, Jonathan will be going in for a trade, taking one player down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be taking one from CHEMIN Esports. Neo will be taking AJ down. Revenge is getting cooked out here. Team Global Esports, the players are falling down like dominoes against the sides of Team Godlike. Joker, last survivor. No, Joker and Manya, the deadly duo, is what we always talk about. So the deadly duo, they can make it happen in their favor, but that's going to be a third party from 7Sea.
Oh no, again, 7Sea are the ones that, trying to get that third party happening, and Neo takes full advantage of that, takes on one more player, and that's Joker going down. All down to Mani, the star player right now on the side of Global Esports. What can he do is a question, but Godlike, can they take down 7Sea as well? But all this is happening. Soul and Noir on a fight of their own. Noir looks like they're coming on top, but it's going to be Enigma Galaxy trying to take down Soul players as well with third party. 7Sea takes down Gil. Oh no, Sarang. So that's going to be the first casualty right now. But Neo is like, you know what? Let me get the revenge, fellas. Takes down Prince on his knees, but cannot get that finish just yet.
Trying his level best, but right now there's going to be a 1v1 Sarang versus Neo, but Aladdin will be the one to capitalize over the entire situation. Godlike, the players are falling down, but Jonathan, this man is still standing strong. Aladdin on the other side is trying to go in for a grenade. Z got right exactly in the front. So is Z got trying to go in for the grenade, but both of them did not get any kind of connection. Sarang trying to go in for a revival. That's going to be the most crucial part of this entire fight, because you need your players up. Jonathan, 0 finishes, and 0 is a number that this man not likes at all. So he'll be trying his level best to take more and more. Right now, talking about 7Sea, they do have a manpower standing advantage.
Whoa.
But again, Paradox,
Oh.
no! Why do you want to get down yourself when you have so much enemies all around? And that's going to be Revenant getting eliminated.
He will...
No.
I'll talk about that in a second. Because there's a fight happening here between Godlike and 7Sea. Once again, it's going to be Godlike coming out on top. As of now, it's going to be Prince, the only surviving player with right now. And that grenade is going to be missing him for a second. CHEMIN with the third party coming in, but it's going to be Robin going down in the hands of Prince. And now Delta PG comes out in the open, throws in a couple of grenades, but he's going to be not dealing a lot of damage, but just enough to take down Prince right now. And that zone is going to be, playing against him. But Godlike, they're going to be thanking CHEMIN right now. But guess what? They did lose 2 players. Dio and Gil are down and out. It's going to be Jonathan and Z-God, the only surviving players, and Delta PG is gonna be healing himself up. He wanted to revive his teammate, but Robin, unfortunate, not good enough. And, just the health and the zone dealing a lot more damage. But Revenant? Okay, now I have one question, Darsh.
Okay.
Was that a mistake? A misthrow coming in from the side of Paradox? Or was that to deny himself to, not make sure that no one else gets his finish?
That was a brain game played, Edge. He wanted no one to take his finish, I guess, and that's the reason he went down and wrote his own death. Maybe or may not be. I mean, that's the assumption that we do make sitting here on this. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be the player, who knows that what they have done in this entire map. Now, coming back to one more fight out there, we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Pukkar taking one from the sides of Team Blind. Still 10 teams alive, 31 live players, where we are done with. We are going to just hit back that 20 minutes mark any moment now. Delta PG trying to heal and trying to go to the zone as fast as he can. But you know what? GODL is just waiting for Delta, and as soon as Delta tries and enter the zone, he will be in the crosses of Godlike, and maybe, just maybe, Godlike can eliminate them. On the other side, talking about elimination, Global Esports gets eliminated out there. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Gamla Boy down to the ground. That's going to be Blaze OP down. Carry is put down to his knees. Ace Black down as well. Marco's Gaming going really good this time. Paulo is eliminating Ace back completely, and that's going to be Carry getting eliminated too. What Paulo got for himself. NIGMA Galaxy on the other side trying to survive. Delta PG, 3 first aid kits. Look at the amount of efforts this man is trying to survive till the end.
And HYDRAS, a team that just got that beautiful chicken dinner out in position number 10. Not a lot of points for them, but they don't have any finishes as well. Unfortunate, but Marcus Gaming now in deep trouble. They're being third party by a couple of teams there. But here's the thing, SKYLIGHTZ, the best performance here in the grand finals so far. Right? I mean, especially in today's matches at least. Better performance coming in. 4 finishes already, but it's going to be Avi taking on one of the players inside of Entity. It's going to be Darklaw going down on NIGMA Galaxy. That one player down on his knees is going to be Vixie, but NJ takes on Somraj. And now SKYLIGHTZ, they got to be careful. They got to be careful because they're out in the open. There's a lot of smoke screens coming in. And Vixie, he's waiting for his teammate to come back. But Delta PG is playing it safe right now. He knows he's a sole survivor. And there comes a big brain plays coming in from CHEMIN. This is why they win a lot of tournaments. This is why they're at the top of the scoreboard most of the time. They survive if they lose players, and that's exactly what they're doing. And Noob takes down the last player on the side. I think one of the players on the side of ENIGMA. While all this is happening, SKYLIGHTZ are down and out of the server, Darsh.
One more squad getting eliminated. 8 teams, 19 alive players. ENIGMA versus Entity is what we are having on our screens right now. Rexy's been caught. Shadow is really low on his HP. Well, his helmet, look at the damage his helmet has taken. At this point of time, his helmet is all like, no, my friend, I cannot take any more. Gets eliminated, and that's going to be one more score out, done and dusted. ENIGMA Galaxy on the other side trying to go in for the zone itself, but who they have in middle is CHEMIN Esports. Entity gets eliminated. 7 teams still alive, trying to figure out a way to get the hell out of that position, migrate inside the play zone, because that's going to be the most important. TSM Aqua knocks inside the play zone. Delta PG and GODLIKE, they are being the neighbors right now, but GODLIKE, they have decided to shift aside and choose a new neighbor for themselves. On the other side, we have Marcos and 8-Bit trying to enter the play zone, and look at Juicy. This man is just dominating things out there, trying to go as aggressive as possible. But I'm liking the way NIGMA Galaxy is playing it. Look at that. They got good amount of finishes. They have all their players surviving, and if this is the way they play, they can make this map work in their favor.
They definitely can. Once again, a really good performance. I am loving NIGMA Galaxy right now. Even though they don't get the chicken dinner, they're putting up decent performances, and they're doing it back to back. They're doing it consistently today. Yes, day one was a bit iffy for them, but talking about iffy, Juicy, what are you doing? He goes down to the explosion there, unfortunately, and Delta PG trying to survive for as long as he can, and NIGMA taking a lot of damage there. But I think from players of GODLIKE, they gotta be careful. They shouldn't be engaging them, but Juicy, he's really low. Is he revived already?
I doubt.
I think so too. I think he's revived. So if that's the case, then he's okay for now, and he's moving. So it's gonna be TSM versus 8-Bit, and Madman takes one down. GODLIKE with the frags there onto NIGMA Galaxy. Madman's down and out. GODLIKE Zigon takes on Apollo. Now NIGMA Galaxy, they have finally met their match. GODLIKE. Oh, wait a second. There's 8-Bit coming in for the third party. This is unfortunate. This is such unfortunate for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. They were looking really strong, but guess what? Everyone are coming against them. But Zigon is down on his knees. Jonathan, the star player, has 3 from 0 to 3 in no time. Can he make it 5 or 6 is the question. But Zigon, the zone will it be against him? But Vixie is going to be the one taking him down, and MJ takes down one more player. NIGMA Galaxy, man, oh man, 7 finishes to themselves.
Huge, it's huge. We got 3 teams with 7 finishes. That's NIGMA Galaxy, 8-Bit, and GODLIKE. Now, Jonathan, his location has been compromised, and that's going to be a 1v1. Now, there was play zone right exactly behind. Jonathan want to be able to capitalize over the entire situation, and that's going to be GODLIKE getting eliminated. But guess what? on the 6th position with 7 finishes. So again, they are running away with points no matter on what position they are getting eliminated. On the other side, talking about Enigma, 7 finishes for them, a huge one. TSM with 3, but Aquanox is the last surviving man, and he needs to be careful as much as he can. Enigma Rex on the other side will be taking 1 from NIGMA Galaxy. Now the squad was dominating till now. Edge is getting decimated from a lot of teams because we saw Godlike and 8-bit tying up hands together. And before I say anything more, that's going to be NIGMA Galaxy getting eliminated. That's done for NIGMA Galaxy and the 5th team to get eliminated. Top 4 teams, top 6 alive players. That's Enigma, that's 8-bit, that's CHEMIN Esports, and that is TSM. Juicy with that grenade, trying to capitalize, trying to get a connection, but I guess he gets himself compromised out there. No, Enigma Rex is trying to go in for some predictable sprays on the location he feels players will be like, but unfortunately he gets denied for everything.
This is game for Enigma. This is Enigma's game. They're the only team with multiple players. 8-bit has 1, CHEMIN has 1, TSM has
True.
1.
True.
There's no way. I mean, unless Delta PG here takes down Viru on the side of Enigma, then they might have something. This is a free shot. Why is he not taking it? I think he wants to play it really safe and get as many placement points as he can. Trying to sneak his way. He's really far away from the zone, 52 meters to be precise. But here's the thing. TSM Aquanox is really, really low, and I think Viru is going to be the one landing that final blow onto him. Not really sure. But a lot of grenades are being thrown, and 8-bit Juicy steals it from the hands of Enigma. Down to the top 3, and Delta PG, man oh man, this is why Kevin stays on top. Juicy goes down, it's all down to Delta in a 1v3. I think you should just stay out now, fella. Just stay out and just deny your finish, or else maybe get maybe 1 extra point. He already got 6 to 7 for his squad. They're looking everywhere, but they can't find him. He's out in the open. He stood up and is running. He's hiding behind the drop. Fair enough.
Oh
but
my god.
everyone spotted him. Everyone on the goddamn server, everyone on the goddamn planet saw him coming, and they're just circling their way right now. Enigma, what a way. What a game for them. Once again, they have to get this one for free here. Delta PG trying to take down 1. Does manage. Is he able to pull off the Alamo? No, sir, he won't. He takes down 1 knock, but it's gonna be Enigma Gaming coming out on top, taking down everyone, and by everyone, I mean every single top dog on the server. And once again, getting that 3rd chicken dinner, the first team to do so in the grand finals in 9 matches. 3, that's 1/3 of the games played there, Darsh.
What a beautiful match it was. I mean, beginning itself, it was kind of a messy play, I would say. The way this map has turned out to be, I mean, it was a bit confused with what exactly was happening out there. I mean, to say is like flypath, the circle, and everything. It was turning out to be a little messy, a bit confused on what exactly was happening. But again, when it came back to fights, we saw a lot more of things happening. What I mean to say is third parties, a lot of third parties, not just third parties, a lot of third parties is what we saw coming edge. And that's most time when we see it happening in Miramar, but not in Erangel, and that's why it was a bit shocking for me. But again, coming to the end, Enigma, a beautiful match for them, right?
That was fantastic to watch. At the end, having that man advantage is always beneficial. And Enigma, they pulled it off not once, not twice, but thrice in 9 games. Godlike almost would have got that as well, but they only pulled it off twice as of now. So Enigma, I want to see what the jump is going to be now. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be taking the number 1 spot because it's a bit too much, the difference between them and Godlike. But I still think they made it somewhere towards 3rd or 2nd even. Not really sure how well OR did. But yeah, HYDRAS, this was a bad game for them considering the fact that they had a really good one, the last one. But here's the thing. I want to see in that replay on the match highlights what happened to Paradox. I want to see if that's a big brain play or, I don't know, was that a misplay coming in? Him going down to the Molotov because he was a sole survivor. So there is a really good chance that it's a big brain play. But let's take a look at what went down just now here on the map of Erangel. It all started with this brawl here between 8-bit and Blind.
8-bit and Blind, right? Here, he just turned out to be a huge surprise. I mean, just imagine, right? You are in a compound, you are just are happy with the fact that you have a compound right exactly in the front. You'll get everything that you need, and out of nowhere, you get a huge surprise that there's one player already. And trust me, right? He gave a huge damage. He took out two players, not just down, but he eliminated them completely. So there was something that was pretty interesting at the same time damaging to the opposing team. But Kevin Esports, right now, after them seeing here holding this position this beautifully, for a fact, I thought Kevin Esports could have capitalized over the entire squad of Revenant, because Revenant, they were stuck out here. They had no other options than to wait. Godlike on the other side. Now, what happened with Godlike was something that I would really love to discuss on back on the caster deck, because again, there was all about third party and a lot of third party. Godlike and Global Esports having a fight where 7C took a third party. After that, Global Esports, they got out of that fight with one surviving player. 7C and Godlike had a fight where Kevin Esports did a third party. I mean, so many third parties that we just witnessed. Neo, he took down Prince. A sneaky play is what he showcased. He just went up, he took down one player, and he came back saying that, okay, I got one. The rest is your responsibility or mine if I get more. 7C, they were, into a lot of troubles out here from Godlike after they decided to go in for a third party with them and Global having a fight. I mean, one after the other, the players were falling down. Enigma Viru was caught by Entity Noob. Jonathan took down Destro from Kevin. I mean, Prince was the last surviving player. Robin was right exactly in his front. He tried to completely eliminate Kevin, but I doubt that worked in his favor.
I mean, he tried his best. I mean, whether it's going to be working in his favor or not, the secondary thing, he did give up. You know, he did give in his best, but Enigma Galaxy, you got to give it to them once again. They are playing really well. I mean, what were they doing up until now? Like, what were they doing yesterday? I mean, it's okay. I understand some teams take a bit longer than other teams to, show up. But the thing is, NIGMA, now they need to put up these similar performances every single time for the next 21 matches, I guess. So that's the thing. I mean, if they would have been this consistently, decent since yesterday, they wouldn't have to try hard every match. But now they got to make their way to the top. And for that, 15 to 20 points are mandate every single match. And that's what they're doing. They're delivering it. The last 3 matches, they've played really, really well here, Darsh.
Very true, very true. Like, look at that now. Right now, even we have them on our screens with 9 finishes. But again, what happened was they were out, out of the play zone, and that's the reason there was a kind of gatekeeping that happened where Enigma eliminated them completely. 8-bit Juicy, the man who was trying to survive as much as he can, he got eliminated, and at the end, we came to a situation that was a 1v3. Yes, Delta, he took down one player from the sides of Team Enigma, but again, there were 2 players trying to go ham over Delta, and that's where Kevin Esports lost everything. But coming back to the match standing itself, that's going to be Enigma with #1 and a total of 25 for them. 8-bit, we have them on the second position with 19. So the difference again is of 6 points only edge, and 6 is a huge difference. But at the same time, we have seen matches with 28, 27 total points. So 6 points covering it up can be easy.
9 and 19 on 8-bit. CHEMIN Esports, on the other hand, did survive till the end, but not a lot of finishes, which brings the total up to 15. But next is the team that excites me at this point. NIGMA Galaxy with 9 finishes and 6 placement points brings their total up to 15. TSM, 3 finishes, 11 total points. Godlike did a really good job. I mean, couldn't stay alive for longer, but 4 placement points is what they could get. 7 finishes, thanks to Jonathan at the end, 11 total points. Marcus Gaming, 3 finishes and 5 total points. Entity Gaming sitting on 4 finishes and 5 total points as well. SKYLIGHTZ with the same. 7C sitting on 10th position with 4 finishes and no placement points, bring the total up to 4. Blind with 2, OR with 2, HYDRAS with 1, Global Esports with 1. But REVENANT, another disappointing performance from them. Another game with 0. And Team Soul, well, they are the team at the bottom right now. They are the team in 24th position. NIGMA stepping up. I mean, everyone else, even Entity is stepping up, 7C is stepping up, Blind is stepping up. Now it's time for Team Soul to step up, because if not, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. And the jump from Enigma is beautiful, because they also have crossed that 100 threshold. Godlike still sitting on top, and, once again, have a really good lead of 15 points.
Huge one, Edge. Huge one. But look at the balance. 68 placement points, 61 total finishes. Now, we always talk about having a balance between placement and total finishes. I guess this is what we mean, what Godlike and Enigma even is showcasing us. 55 for placements, 51 for finishes. This team, they are aggressive. They are not even trying to be aggressive. This team, they are showcasing they are aggressive. At the same time, they are making sure that this aggressiveness don't lead them to an early elimination and are securing placement points. Now, that's where everything needs to sum up with. Enigma Gaming 2 positions up. That's going to be 106 total for them. Hyderabad HYDRAS and OR tying it up and shaking hands with the total points they got. That's going to be 95. 91 is what 8-bit got, but that's done. After that, we directly have a 30 points difference where we see TSM on 69, and that's huge. That's really, really huge.
I mean, once again, I mean, CHEMIN, yes, CHEMIN did have a really good jump from 12th to 3rd position, 9th position right now, I'm sorry. 59 total points. 7C still holding on to that 10th position with 52 points. Global Esports on 52 as well. NIGMA Galaxy. NIGMA Galaxy. When the day started, they were on 15, Darshita. 15, and now they're on 50. Yes, it might sound like I'm making a big fuss out of it, but the way that they performed yesterday, I did not see this kind of a boost coming in from them. But Blind Official, on the other hand, unfortunately kicked down to 13th position with 46 points. Entity Gaming with 44. Revenant on 33 and Team Soul on 29. Well, you know what teams I want to see coming out on top right now. Revenant and Team Soul.
Huge names, Edge, but right now, the score is something that I'm looking forward to. 10 finishes, 19 placement point is what Team Soul got for themselves. But right now, Miramar is what we have next. Ladies and gentlemen, if you joined us late and if you did not know what has happened in the previous 3 maps, we started out off on Erangel, where Godlike, they did a beautiful job starting it on a real good note. On Miramar, we had Hyderabad HYDRAS, and then coming to the 3rd map, it's all about Enigma getting their victory for themselves. But right now, again, when you come back to the match schedule on what the entire day, it's all gonna be like. It's gonna be Miramar once again. The time of your expectations, Edge. I mean, I know that, right? It's gonna be Sniper once again, which you did not see no matter what. I'm looking forward to if we can see that. But again, we have the Miramar map chance right in front of our screen. Would you love to split it apart and let our audience know about it, Edge?
I mean, holy cow, look at that, placement points coming in from Godlike and
11.
also finishing points per match. 6 and 11. That's average, by the way. That's average. This is not like the highest or the, their best performance. This is just the average, and the average adds up to 17, which tells you how dominant Godlike is performing. And by the way, this is the stats coming in from only finals, fellas, not the semifinals. OR, on the other hand, 8 plus 6. Decent, but once again, let's not focus on the one that are at the top. Let's focus on the one that are at the bottom. Enigma, 0 placement points and 2 finishes per match, along with Revenant sitting on 0 and 3 finishes per match. I mean, after what Enigma did, I don't think that's going to happen again. But let's see, you never really know. I mean, yesterday also, actually, Enigma got that chicken dinner on Sanhok and Erangel. Even today, it's on Erangel. So on Miramar, they're not having a good day. So let's see, maybe today is the day that they pop off. Maybe Revenant can get some, placement points as well. But the teams that I am looking forward to, as I said, Revenant and Soul, because they're at the bottom, and I want to see that close cut competition. So I'm hoping, and I'm going to be rooting as well for Team Soul to get that chicken dinner.
Lot of fans out there are waiting for their favorite teams to, climb up. It's all right now, right now the fights that we are talking about, the placements that we are talking about, the only reason is all of them are about unlocking the prize pool. Now, previously, as you said, semifinals, it doesn't really matter on what position you are. It was #1 or it was #16. Doesn't matter. You get qualified to grand finals and you unlock beautiful prizes. But right now, the race is all about the bragging rights of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and that's a huge title, ladies and gentlemen. So all these teams are looking forward to, have their eyes on the hashtag one, hashtag two, or I'm not even two. I mean, I would just keep it to hashtag one until the second last day, where teams know that the difference is getting huge and huge, and it's difficult to cover it. So let's not just hope for hashtag one. Maybe two or three is something that we can work around with. But right now, the race, the marathon, is all about the bragging rights and the titles of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, as I keep on saying about it. But the matches are getting intense. The entire situation, the battlefield is more interesting, and it gets more amazing as we are going to head ourselves towards the Miramar actions.
It's gonna be hot once again because it's a desert
True.
and it's hot out here as well. I mean, what, 34, 35 is the temperature right now, and I can feel the heat both in game and outside as well. But here's the thing, can I get that sniper action once again? Can we see some water bodies on the map of Miramar? It's kind of, you know, less likely to happen, but it is always a probability, right? We've seen people drown on the map of Miramar. How often do you see that? Very
I
rare.
mean,
And it does happen
yeah.
sometimes.
The only fact that people drown in water is maybe you are really thirsty when you are put up in sand dunes and you do not find water for yourself. So maybe that's the only reason that, the hopes are really high. That was a bad joke, I know, but right now I just couldn't get myself anything else to talk about what you put forth. But that was true, right? I mean, it gets us really shocking to see people drowning in a map where there's no water, or
Exactly.
maybe 5%
Very
water.
less.
So yeah, that can be the only reason we can eventually talk about it. But right now, I'm talking about the way the previous Miramar has turned around to be. Unfortunately, I wasn't on desk to witness what all happened, but back here on my desk, I was sitting and enjoying everything that was happening around, and I really saw the zone. The play zone played a different game. It eliminated almost the 55% or 60% of the map itself in the very first cut, and that's everything that I talk about. Having a huge map, I mean, we always say, right, Miramar is a huge map to play. And imagine you get down and you are like, okay, the 60% map gets eliminated. We are left with 40%. What's the use of playing a huge map?
True. But once again, Dash, before we head on to the match itself, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you think we might have a repeated winner in this match or the upcoming two matches? I mean, the three matches that are left for the day. Do you think we might be, looking at a second, a team that getting the second chicken dinner for the day? I'm not talking about, the other teams. I'm just talking about Enigma, Godlike, and HYDRAS. What do you think? They can get themselves another one here?
Only reason Edge say yes is because of Enigma. Now I still remember they got two back to back for themselves the previous day, right? So yeah, there are chances that we may see that happening. But again, the level of competition, it gets on increasing, it goes on high and high with each and
True.
every passing map. So again, we were hoping, I mean, we started off grand finals with a hope that, we may have different winners on each different map, but at day one itself, Enigma denied us.
Enigma did deny us. I mean, for five matches, it was like, yep, guys, we got the
Yeah,
sixth one.
true.
But
We
then
were
at the
happy.
end, we were happy. And then at the end, Enigma was like, boom, pam, punch to the face. But then, I mean, it is what it is. And now Enigma, three chicken dinners. They can get themselves fourth as well. It's gonna be beautiful to watch. But as I said, I'm looking forward to see those snipers coming into play. I haven't seen that action happening for a really long time as of now. So I don't mean Car 98s, VSS, or even the Mini 14s. I want to see AWMs. That is what I want. I don't understand how hard can it be. How hard can it be to find an AWM? Come on, guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure at least one player out of 64 will find an AWM. Maybe some action. I'm hoping our Mr. Observer, can just catch that moment. Just make me happy with that one thing. That's all I'm asking for. I don't even want a water body zone or anything. And I'm sure Sam is also looking forward to see that AWM
True.
coming to play. But
I just heard that in my headphones out here. This I just heard his voice, but I'm sorry,
exactly.
Edge. I'll be a bit harsh this time and say that I guess you will need to wait more and more. Not just the fact that the map has not started, but I really don't see an AWN coming this time.
True. But also talking about, I mean, I'm talking about, just hearing his voice. Sometimes I hear his voice as well. Like, in my head, it's just him
True.
saying something in the back. It feels like a ghost is talking to me. But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's like, it's just him. We've been together. I mean, all of us have been together. We've been casting for quite a while now. So even when you guys are not there, I feel like, oh wait, oh shit. I mean, oh my bad. Oh, oops. But anyway, it feels like
Okay.
you guys are still talking to me. I can still hear you in my dreams. Is that scary? Is that scary? I guess. But let's see. But I mean, back to the game. My expectations are Team Soul and Revenant to put up a better performance coming in. Because once again, last time that Miramar is going to be played today, right? After this, we have Sanhok coming in and Erangel coming in. So the only chance and the only surprise element that these teams have is to, get that open plots for themselves and also get those fights initially. Team Soul and Revenant are the ones that I'm talking about because Team Soul, they're really good with their mid range to close range combat. So let's see if that's going to be happening. But with that, the flight's already in air and the players are ready to jump down.
We are ready to see what is going to happen next because this is again a fly path, a bit similar to what it was previously down there to Los Leones and the further areas to Ladrilla. So maybe the hopes again are high regarding the cut that we witnessed, but you don't know if we see a central shift out of nowhere, a central zone out of nowhere covering San Martin, Picardo, Power Grade, Graveyard, the four most beautiful areas. Impala out there, the compound that I always have my eyes on. Not just Impala, that's El Pozo, or there's El Azhar. These are some places that I always, seem to be a bit more interesting to me compared to those specific places of Los Leones, maybe San Martin, maybe water treatment. I mean, the common places that we always keep talking about. But right now, all I'm waiting for is the circle. Will it be playing a MVP role? Not really a decent one coming
Ooh.
our way again.
No. I mean, there's a bit of water
Yeah.
still there, but that's pretty. It feels like the zone kind of followed the flight path as well, right? I mean, look at it. Everyone's in the zone. Like 80% of the teams are already inside. I mean, unless they take a vehicle and make their way towards up north or in northeast, everyone in the zone already. Let's see some drop classes, shall we? I mean, I want to see some insane fights happening right off the bat. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. I mean, SKYLIGHTZ and Revenant might go head to head along with 7C, maybe third partying and so, and Team TSM bringing up a fight maybe. But looks like everyone else on the side of NTD, Marcos, and OR, they're playing it safe. They're going to take their sweet time. And as I said, the final time that Miramar is going to be played today. So whatever plan that they have in their heads, they got to execute it very well.
Last time. Now, this is where I get a second thought of this beautiful second half of the day. I always keep on saying, right, the second half of the day is going to be the most crucial and beautiful one because you got to play three different maps. And how? First, go to the biggest map, then to the smallest map, and then to a classic experience. Now, this is something that gets me really interesting throughout this second half of the day. On the other side, you're talking about some drop clashes happening. Not exactly drop clash, but somewhere nearby, I see the sides of Enigma and Godlike. They are kind of neighbors to each other right now, but there's going to be TSM joining the party as well because they got their vehicles right and they are looking forward to a compound. But both of these teams, they got nothing. They are completely in an open area. Godlike, they can get eliminated on an early stages if they continue to go in the same areas where Enigma are going. Because look at that edge. Enigma, they do have something to play around. And from the sides of Godlike, I guess Gil is the only one having a VSS.
Nah, now VSS. I don't want to see a VSS,
Okay.
play coming in. I know it's a sniper, but not the auto sniper, the semi-autos, the autos. Let's go for those bolt action sniper rifle. That is what I'm interested in. Let's see. And once again, no drop clashes, as you said, Tarsh. Everyone's taking the sweet time. Everyone's making sure. While okay, safe landing. Okay, that's good. By Enigma, some stunts going on there, and it's all about having fun. I mean, you cannot perform. I mean, if you are enjoying what you do, you are gonna be great at it, right? You gotta love what you do. You gotta enjoy what you do, and that's how you're gonna be performing great. Yes, you might not be consistently doing well, but if you're doing something and you don't like it, I don't think you will be performing as much as you would like.
True. Very true. I mean, I just saw a stunt from the sides of Team Enigma, and I just wrote driving license done right. No, no problems, no difficulties, nothing. It's Miramar. You're able to handle your vehicle properly with stable. So yeah, you can go further with it. No doubts on that. On the other side, we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Now this team, they were doing a decent job in the previous match, but again they got caught by Enigma Galaxy, and that's where difficulties were for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Even Erangel turns out to be a bit difficult with the drop clash that they always have. We have blind as well, total of 46 points for them, trying to decide on what can be done. There's like this a loading sign you have in your brain going on, and on the screens as well, to decide on what can be done. Blind, they got 13 position out of the 16. Team Entity got 14 out of the 16, but Team Godlike and Enigma, they are ruling the charts with 3-digit mark for them.
3 digits. But can they keep up the same momentum throughout the day is the question I have. And also Godlike. Can we see another dominant performance? They have been consistently doing okay. I mean, first match, dominance. Second match, dominance again. But third match, it wasn't that great, but they still, did okay, right? So let's see if they can put up a similar kind of performance. They need to work on the placement points a bit along with the finishes. They're going to be getting those finishes because Neo and Jonathan, it looks like they're just going in. They're having a battle of their own about the MVP. Neo's like, I want it. Jonathan's like, nope, I gotta keep my trophies in my shelf. I want that all cost. So that is what's happening between them. But on other teams like CHEMIN, it's a bit more balanced. There are 2-3 players who are doing it best, but they don't go in. And look at Akshat. Is he driving in reverse? He's showcasing his driving skills right now. Driving the car in reverse.
Everyone is.
Oh, everyone on the side of Soul?
Yeah. No.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. He's back driving it in normal. But yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful about the, other players trying to take them down. Because as you say, that is welcome to Miramar. Might happen if someone takes the vehicle down.
I expect to say that today, Edge, because I feel like this is gonna be a decent, I mean, not exactly decent is a word I would love to use right now, but a proper match. I mean, I don't know how do I put forth in words what I mean to say, but again, look at that. It's like 7 to 8 minutes done and dusted, and again, there's nothing happening at all. Everything is at peace, and so we are completely at a peace. Everything is going really, really smooth. As Gillette Mac 3 razors, it seems to be really smooth. My brothers, my friends, they have been using it, and trust me, there's this review I get saying that they are pretty smooth. So if you need one, ladies and gentlemen, you got the link in the description itself. Make sure you check out the Gillette Mac 3 razors. So smooth performance. If you need those, you get that right.
Yep. I mean, I don't know about your brothers, but my brother from another mother, Sam, uses it, and guys, you know how smooth he is, right? He looks slick. So get your hands on one and try for yourself. I mean, you don't have to take our word for it. Try for yourself. You don't like it, you have my Instagram handle right in. You can DM me if you have any reviews, and if you like it as well, you can just tell me, or you can tell Darshita or Sam as well. Because we know for a fact it's good. So might as well give it a try and see for yourself.
At the back end will be like, discuss about map and not about me, because that's already 8-bit tried again, giving a huge surprise to TSM out there. Riot, this man never fails to give surprises, but this time he will be failing, as that's going to be TSM better. And that's going to be one player down, but an instant trade comes, and that's going to be blazed down to the ground. Madman right exactly behind, waiting for an opportunity. And will he get that or no is going to be a huge question that I have. But right now, Juicy, this man is being caught, and Judge right exactly in this kind of 1v1 situation, gets caught from each and every angle, takes one player down, but instantly gets trade. And that's going to be one more done. But Madman, one more player he punishes from the sides of Team TSM. Madman going in for a revival, because 2 players from the side of Team 8 are already down, and just that's going to be a third one going down. Tsunami, the last hope.
Last hope, but Can he deliver? Is the question. He's trying to revive his teammate. Gets one on his feet. Juicy's back up. Ninja Dog goes down to 8-bit Juicy there, though. But Madman is out in the open. They gotta be careful. Look at the zone coming into play right now. It shifted down to the south there. Once again, they gotta be careful. Everyone else on the side of 8-bit and Tsunami. He barely survives. He does manage to take the player down on the side of TSM as well. Aquanox, the only one surviving right now. And I don't think they're going to let him, go back and revive. He comes out, Juicy with the hip fire. Takes him down. And that's the squad of TSM. Right on time as well, Darshita, as you like it. 10-minute mark. And one squad is already gone home.
V3 from 8-bit Juicy. I mean, more than 90% job is what Juicy did himself. A beautiful way to start things off on Miramar. Now, on the other side, we have Enigma Galaxy. Vixie, he has his vehicle. He is looking forward to get out of that position. Hyderabad HYDRAS carry gets eliminated completely. Now, I saw Hyderabad HYDRAS, they got the title of taking the first pick. Not sure of how exactly it happened. I mean, with highlights coming on our way, we may see that after the match ends. But 7C Prince will be taking one from Enigma Evo, and that's going to be Evo down to the ground. 8-bit Juicy. Now, this man is the last sole surviving man. Not sure of what more he can do, because right now 8-bit Juicy pulled off a 1v3 against Team TSM. So his confidence is up, his momentum gets built up. But right now Team Blind, they need to make sure that they push together and not single player, because if they push together, they may eliminate Juicy. But if single players come further, Juicy may eliminate Team Blind.
Now the squad might go down here, and Juicy, oh boy. Not really sure. I mean, they do have 4 finishes, but I think they don't want to go out right now. But I think Blind. Oh, was that on purpose?
No.
He missed it then. He missed it, and just like that, he goes down. 8-bit are torn apart yet again. Not a great performance, but a great start. 4 finishes. Will be going down with no placement points. Only total up to 4. And Blind, well, get themselves 3, and they are looking confident. But here's the team that I'm looking forward to. NIGMA once again. But along with REVENANT, they got 1 finish this time. They are not gone yet. Team Soul, on the other hand, the one at the bottom, they got to step up as well, Darsh.
They definitely need to. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Vexy get caught out there. Look at the vehicle. If a few more minutes, the vehicle is not able to handle the pressure of the bullets, it will take one player out completely. REVENANT on the other side, yes, they got 1 for themselves, but right now what they need more is the entire squad elimination at a good position to build up more points for themselves. All the assumptions of the players right now are Chumasera, and look at that. Everyone is trying to figure out a place, but no, each and everyone gets denied, and that's going to be Play Zone playing a complete different game. Now, down to Montenuo, we have the Play Zone built already, where we can see Global Esports and 7C. They may get any moment right now into a fight, and each and everyone out here right now is having a marathon themselves to get first inside the zone. Out of the fight I was talking about, Sarang will be taking 1 player down from Global Esports. Okay, I guess we are facing
Oopsie.
a bit. Okay. I was
My bad.
yeah.
That was a minor technical glitch from my side. I kind of disconnected my mic. Damn it. Here we have everyone back here, and looks like Knuckle is in deep trouble. Does he want... Oh no! He wanted to run over friends. The way he ran over him was also funny, because it wasn't speed. It was like him taking his sweet time. What was that? 10 miles per hour or something, and he was just, slowly just getting that vehicle all over him. And unfortunately for that reason, Global Esports, they're gonna be out. I don't think there's anyone surviving right now. At OR, no finishes. GODLIKE, I haven't seen them on the map once. CHEMIN, I don't think they have any finishes as well. Oh, there is one survivor for the side of Global right now, AJ, but is really far from, not just the zone, but also taking a bit of damage here in the third one. So he's got to be careful, because if he goes down, that's going to be him and his team going out with, 0 finishes, along with 0 placement points there, Darsh.
It's going to be unfortunate and definitely hurt a lot. Coming back to Enigma on the other side, they have lost 2 of their players. OR, as you're talking about them, yes, that's 0 for them with no points that they have accumulated by far, but they need to accumulate, because at the end of the day, this game is all about the points that you accumulate and the number that you are holding on the overall standings at the end of the day. So right now you need to focus on having more and more points, and that's the way you would climb up. Maybe the climb is slow, but if that's steady, it will work in your favor. Now on the other side, we have Enigma Galaxy Dream.
Oh,
Is hitting back a lot of damage,
oh
but is trying
no,
his
no.
level best to climb. No, do not fall down. That's going to be devastating. MJ goes down, and that's going to be Delta PG taking him off. CHEMIN Esports, they have found the sides of Enigma Galaxy, and they are being a bit dominant this time. Justin will be taking one. Second one as well, but guess what? Marco's gaming Falkilo, he has decided to snatch away the finishes. He'll be confirming one on Wixie, and definitely CHEMIN Esports will be not happy about all this happening.
Ouch, that's gotta hurt there. But Enigma Galaxy, they still have one more player surviving, and guess what? That's the one that was actually driving insane. Dreams still alive. What can he do is the question. Can he drive his teammate? Can he go back to safety? But I don't think that's gonna happen because he's really, really far away, and I think he's gonna let his teammates bleed to death. Not a great thing, but you know, sometimes you gotta let it happen. And he's gonna be surviving right now. He's still in the zone as of now. But look at the players on the side of CHEMIN. They're really far away. I'm not really sure what's happening. And I think they're gonna go down. Or are they going in for the heal play? Oh, Justin's out. Justin's dropped. Justin's not gonna make it, to be honest. But Jonathan takes on one player, takes on two on the side of Blind with a single grenade. Absolute beautiful performance coming in from him already. Oh, wait a second, Justin. Okay, he's still surviving as of now, but he's gonna go down nevertheless. Neo steals it. Oh no, Jonathan's not gonna be happy because Neo just stole that finish right off of Jonathan's hands.
Play zone, and Justin gets eliminated. That's going to be unfortunate for the sides of CHEMIN Esports. Beautifully, this team started, but right now they are falling down like dominoes. GODLIKE dominating it on the sides of Team Blind, and that's going to be Blind, I guess, getting eliminated, or maybe a last surviving player. Okay, we have Shadow here. Zaddy is still down to the ground. Jonathan, he did a beautiful job. 2 finishes that he took in his name. I guess third may get to his name, because I just doubt he got one confirmation, but we got a confirmation that Global Esports gets eliminated completely. Soul on the other side with 0 finishes, trying to completely eliminate the sides of Team Marcos Gaming. Don, he is down to the ground. That's going to be Omega trying to go in for a grenade. Goes boom, and I guess Akshat will be taking Dino down there. Omega will be confirming Don, and that's the entire squad of Marcos getting eliminated. But at the same time, after getting 4 finishes, Team Soul trying to fight it out with the sides of Team OR as they are really nearby, and that's Enigma Galaxy Dreams as well that Goblin found right now on the other side. Blind, they made a way out of this fight. Zaddy, he got revived back, but I doubt Jonathan will be happy with the fact that he just got 2 for themselves. He's looking forward to the third one, but the Ridges will be helping Shadow, and that's the reason. Jonathan, he needs to make a way out of the situation. Where is his entire team? What? Where?
Exactly.
No.
Wait, what? He's in between 2 squads. He's gotta be so careful right now.
Alone.
Jonathan, he's so far away, but Blind and Noah, they're trying to, sandwich Jonathan right now. If that's happening, oh, while this is happening, NTD might come into 4th party him. Jonathan, you gotta be careful. I don't know if you can read this, but you are in a lot of trouble, my friend. I know you're one of the best players, but I do not think that you can take this 1v12 all by yourself. And all this is happening while Enigma Galaxy, they lose their final player, and we're down to 10. Zaddy takes on Jonathan, and I think with that, that's gotta be his end.
No, not so early, not so early, because that's going to be a cover fire provided. Jonathan is surviving on magical HP out there, Edge. Look at the cover fires being provided from the sides of Team GODLIKE. Team Blind, yes, Zaddy tried his level best to eliminate Jonathan, but the teammates were like, I got your back, don't worry, but again, play zone, hurting Jonathan real bad, and that's going to be Jonathan down to the ground. Only few seconds, and if Neo carries Jonathan on his back, they can make it work in their favor, but what's difficult right now is Blind, because they have decided to not let GODLIKE take this entry. Now, I doubt Jonathan will be able to survive, and as I say, we got a confirmation that Team GODLIKE Jonathan gets eliminated. Neo down.
Oh, God, they're losing multiple ones. Neo is down and out. The only survivor is Zgon. just like that. That was a bad. I told you that was a bad fight. And God, like they should have avoided that at all cost, but they wanted to try their luck, and their luck was only 3 finishes. And now let's see. I think Z-God is trying to smoke his player, his teammates' crates so that he can get as many resources as he can. But on the other hand, it's going to be Robin taking one of the place on the side of Revenant right now. It's going to be Top Dog trying to take this fight. It's going to be Robin confirming, getting another knock. Now there's only 2 players surviving, Paradox and Top Dog. Looks like Top Dog will take down one and confirms it instantly. He doesn't want to give away any information whatsoever. And Robin goes down just like that. And Delta PG, only surviving player. His team has 3 finishes, but he only has 1.
Soul Hector gets down to the ground. That's going to be Entity. The players are falling as Troy gets eliminated and Cloud Edge is already down to the ground. Now Shadow is going in for a grenade, but again at the same time he gets punished, and that's going to be one more out. Entity, they are falling down. CHEMIN Esports, they are falling down. Soul, they are even falling down. There's a lot happening, and out of all that, Enigma gets eliminated completely. 7C on the other side, they got 7 finishes for themselves. As their name says 7, they decided to take 7, but not for a longer period of time. Will they continue with 7? That's going to be 9 in total for them. Gamla Boy on the other side will be going in for a grenade. Delta PG is the man, is only surviving, goes in for a grenade. This grenade can cause a lot of problem. Does eventually Delta PG with the help of grenade will be taking 1 on Gamla Boy, and now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming need to decide on what can be done, as one of their players is not just down. Second one eventually goes down. Delta turning out to be a monster, confirming all that comes his way. He needs to patch himself up because that's going to be a 1 versus 1. Somraj not sure of the position Delta is holding.
Aw.
He could have eliminated and pulled off a 1v3, but Somraj is better this time, and that's going to be CHEMIN Esports getting eliminated.
Boy, that hip fire is just always better sometimes, close range than the ADS. And I'm not really sure why why the players sometimes go for that. I think it's just panic, it's the pressure to come into play as well. It's going to be 7C Spray God going down now. Revenant, they still have 4 players surviving, and it's a better performance coming in from them throughout the entire day. I'm really happy to see, and the final player on the side of GODLIKE are down and out. GODLIKE, we wanted a dominant performance. Well, guess what? They were dominated by every single one on the server, and they went down, unfortunately. And now we're down to 5 squads, 15 players left. Soul looking really confident as well, trying to take down multiple players. Revenant did lose 1. They are on the verge of losing another one. Soul and Revenant, the 2 teams that I wanted to come out on top, are already in the top 5.
They definitely are top 5 teams with 15 live players. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're holding a disadvantage, I would say, right now, because they are having a lower ground disadvantage in short. On the other side, we have Revenant still surviving with 3 finishes, where they got 2 players in disadvantage. They can, revive back 1 player. But on the other side, we have an explosion, and Prince will be the one facing that explosion. That's going to be Prince down to the ground. So the probability chances, I feel like having the chicken dinner OR can get it, because they have all of their players surviving, and right now they are looking really good. Revenant on the other side is trying to take the players of 7C down. Their Prince will be revived back to his life. Austin Vortex gets caught as 7C. Sarang is trying his level best to take Austin Vortex. It's a lot of damage, but that eventually is not working in the favor of 7C. Omega get caught. Fire all around over to him, and that's going to be Team Soul getting eliminated on the 5th position. OR are the one to capitalize over the entire situation, and trust me, OR is looking good right now.
Don't tell me that was possible. Don't tell me I
no.
cursed Soul there, because I wanted them to come out on top. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. It's going to be Revenant, though. They still have a really good chance. They're already in the top 4. They still have 3 players alive with 3 finishes to their name. Let's see what happens. Player 8 from the side of OR is dominating right as of now. 7C, they have 3. OR, they have 4. With the man advantage, they gotta be the favorites. And Revenant lose another one. Paradox on his knees right now. You gotta be careful. 7C, they're not letting anyone breathe. They're not taking 1 fight. They're taking 3 different fights with 3 different squads, and they're still somehow making it work. Paradox on his knees, getting patched up, getting healed, but Prince goes down to Austin Bot X. Now, gotta be careful. Sunrise out in the open, but it's still... What? Oh, never mind. I thought that was him, but it's Kyoya from the side of Revenant that takes down one of the players inside of 7C. Prince goes down to Austin as well. Paradox takes on Aladdin. 7C, they are down and out with 9 finishes. A good performance, but just not good enough. So now, Revenant are my personal favorite right now.
Okay, so we have 3 teams, 9 live players. I'll be going with OR. So, not exactly OR even, because look at the situation. We have Revenant, we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and we have OR. Now, Revenant, they have decided to. There's 3 sides of the road, and all the different side we have different teams. Only Revenant has one on the other side to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well. So this player can cause a lot of problem, but he himself right now is in a problem as Gamla Boy catches him and Kyoya gets punished for that move, and that's going to be one player down, but Austin Vortex at the same time punishes Gamla Boy, and that's going to be Gamla Boy down, but Austin Vortex needs to be careful because they have OR even waiting in this entire situation, so they need to check each and every angle before they make any kinds of move. Austin Vortex really loved trying to patch himself up before anything, but that's going to be Kyoya getting confirmed completely. Team has lost one of their players. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming down to 1 player, Revenant with 2, and OR with 4. The probability winning chances of OR gets high, more than 50%, as Revenant and SKYLIGHTZ are really low on player. Maybe Somraj can get eliminated any moment because he has a lot of grenades. He has his location compromised with Aditya. He takes one on Austin Vortex, and now the chances of OR winning it has increased.
OR wants it. OR wants it. They missed it the last time, but this time looks like they are looking confident. And look at that position coming in from Austin. He's out in the open. There's no way he can be revived at this point. I mean, if it's not OR, it's going to be Somraj taking him down. And I think that's what he's going in for. There you go. Seals the finish from the hands of OR. And now it's a 4 versus 1 on the Revenant side versus 1 on the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. OR clear favorites. Unless Revenant and SKYLIGHTZ, the sole survivors, they pull off something absolutely incredible, absolutely miraculous. But is that gonna happen? I don't think so, because OR, they're already making their way. Oh, wait a second, it's a 2 versus 3 now, and I say 2 because I'm counting Revenant and SKYLIGHTZ as a single team. As of now, OR, they lose a player to the play zone there, Aditya. But here's the thing, even Paradox is outside of the zone. He has to go crawl 11. Oh, Somraj steals another one. That's 2 steals. 2 points extra by Somraj and SKYLIGHTZ. They're gonna be happy. They're gonna be some happy faces in the boot camp. But right now, it's all down to last 5 players. What are they gonna do? Oh, our Esports. How are they losing this? How are they so patient is one question. But what are they gonna do right now? Paradox is right in the zone. No way. 28 meters? This is not looking good, OR. I think that's it. That zone's in the favor of OR here, Darsh.
Right now, I have a lot of questions in my mind, Edge. And the first question is, why the hell in this world Aditya went down because of play zone? Now, we'll be discussing more on that later on, because right now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Revenant, both of these players take 1 down from OR. Anyone from SKYLIGHTZ and Revenant can win it, because look at Somraj. He has a clear-cut visions on the sides of OR. Jelly is holding back a drop that he already has. New player is trying to climb up. I have the same question of why OR is being this patient, but again, you know for a fact that Team OR needs this victory. We all are in a lot of suspense right now of what's going to happen. Somraj, he is outside, and all that he can do is go down, down, and down completely as he gets eliminated. Paradox finds 1 player, but couldn't capitalize on that, and I guess it's OR. 1, 2, nope, new player 1 was down, but instant trades back and forth. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new winner again, and that's no other than Team OR.
Another one. And another new winner. Congratulations, OR Esports, for getting themselves a beautiful chicken dinner once again here on the map of Miramar. Well, stats don't lie. Looks like it. They were having a good, decent, decent averages there on the stats, and looks like OR, well, that stats are gonna increase now.
True. Very, very true. Miramar, we're talking about, we were waiting about for the actions that, keep on happening in Miramar, but what a beautiful map it was. Now, what I was talking about is Team OR, they had all their players surviving, right? At the end, Aditya was the one to go down because of play zone. I'm not yet completely sure of what exactly happened there and why did Aditya went down because of play zone, because OR they got a direct entry to the play zone, right? You look
True.
straight in front, you got the play zone, and you have 4 players surviving, so the cover fires they are provided, right? So that's where the question arises. But again, Team OR, even after losing one of their players, they survived and they got themselves a victory. Now, why I am emphasizing so on Aditya is the only reason is if Aditya could have was alive, it could have been a complete experience. Like you got no of your players dead and you got the victory as well. So that's the reason I'll be emphasizing more on Aditya right now. But again, doesn't matter at all because Team OR got that chicken dinner. They got it really right and in the most amazing way. But this map, how it all started was 8-bit and TSM. Now previously I still remember Riot was the one to give a huge surprise to HHF if I'm not wrong. But this map, 8-bit, right? He tried to give a surprise to TSM as he was waiting down too long, I would say, to
Yeah, a bit too much.
take TSM out. And what happened was TSM capitalized over that, and the entire squad of 8-bit got eliminated.
I mean, as you said, I mean, as you say, from day number one, they shouldn't prolong the fights. They need to, take it, finish it off, and then move on to the next one. But let's take a look at what just went down in the match highlights right here. As you said, it all started, I mean, impeccably here with TSM taking the fights there between them and 8-bit. 8-bit looked strong, right? But TSM, they were not going to go down without a fight. But on the other hand, it was HH and NTD taking those fights as well. Absolutely beautiful start to the map. And that 10-minute mark, I think that was when we had the first squad elimination. And I think it was TSM going down.
It was okay, but and TSM had a fight, then was blind. We had a lot of things happening. Global Esports, they got themselves into a fight, and the moment you were talking about Prince, it took it really smooth. And so but on the other side, we had NIGMA Galaxy and CHEMIN Esports getting into a fight where players of NIGMA Galaxy, they were caught, and I guess Marcos was the one to steal. Yeah, Marcos Paukilo was the one to steal away all those finishes from the sides of CHEMIN Esports. And I guess after that fight, I really didn't see CHEMIN Esports. I mean, 7C versus CHEMIN Esports was the fight that we showcased, and I guess CHEMIN got eliminated out there. OR and GODLIKE got into a fight. CHEMIN Esports Robin was the one trying to survive. It took one from Revenant. Then I guess they tried to capitalize. They eliminated as much as they can, but they started to fall off. And then was Entity and 7C getting into a fight. Prince, he was down, but at the same time, trade came and both of the teams had one of their players down. But Spray God, he ended things off in a beautiful way.
Once again, I mean, for CHEMIN, unfortunately, this wasn't the game that they were hoping for. Delta PG did manage to take down a couple, get himself a couple of extra points there. But at the end, it was once again him going out and trying to get that finish, but then Somro just too good. And instantly revived his teammate as well, but yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunate for GODLIKE as well, they were completely caught off guard. And if you remember, there was a fight between them, Blind, NTD, and OR. Not really sure what they were thinking, but whatever they were thinking of, it didn't work out in their favor, and unfortunate for them. But you gotta give it to the side of Revenant. Much better performance coming in. And also Team Soul. Both of them survived till top 5. And I think then Soul went down, and then Revenant were there in the top 4. Absolute beautiful performance coming in from them. Yes, it's not great, but guys, hear me out. They were having much worse performance before this. So, it's the boost. It's the confidence boost that I'm looking forward to. Also, it's still day 2. We still have 3 more days after this. And I mean, we still have 2 more games left for the day. But even after that, we still have 3 more days. And with that, we have a familiar face. 7C Spray God, MVP of the match. 6 finishes and a contribution of 66.67%.
A huge contribution, Edge. I mean, 66.6% is a huge number. Pray God, he did all the heavy lifting. He just did everything that he can for his entire squad, and he gets rewarded as the Gillette MVP of the match itself. It was a beautiful match. 7C, they could have capitalized. They could have made this map work in their favor, but at the end of the day, it really didn't work in their favor, and that's where I guess even they got eliminated. But OR, a beautiful one for them, a victory that was much needed, and they got their hands on the victory well. Now that's all that happened in the map itself. But there's one more thing I want to talk about, and that was about Godlike and Blind having a fight. But we'll go to Castless and talk about that more. Let's have a quick look on what this map was like for OR. They got 22 total points, a decent number that OR accumulated for themselves in this entire match number 10.
Pretty well. And I want to see how close now the distance is between them, Enigma and Godlike, because they are the top three as of now. But also Revenant Esports, that performance, I don't really need to say anything else. 19 total points. Beautiful performance coming in from them. And once again, I'm just comparing them to their previous performances. That is why I'm calling it beautiful. I know OR did better, but Revenant did much better when compared to the previous ones. 7C on sitting on 17, SKYLIGHTZ on 16. Team Soul did really good as well. 13 points for them. Godlike only 3 finishes, 7 points. CHEMIN sitting on 6. If we expect a lot more. Entity on 5. Blind Official on 4. 8-bit on 4. Marco sitting on 2. Enigma, NIGMA, HYDRAS, and TSM all sitting on 1. Global did not see that one coming. 0 points, but NIGMA had a really good day today. First three matches, they had really good scores, around 10 to 15 every single time. But this time, well, I mean, not every day is a Sunday, right? Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they couldn't accumulate any finishes, only got 1 placement point, and that's why I said they're in 13th position. I think they're gonna be dropping 1 spot in that overall, but you know, OR, I want to see if they made a jump, because Enigma only got 1 point in this one.
True, very true. Global on 0 is something that we as casters didn't see coming, because you remember, right? Global, they showcased a huge domination in the semi-finals itself. I mean, I still remember them taking more than 17 finishes, and that was a huge one, right? 34, 33 points, the highest till date in the entire journey of semi-finals is what Global has showcased us. And right now, seeing them directly on 0 is something that we do not really expect from such a talented, a young talented team, I would say, of Global Esports. But right now, we need to focus on the overall standings as well, because that's going to be Godlike still sitting strong on the first position. Enigma edge has been pushed down to the third, and OR gets 2 spots up. That's the second position from them with a total of 117. So there's a difference of 10 points between placements for Enigma and OR, and that's the reason OR is on the top and Enigma still waiting down as they get pushed down.
I mean, Godlike, they still have a 19, is it? 19 point difference. Absolutely beautiful. And also, OR, yep, that's a good jump, but Enigma is still catching up. It's still the same. You can see it's only 10-point difference, and all those 10 points were placement points as well. HYDRAS, on the other hand, pushed down to 4th position with 96 points. Teammate bet 95, much better performance compared to the semifinals. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming sitting on 78, TSM sitting on 70, but 7C now coming up into the first page with 69 points. But look at the difference once again here. Look at the difference between them and Godlike is what I'm saying. A lot. Almost what, 70? Almost 70-point difference there. Absolutely insane. Actually 60, something like that. But yeah, that's huge. And also, it's not like they played less matches. I mean, there's another team who played more matches. All of them played 10 matches. Absolutely beautiful. But then, where is Revenant? Okay, they made a jump from 15th to 11th. 52 total points. Beautiful performance. Team Soul, they did okay. So they're catching up, but they still need, I mean, now they got 13, right? They need to keep getting 13 or even like 15 to 20 points consistently in the next 2 matches for them to have a good day. And even after that, I'm not guaranteeing them a spot in the top 8. I'm just saying they might have a chance into coming in strong tomorrow as well, because it's all about the momentum. Marcos Gaming, on the other hand, 67 points, Darsh.
The second side of overall standing is always something that is a point of concern edge. Because at this point of time, you see, right, we are seeing all red marks. There's just Revenant who has climbed up. Team Soul, it's like they are remaining on the same position. But is the position good? No, it is not, right? It's the 16th position. So they need to get the hell out of that position, and rest all the teams, they are going down and down. Now, Global Esports went down, Enigma Galaxy went down, Blind went down, Entity went down. So much has happened in the second sides of overall standings. We see a lot more. We expect a lot more from the sides of these teams that are already on the second side, because they have proved themselves really good in the semi-finals itself. So right now, all they have their focus on is Sanhok, because this map, it always tends to be the map that either gives advantage to one team or it splits the advantage to all the teams. So right now, with the fly path and the zone that we may have in few minutes next, we will get to know on what the situation is and how things are going to turn around. And the entire day, it's started off with Godlike, then Hyderabad HYDRAS, then Enigma, and the previous one, it was OR.
God, oh God. Erangel, godlike. Miramar, Hyderabad, HYDRAS. Erangel again, Enigma. Miramar again, OR. No repetitive winners. But yesterday, Sanhok and Erangel were the ones where we got the repetitive winners as Enigma. So I'm hoping Enigma might pull it off again, which makes it 3 games for them. Three victories for them in the same day. Or maybe some other team can do it this time. Because even yesterday, 8-bit was putting up a great performance. Kevin put up a great performance on the map of Sanhok as well. And let's see. Since we have only played that map once, it's gonna be second time today. Not really sure what to expect from a lot of these teams. And I'm not quite sure if they were able to analyze what the other team's strats are, right? So let's see what's in store for us. But what are you expecting from the map of Sanhok here?
Anything but no heal battle. That's all that I'm looking forward to, because when it comes to heal battle, we already see players, they take a lot of health kits for themselves in the beginning itself, but the joy of having fights on your screen is something else, right, Edge? you
Yes.
you enjoy, you really look forward on who can be better with a 1v1, who can be the best with a 4v4, and a lot more. So yeah, heal battle is something that I'm not expecting. As in Miramar, I keep on saying anything but not lostly honest. So here I would say anything but no heal battle, no doctor, no snakes all around, just a pure battle that I want to witness right now. Because Sanhok, as I said, is all about either one team dominating or either the entire lobby being lit. So I don't know what is going to be the case, but there's always like small mistakes that these teams are making, and that's something that they need to calculate. Now at the end of the match, it's all about calculating the points, but calculating the small mistake that the teams intend to do, because right, one mistake can give you a huge cut, and
Yes.
if that cut is, you bleed a lot. But with Gillette Mac 3, you do not cut yourself this bad. So maybe a chance of saving yourself, as these teams are saving themselves at the back end. You can check out the descriptions for the Gillette Mac 3 Razor. You got the link in the description itself. Make sure to check out. And Edge, now that you have asked me what I do expect, I'm the one being here for the first time on Sanhok itself. So I want you to answer the same question.
It's what I'm expecting. Uh, See, the thing is, I want to see a clean fight. And when I say clean, I mean a 4 versus 4 happening on the Paradise Resort there. I want
Okay.
to see it happening. I don't want just one fight. And by that I mean I want to see a 4v4, and then I want to see one other team coming in and taking another fight. I want to see a lot of fights happening, just not third parties. Third parties are fun for us to watch, not for the players that are playing. But the Paradise Resort, it's kind of a place where you can have those head-on-head fights, and there are a lot of loot there present as well, and a lot of waste and a lot of possibilities for you to make some plays happen. You can sneak your way behind your enemy lines, and you never, they won't even know. So that's the kind of maps that Sanhok is, and that's the kind of place Paradise Resort is. That's what I'm looking forward to. But also the QBZs, man. I'm looking forward to some QBZ action. Yes, M4 will still be the favorite weapon, but I think the QBZ, as I said, the recall is just too easy to control, or at least feels easy.
Very true. With the information you got, it feels like you are really habitual of playing Sanhok too many times, Edge. But is boot camp and the fights at boot camp something you're not expecting? Because I'm really high on expectations regarding a fight happening at boot camp. It's like you came to Sanhok and you didn't go boot camp. It's not happening, right? So
Exactly.
yeah,
Uh,
maybe I do have an hope of that happening, but again, you don't know, right? The players, they have their drop location as locked, and they just have the keys themselves to unlock it.
they have the keys for themselves as of now. But here's the thing: there are three military bases, right? There's Alpha, there's Bravo, and there's Charlie.
Charlie.
And with that, we have Team Solo Mid and HYDRAS with their beautiful boot camps. And with that, you know what time it is. It's time for Dr. Analyst Sam to come back on the desk and for me to take the leave. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I don't even know why you call me Doctor Analyst. I have no idea about what these teams are trying to do, but thank you. It feels like an appreciation, so I'm going to be more than happy to accept that allocate. But right now, it's for teams who are looking forward to the champions title. Flight path, it's going to be highly favoring the western islands of the map. The main island itself is kind of being left out, but yes, the bootcamp issue that you were talking about, it's still there. Whether there's going to be an issue at bootcamp is going to be a question that we'll be looking forward to, and who will be making that chaos and the issue being caused. Well, looks like where Soul are heading, it's going to be ruins. Nobody to contest them. TSM heading over to Hearten, nobody to contest them. But at bootcamp, there looks like there's going to be two teams, CHEMIN as well as another one, and it's already the opponent team losing a player. And I think it's going to be Global Esports. And yes, and on screens we get the confirmation, but Manya exchanging the blow on Destro, and Manya immediately going for a peek. He was going in with a pre-fire, but the pre-fire was not that great. But Knuckle Ride is now helping his teammates out. He's trying to do the damage, but Justin clutches it and makes sure that Global Esports are out of bootcamp, and then only CHEMIN are able to survive. But unfortunate for Global, they did not get even a single point, Darshita. And as you expected and as you asked for, on Sanhok, we are starting off with chaos and battles everywhere.
I'm shocked right now, Sam, because Global Esports got nothing out of the previous match as well.
Exactly.
It's gonna be really difficult for Global to come out of that situation. 2 maps with 0 points is not something you do, but on the other side, we have one more fight happening, and that's gonna be Blind and NIGMA Galaxy getting into a fight down there in between Nakam and Bantai. That's gonna be one player from NIGMA Galaxy already down to the ground. Blind Zaddy is looking forward to a peak, is looking forward to a great opportunity of taking players down. But will he be able to do that? Is a question that I have right now, because NIGMA Galaxy, they already have one of their players down. Either you revive your teammate, or either you get into this fight and completely eliminate the players. But right now they have decided to revive their players back, and again it's gonna get converted from a 3v4 to a 4v4.
I'm a little bit kind of I don't know how to put this across, but look at SKYLIGHTZ. I don't have a specific word, but look at the way they're split up. They have close to like 10% of the map for themselves, and nobody's looking for to contest them. So I think that's the fear of what SKYLIGHTZ holds here in Sanhok. No teams are looking forward to go to the complete southern western path, but right as now the fight is already in front of our screens. It's going to be Blind Zaddy getting MJ down, and Blind, it's not that they've I would say covered every player from NIGMA Galaxy, but still NIGMA Galaxy are coming into a little bit of a chaotic situation and able to figure out a way forward, and it's going to be finally them answering back on Spy OP, but that does not matter. Zaddy gets one more down, and it's going to be the last surviving player, Dreams. His teammates are going one after another down and down to the ground and down to the dust, and there's nothing he can do. The kill feed, the finish feed, the I would say name cards of his teammates, from health, full health, to a knock, to that complete bleed out is what he's seeing. Dreams having his dreams, nothing to work, and it's going to be Shadow to close it out and shut the doors on NIGMA Galaxy in Sanhok, and they'll be looking forward to fighting off with Sanhok tomorrow. They're not going to be fighting on Sanhok anymore today. It's done for them. But look at this, early 3 to 4 minutes, we're already, I would say, come to a conclusion of eliminating 2 teams, Darshita.
Global Esports and NIGMA Galaxy, the 2
Exactly.
teams getting eliminated. Now, it may be a third team, because look at Marcos and 7C. They are really, really nearby, but at the same time, a bit far away, because Paukilo, he has an inner wall cover to work around with. But 7C, they do not have anything. So they need to be a bit more cautious about the fight they are engaging themselves in, with the hope that, they get a victory over that. And I guess they have decided to get out of that situation and not get into any kinds of fight. And yeah, there you go. 7C will be going a bit away, jumping really, really high with the vehicles, with the buggy that they have. Sarang, Prince, Aladdin, Spray God, the 4 surviving players for the sides of team 7C. And on Marcos, we have Paukilo, Dino Star, and Don. Look at the faces down there, Sam. we get to realize the situation, the real situation, I would say, the players are facing. They are being so calm because it's Sanhok. And you know, right, Sanhok, it always tends to turn around and be something different on what it was previously or what it can be near to future.
Let's see what's there in the near future, especially for God. Like previously, they played Sanhok. Unfortunately, they came in combat with OR. I mean, they were ready for it in Paradise Resort, but it did not work in their favor. Clutch God did get up, but it did not work out. But this time, we are not seeing Clutch God play out today, and we initially discussed maybe he's just on the back lines thinking about how this entire team needs to play and what their strategy needs to be, especially that they're the team on the top from day one. Even in day two, none of the teams have taken them down. They're still standing strong. Yes, the point difference is getting a little bit closer. They are kind of dropping down in the number of points. They had 28, now then they dropped to 24, now they're at 19. So Godlike need to pay attention to it. TSM on the other hand, they are slowly climbing up, but it's not just enough to completely boost them to the top 5 or the top 3. Let's see what they'll be doing. But Aquinox, I mean, he's picking up his friend on the scooter, and this is the only map that he'll be able to get a scooter, and I think that's what TSM are having a little bit of a fun before the action starts kicking in. Hyderabad Hydras, and on the other hand, I mean, we have seen them completely coming close to tabletop, after that completely being denied with 0 points as well. So Hyderabad Hydras, they're looking forward to a good game here on Sanhok, and as we talk about it, right, this map of Sanhok is a googly, it's a twister. It brings a lot of changes in terms of the action, in terms of the pace, and you have to adapt to it rather than you commenting on it. You have to be proactive rather than reactive. If you are reactive, it kind of becomes a disadvantage for your team. Right now, Ace Black looks like he's isolated and can be found from OR's new player. Let's hope it does not. Right now, CHEMIN, they're finding players from TSM.
TSM, as you said, they were enjoying the scooter ride out there. But I'm just looking forward to what Robin has planned because, yeah, I completely agree. He got an upper hand advantage, but is that scope enough to take two players out? And even when the players are in the vehicle, I doubt that is going to be the case. But right now, TSM, they are looking good with the position they have. Esports, they just are waiting. After eliminating Global, I guess Esports right now, the second team to get into a fight is going to be TSM. So I'm looking forward to what plans both of these teams have because right now I do not, see a fight coming between both of them or maybe Esports trying to, take players of TSM down. I do not really see that happening. But OR, they are in the blue. Ace Black, he is really nearby. OR got 0, maybe 1. Ace Black, you are not up with the information, and that's where he gets punished. A new boy. Okay, he'll be taking Ace Black down and eliminated completely.
We've seen the name new player, but
New
here it's
boy.
new boy. I mean,
Yeah.
I really like it. I did also say new player because we are kind of accustomed to it, but I like it, new boy. Let's see what this boy has in terms of his, I would say, action. We saw him from the start itself that OR is kind of including in the roster and trying to play with. Let's see how it's going to be working out. But right now it looks like TSM as well as Soul are having a fight. It looks like both of them are exchanging blows because of which they're patching each other up. But they need to finish this fight really, really soon because it looks like Godlike also want to start doing something about this. They are at Painan and Painan is still safe, but look at this, the fight is still ongoing, and right now Godlike, they're understanding that there's a fight right on top happening, but before that they want to clear the backline. And they're reading right that there should be a team that should be blind. I'm not too sure if they have the information, but TSM have the information on Soul. They did get a knock, and that's going to be Omega who is down, but Shadow's position is compromised. He was right at the boulder. The damage was done from Akshat, but he could not connect enough to confirm a knock. Hector also gets a little bit of a damage being dished on him, but right now he is looking forward to backup. But look at the grenades even being exchanged, and right now I'm not too sure how Soul are going to be coming out of this. The player who was knocked did get revived, but Aquanox gets found from a different angle from Goblin. Brilliant flank coming in from him, but he could not hold the flank for long. Immediately the knock comes on top of him, and right now Soul, they're coming into a disastrous position. Players are falling, and now it's all up to Akshat. Let's see if Akshat can hold his ground. Can he pull up something brilliant? He's doing the damage, but Blaze, he's making him run around the boulder. He's going in for a ringer rose. Let's see who has the pocket full of roses right now. So now Blaze is just running around. Where's the other player? He comes in with a drive-by, and Akshat is done. This map does not allow you easily to bring in vehicles, but Ninja George says, let's finish this in style. Gets a vehicle and pushes him. But right now, that might be an end of a fight, but there's another fight happening, and that's a little bit too fast because Enigma is done.
Are done completely. OR getting 3 for themselves. New boy, the man we were talking about, gets eliminated. On the second side, we have 7C Sarang taking 1, taking 2, taking 3, taking the entire squad down. What? Sarang, he got
Okay.
2 confirmed on himself. He took 2 players down with a grenade itself. And that's a single-handed 1v2 he pulled off. Within fractions of second, this man eliminated one entire squad. Oh my god, Sarang, this man is turning out to be a beast these days. On the other side, we have Blind with 4 finishes, but look at Marcos. So far
Okay.
away, not all the players, but just Star. Look at him, he's just waiting, and by his name, Star is shining so bright that he catches my attention. Being so up, not even ready to come down. Get out of that position. I mean, heal battle in the second or the third zone itself? No. I am looking forward to that.
I mean, the plan right now is for Marcos, OR, and Hyderabad HYDRAS is go for late rotations. But one thing that has still not happened here is that even though this is a small map, third parties, Darshita, teams were able to pick up their fights that they wanted and they capitalized and they're still standing strong. None of the teams have come in for a third party. But I think now with the circle switching up, as we have seen the circle become even more smaller and shifting over towards Camp Charlie, Godlike also, they've not started doing anything as of now, but Marcos, they're losing a lot in terms of health. But look at this, I think it's already the time for the heal battle. 24 for
24.
Striker. I'm not too sure if you've seen anybody else having better first aid kits, but Star, he just has one. It's going to be difficult for him. I think Star will be getting knocked, but I feel like Hyderabad HYDRAS having Striker on his end with 24 first aid kits, they're just not worrying about it. But I'm looking forward to from Marcos's end, who has better first aid kits. Star, after his last first aid kit, he'll be done. Oh my god, he got. Wait, is he using bandages? Oh, yes, he's using bandages. I, for a second, thought he used up his first aid kit, but his health did not come through, and I thought he would be knocked over there. But God, like, having a good time right as now, they all have all their 4 players surviving, and we have talked about it. Godlike are a force to be reckoned with if they are alive with all their 4 players standing, and they're going to be doing a lot in terms of damage. And before I could talk about Godlike, SKYLIGHTZ, they want to say that we are here, still here. We might have been kind of in the hiding, but right now we have found the opportunity to start jumping up, and they're doing it, and they're doing it on 7C. Unfortunate, 7C did eliminate the team Revenant, but right now they are coming into difficulties. They've already lost 2 players. Now it's all up to Spray God and Aladdin. We know both of them are deadly players, but against an entire squad of SKYLIGHTZ, it's not going to be that easy.
Completely agree with that. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got 2 for themselves, and I guess that's it, right? That's it. But OR Aditya will be going down because of play zone. Now, that's what I will always keep talking about. Second zone, third zone is not a point where you go in for heal battle. We have seen Hyderabad HYDRAS now. You talk about Striker, the entire team, it went further to the play zone where Striker was left behind with 24 health kits for heal battle. But how long in this world is 24 health kits gonna help him? I mean, you got my point, right? 24 health kits, and it's just third zone
Surely.
itself. So even if you cut it down, you are just gonna be able to survive like for more than 1 zone or 2 zone, and not more than that. And that's something you need to be careful about. The entire squad, yes, they are in the zone, but for how long will they be even able to survive? Now, when I talk about survival, we have a fight going on between 7C and Enigma, and now it's a time to decide on who can survive out of both of these, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they already had their eyes on the sides of 7C, and they have dealt a lot of damage on them. There's going to be one grenade going off from the sides of Spray God.
Ooh.
Gets a lot of damage on the enemies, but again, knock is not something that he got. But look at Eggy, he is so low and gets a connection beautifully. That's gonna be one player down from the sides of Team Enigma. Now I guess that's gonna be the last surviving player. Boom, grenade goes and done. Spray God getting a 1v2 only with grenades against Enigma, and that's gonna be one more team getting eliminated.
Brilliant use of utilization, but you were questioning Striker. 24 might be just enough for first or the second zone. So he hears you out. He gets 35 right as of now.
my
And he's not
God.
stopping. He's looking forward to a lot in terms of those first aid kits. And look at him playing smart right as of now. You did say that, right? If he uses his first aid, then it might be only the first or the second zone, the upcoming ones that he'll survive. But what is he using? He's using bandages. He understands that right now the damage is not going to be a lot. Only bandages will suffice, and he's working on it. Aladdin also has 26 first aids with him. Let's see how many more players will be raking up these first aids. Right now, 7C also getting in a fight with Marcos, and they do capitalize. Marcos, they do still have a couple of players here and there, but Spray God, I think right now he has gotten the responsibility and the call to push up in the forefront, and the other player that's going to be Aladdin is just going in for a heal battle. Spray God is just wrapping up finishes for his team. 5 right as now is what he's got. He's looking forward to the other ones also, but before he uses that, he needs to patch himself up, uses the first aid kit, and right now he's pushing up. But in terms of the equipment, Spray God is looking good, Darshita. He has a level 3 helmet, he has a level 2 vest, he has a level 3 backpack. So in terms of resources also, I think he should be heavily stacked. But right now, Blind, they're pushing up close to TSM. They've heard the sound, and that's the reason this grenade is coming through. Will it connect on Shadow is the question. I don't think so. I don't think it entered the window or the door, and right now TSM will be safe. CHEMIN will be finding a player that's going to be Marcos Dawn, and I think that should be the end for Marcos, as he was the last surviving player. Blind have all their 4 players surviving. 4 finishes for them. Let's see what they can do here. In terms of medkits, I don't think they're ready for a heal battle because they're inside the circle.
Completely agree. On the other side, we have TSM right exactly in the front. But again, Zaddy, he is waiting. He just has one small, tree in front of him to protect him from all the bullets that TSM fires, and that's something he needs to be careful about. Aditya, his vehicle is on the edge of busting. Please do not show me a vehicle explosion in Sanhok. I would just go crazy. Well, fortunate it didn't happen, and that was Aditya. But unfortunate, he goes down. Aru 38. 38 in total. 8-bit gets caught by God, and then that's going to be Zgot trying to take the side of team 8-bit down there. Marcos Gaming Kilo gets caught. Zgot trying his level best. Blind spy exactly in front. Can he be a spy, or Gil will be the one catching him is the question right now. Both of them, I doubt they are aware of each other's location.
I'm really feeling a little bit bad for Godlike. They did deal 2 knocks, but they never got the finishes. They're still sitting at 0 finishes, whereas CHEMIN, Blind, these teams are kind of snatching them away. CHEMIN have 5 finishes for them. They've come in for a slam. They have a compound under control. I'm not too sure if they'll be surviving, but look at that Spray God. He's looking forward to doing the damage, but he was the lone survivor. If he had Aladdin, maybe a 2-way hold could have worked, but CHEMIN eliminating Spray God. Now it's all up to Aladdin, the last surviving player, who has a lot in terms of those first aid kits to play with. But Neo, he has a grenade ready. He is throwing it down. It should connect with Gamla Boy, but Gamla Boy also has a grenade. His grenade misses, but let's see if Gamla Boy's misses. Yes, it does. It does bounce on the boulder and does not find any connection. But look at this, too many grenades coming in from various directions, and finally Neo's grenade connects, but Vexy is still looking good. Jonathan's way also a grenade goes, does not work. 8-bit Batman will be falling to the play zone. Unfortunate for him. Gamla Boy, he is utilizing his medkit. He will be patching himself and boosting himself, coming into complete good health, but how far? Because after this, he does not have any first aids. He has only bandages to play with, maybe a couple of energy drinks, but how far is going to be pushing him? Because we know bandages, it just like chip damage that the grenade does, it just helps him out. But look at this Destro. He's also going in for a heal battle. He has 38, Darshita, first aid kits, and next to him he has a med kit as well. So I don't think he's going to be moving at all. Destro, he'll just sit for that heal battle. Not too sure for how long, but Godlike still sitting with 0 finishes. Circle moved a little bit away from them, so they're waiting for an opportunity, but 8-bit, they are faltering. They're losing players. Wraith is down. Blind look like they want to capitalize.
Kits on Juicy. We saw 30 on Juicy. We saw 33 on CHEMIN. We saw 35 on Blind. How many health kits are there provided in the map of Sanhok itself? Are you just getting me crazy? Oh my
They're
god.
hitting every medical store.
Yeah, probably, because look, more than 60 is what the number, more than 90 is the number that we have already crossed. Man, oh man, this
I just saw 41 on a player. It was just too fast. 41 first aid kits. I think it should be from a player from Wild, but let's wait and watch. NC will be going down. TSM right now looking good. They're taking down players. Godlike will be really happy because they got their first 2 finishes. Robin is down right now. Delta PG also goes down. 37 on Destro has already said, who is that player with 41? Show me that goddamn player who's having 41 first aid kits. Gil has 28. Even though Godlike are inside the circle, they have 28 first aid kits. So right now, Darshita, you said 90. We are close to 150 in terms of just first aid kits.
How the hell?
Yes, again, 40.
TSM. TSM. What was it, TSM?
I don't know. It's too quick. Production,
Oh
don't
my
do this.
Why? Why production? I just feel like texting. Please show me who the hell that player is. Oh my god, this Sanhok is just turning it out to be crazy. 2 on blind is what we are now. After you said 40, I'm just not seeing anything else than the amount of first aid kit each and every player is having out there, because it's so confusing. Carry goes down, and that's gonna be one player from Hyderabad HYDRAS down. Maxi OP, the last surviving player, trying to figure out a way, and that's gonna be GODL taking one player down. Now, Maxi is the last surviving player and needs to decide on what can be done, because blind right now are in the lower ground disadvantage, and they got an opportunity to capitalize. Like Hyderabad HYDRAS got an opportunity to, capitalize over the entire situation, but that is not going to happen as the zone is already here. GODL will be taking one on blind. So both
Okay.
of these cards are getting decimated from the sides of Team Godlike. Eventually will fall. Maxi gets caught by blind spy, and that's going to be Z-God taking Maxi down. Now, Godlike finishes. You told Zero a while ago, Godlike is popping off in a beautiful way right now. They have lost one of their players, but they have gained 7 in return. There's a lot of grenade popping in the ways of TSM, and they need to be really careful about that entity on the other side. That's going to be TSM versus entity, a fight going on. Ninja Jod, the last health kit that he has, and that's done. I mean, specific players have took so much that Ninja Jod got nothing, and that's why he is 0 on the terms of healing. With 8 teams, we have 14 players still alive, 26 on entity as well. Sam, everyone is going in for heal battle, and at the beginning itself, I said I do not want this coming. Kill will be punished, and that's going to be blind taking him down. Now, Neo has all the information on the position Spy is holding. He's trying to go in for a heal battle, but done. No, play zone. Play zone did the job.
Unfortunate. I mean, Gil was the one who was having the first aid kits. He gets spotted. Unfortunate. But Godlike, they have 2 players inside the circle. But show me the player with 40 med kits. I think it should be TSM, as you said. NTT Dark Lord going in for heal battle, Destro going in for heal battle, Sukar going in for heal battle, or Aru going in for heal battle. Godlike, Jonathan as well as Neo, they're playing in the forefront. They're ready to become the aggressors. NTT also have just 2 players, so it's going to be a 2v3 fight in the circle. Yes, these teams have players outside the circle as well. If you want to say about entity, they have 3 players, but right now it's going to be Neo finding a player. That's going to be Shadow OG, and immediate confirmation. But I think Darshita, we're going to be denied of who that player with 40 first aid kits was, and right now immediately that knock being exchanged. So Jonathan is going to be the sole survivor for Neo. Whoever it is will get to know. Yes, it was Blaze OP Darshita who had 40 in terms of first aid kits. We are seeing 35. I'm pretty sure he's used it because they did get into a lot of tough battles. But right now, look at Entity playing really, really smart. Neo gets confirmed from Blaze OP's hand, and now it's all up to Jonathan the Destroyer. Can he become active here? If he does, Darshita, there is a high probability, high chance of Godlike getting another chicken dinner here. They already have the highest finishes here, 8 finishes for them on Sanhok. They can look forward to a lot more. 7 finishes for TSM, the next best team. They do have 2 players surviving for them. Entity have 2 players surviving. I did say the third player who's already in for a heal battle, so I'm not going to be counting it. But look at this. Noob and Troy, they're playing really, really smart. They're really playing as the sneakers here, and they're not looking forward to moving up close. TSM, they do not want to do anything. But Jonathan, the play he made, immediately got a player, and now that's only up to Troy. So Jonathan, he's looking forward to bringing it down as close as possible. Jonathan, he's getting closer to a player, but a grenade comes his way. I hope that does not find any connection. TSM have no clue where Entity Troy is. Entity Troy is looking forward to flank him. He spotted 2 players. Troy, will he be popping up his gun? He's coming out to a prone from to a standoff, but he could not do anything, and Ninja Jod along with his teammate, they're punishing him, and that's going to be end for Troy as well. Now Jonathan, what can he do? He has very little health right as now. He has a first aid kit to patch himself up and a couple of bandages. He's also boosted himself up, but Ninja Jod has the wrong direction, wrong call. The knock comes in. Jonathan was there. He does the spray, but Ninja Jod was there to immediately cover, and this is going to be a chicken dinner for TSM. Nobody to deny. All the other players who are going in for a heal battle looking forward to just placements.
My god. This map of Sanhok is all about heal battles. I mean, look at that. We still have 4 teams alive, but only TSM is inside the play zone now. It's all just about who is the player going on. Okay, before I say anything, Enigma entity gets eliminated. Then CHEMIN comes on the 3rd position. 2nd position, that's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And we are done for Sanhok as Team TSM gets their much needed victory on this beautiful map. Amazing one it was, but at the same time, as I said, heal battle was something I really didn't see coming, but eventually we saw a lot in terms of health kits that TSM had. There was like a total of 40 that we saw. I
Yes.
mean, I'm still trying to, count the total number of healings that we have seen the entire map. I mean, an exact number is what I'm asking.
I'm pretty sure, as you said, right, the exact number is what we are looking. I think we have come close to the utilization of close to 100 first aid kits, because you saw the players who were outside, especially when TSM got the circle under control, eliminating both Entity as well as Godlike. You saw every other player who was surviving had only like 5, 9, 3 first aid kits, and then they eventually started falling apart. So if you count it properly, when they had 30 till having 9, meaning that they've at least closely used 25 of it. So at least if you count 4 players using 25 first aid kits, meaning that they've reached 100. So I'm pretty sure that Sanhok as a map which gives you so many first aid kits, they've completely, I would say, not just utilized but capitalized on how the map can play out. But yes, the fight also got intense. Even though there were players and teams going in for heal battle, I would want to commend here Gil from Godlike as well as TSM's Blaze OP. Both these players had numerous medkits. They had first aid kits to play with, patch themselves up. But what did Gil do? He was not going in for a heal battle. He was always going as a forefront aggressor, doing the damage. Unfortunately, he got caught out in the play zone, and that's the reason. That's when he went for a heal battle. But before that, he could go for a heal battle. He got eliminated from a team. But then TSM's Blaze OP, man, he never went out of the place circle itself. He was always inside. Even though his teammates were falling apart, Shadow went down. Aquanox was already out. Along with Ninja Jod, they made it happen and got their first chicken dinner.
True, very true. I mean, what more do I talk about
Highlights.
this entire map? Yeah, highlights. That's the only thing that we can talk about right now because we already have highlights up here. We started off with Global and CHEMIN getting into a fight. On the other side, NIGMA and Blind getting into a fight where Global was eliminated completely, and I guess NIGMA, they were falling apart. One player was down, the second one was down as well, the third gets caught here, and that's where NIGMA Galaxy and Global Esports become the first two teams to get eliminated. Now Ace Black was caught from OA New Boy. I mean, but the newness was something I was searching for in this New Boy, and he showcased it beautifully. But eventually he got caught by Enigma, and that's where not just went down to the ground, he got eliminated completely. Where we came to a fight next to Soul and TSM. Blaze was doing a big job. Now here, you were expecting a Ringa Roses, but it was a straight walkthrough from the sides of TSM, and that's how Team Soul got eliminated.
Unfortunate for them, but for the punishment that Enigma took down New Boy, over completely circled them. But yes, it was not all the players from Enigma. It's just 2 players. The other 2 players did survive, and then they went down to the hands of 7C, and this is where that instance was there. Just utilization of grenades, gets one knock on Eggy, and then it was Viru. Another grenade goes through and gets the confirmation. While SprayGod was doing all these monkey business, if you want to call it, looking forward to the finish, Aladdin was on a business of his own, looking forward to the heal battle. But unfortunately, that SprayGod had to do so much that it never worked out in their favor. But Godlike, in the last few circles, when they started picking up fights, they were looking good. They had got 8 finishes, and Jonathan, I think they will give them their 9th as well. But unfortunate that TSM just had the numbers up and they made it work. CHEMIN did try as much as they could, but it did not work out eventually. Gil was just looking exceptional. Look at him having 28 first aids, but he did not ever give up. But Neo, unfortunate, if he was not stuck to a boulder, maybe he could have done a lot. Then he went to get a position right behind the boulder, but it was Ninja Jod who has already had his crosses right on top. But look at that, Jonathan, with being always so precise. He was ready for a fight, but it was 2 different angles. Look at this, immediately connects on Blaze OP, and Ninja Jod was just moving around too much for Jonathan to immediately, I would say, if you want to call it, as a magnet to completely get himself locked on to Ninja Jod. It got a little bit difficult, but if it had been a situation where there was a dip or a ridge, I'm pretty sure there should have been a situation where we would have seen a damage being done. And what a matchup it was. Jonathan, TSM, Entity, all these teams were looking so good, but Sanhok always the googly, and Sanhok is always, as we said, being the twister. It gives players an advantage where they can capitalize, and if they're able to capitalize here, Darshita, it seems, I'm not too sure if it works that way. It seems like after getting a confidence here, they look forward to performing better in the next matchup, which is going to be the last one, and especially on Erangel. Yesterday, Enigma got back to back. Let's see what TSM has. What do you think about that?
Maybe because
Hmm.
TSM is looking confident, right? It's not
Yes.
always about strategies. I mean, yeah, I completely agree. Strategies is the main part, but confidence, something you need to carry. But with the confidence that TSM had in this map, they accumulated themselves a good amount of point, and that's going to be 24. 9 finishes and 15 placement points. That's going to be 24. Kemin got 17 as heal battle. I guess Delta was the one who was going in for a heal battle, and due to the heal battle
Hmm.
scenarios, look at the point difference in the second, third, and the fourth position. That's
Yep.
17, 16, 15. One single point difference. Whereas Godlike is the team who got the highest amount of finishes
Hmm.
as compared to what TSM got. They got 9, but still they are on the fourth position. Whereas Kemin and SKYLIGHTZ, they got 7 and 4, sitting on the second and the third position. Next up, we have Entity with 11, 7C with 10. That's again a single point difference. OR Blind got 7 for themselves. 8-Bit got 3. Hyderabad Enigma got 2. Marcos got 1. But unfortunate, Revenant, Soul, Nigma, and Global got 0. I still remember, I guess Team Soul in the previous match got 0 or something, and Global even got the same. And right
Hmm.
now, the history is repeating again as Team Soul, Global, Nigma, Galaxy, and Revenant get 0 for themselves.
This is really disheartening when it happens
True.
when teams are climbing up. Global Esports were climbing up. They were trying to get into the first page, and now with two back-to-back matches with no points, means that it's going to be, in terms of, I'm not saying damage as we see in the map, but it is going to be kind of stalling them in terms of coming back up. And as we, I would say, move matches after matches, go into different scenarios and different days, you will be left with only some matches later on, and where you have to give it your all and you'll not be ready for it. Right now, Godlike understand that there were teams, that the teams that they were fighting off with, they were looking forward to catch up, and that's the reason they wanted to make a little bit of a better lead. And you can see they have created the difference. They've come, I would say, close to right now, I guess around 27 points is going to be the difference. Yes, is what they've created. They had come down to 19, but they understood that let's not give any leeway to any teams and immediately create a 27-point difference. OR is going to be at the second position with 124, and Nigma with 109 at the third. Fourth position for Hyderabad HYDRAS 98, and 98 for 8-bit as well. SKYLIGHTZ with 94, 4-point difference along with TSM. They will also be having the same 6 and 7 respectively. Eighth position is where the entrance is made from Kevin. Kemin were not here in the first page, but finally, coming close to the end of day two, they've started making their entry, but still, the point difference is going to be huge. There is still around 70, I would say 70 to 80 point difference where Kemin is from Godlike, and that is a huge lead for Godlike. And Godlike, they're not looking forward to give it up at all. But as I was saying, right, Darshita, the teams in the second page, as they're looking forward to climb up, they're raking a couple of points. If this hits them back to back two matches, they don't gain points, they kind of started falling down. And look at that, Global from the ninth position, they've fallen to the 14th, along with Seoul, who are at that 16th position only, because their last few matches, especially day 2 matches, has not worked in their favor.
Completely agreed. Nigma Galaxy got 51. Revenant got 52. We have Blind with 57, Entity 60, Marcos 68, and 7C with 79. Now, the reason why 7C is here in the second page, I mean, they were in the first page previously. But Kemin Esports, due to the heel battle that Delta PG is looking forward to and the second position that they secured themselves in Sanhok, Kemin went up and 7C was pushed down to the ninth position itself. But this side of overall standing is, every time I keep on saying is, you need to be really, really careful, because what Godlike is doing, it's kind of running away with points. Now, it comes to a point where, we are left with one single map, and that's going to be Erangel. Now, you had an expectations edge, Sam, I'm sorry for that. I mean, we were missing you back here on this, but yeah, you were having an expectations of a repeated winner. Team TSM can do that, but I expect Godlike to do something right now, because right, there are two ways of
Mhm.
gaining points. Either you do go in for a slow and steady climb, that is what Godlike is doing right now, slowly, steadily. But have you seen even single time Godlike falling down? No, right? So
Yep.
That's where I say that it's a slow and steady climb. But on the other side, there's one more climb where you accumulate good amount of points in
Mm-hmm.
one single day, you tabletop it. But what is next is you fall down.
Yep.
So there's this two way you need to be careful about. Either choose way one, either choose way two. But all that matters after choosing way one or way two is you being on the top. And talking about being on top right now, we have Enigma on the top for Erangel map chance.
Look at that. Enigma, after their victory that we saw in the third match of the day, it is telling us that there will be changes in terms of the placement and position points and finish points coming through as maps change. Now, Enigma, they've pushed back Hyderabad Hydras, but not by a huge margin. Yes, in terms of a huge margin is there for finish points, but not the other way around. Placement points is still close. Godlike trailing right behind, but SKYLIGHTZ still having a tough time because Marcos, they're not giving them any openings. Revenant as well, they're trying to do, they were coming close to like 0 points along with Soul, but right now you can see there's a couple of placement as well as finish points in the graph. But Blind, Nigma Galaxy, CHEMIN, NTT, TSM, Global Esports, Marcos, they need to do a lot. OR 7C, 8-bit, Godlike, Hyderabad Hydras, and Enigma, Darshita, they're already in the race. They are getting to the top. They're going back and forth. So I wouldn't put them in terms of a scale where I would say they're looking not that great. But for the teams after OR, they are kind of looking very shaky. We cannot rely on them. And as you said, right, how Godlike, they're just grabbing up points every map. They're not leaving a single map like with 0 points, with an unwanted disaster happening. They're not making that happen. They're looking forward to however they can perform, get some points in every map. Irrespective, they don't get a chicken dinner, does not matter. Let's just perform.
Right, that was all that matters, because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, where you are in the points table is what matters the most. And for Godlike right now, it's the top. For OR, for Enigma, they are looking forward to
Mm-hmm.
do something. But right now, I'm confused for what teams like Global, teams like Soul, Revenant, Nigma, Galaxy. What are their plans? Because it's already day two, right? It's already day two, and we are
Yes.
at the end of day two, even not just the beginning, not just anything else, not the midway. No more maps left. I mean, yeah, one map left, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
but just one single map, and there it will be the end for day two. Even what's
Yes.
next is day three. We talk about comeback. We always are like, this day is all about comeback. But right now, there's no comeback that I do keep. I do see on the day two itself.
Day two is not, I mean, as you said, right? Comebacks is not going to be something that is going to be easily possible because teams are still adapting, teams are still getting better. They're trying to know each other, what they can do, and I'm looking forward to still with the last match coming through, there might be something new. But day three, day four, get ready for it. There are going to be teams looking forward to topple you down. I'm talking about even the teams on the top who have the first position, second position for themselves. There will be the other teams who will be looking forward to getting to that champion spot because the performance on day one and day two will kind of give you, how would you put it, a little bit of a breath of relief, sigh of relief, where on day 3 and day 4 you wouldn't have to be pressurized. But for teams who have not done a lot on day 1 and day 2, they have to do a lot on day 3 and day 4 to make sure that the last day where the champion is declared, the champion is crowned, the prize is getting distributed, that time they don't have a lot of pressure. If they don't do anything in the first 4 days, the last day is going to be very devastating because all the 6 matches you have to give your all, and if you have one small casualty, one small mistake, under pressure you crumble, you misclick a grenade, you overcook it, and your team starts falling apart. These kind of instances can immediately drop you from the first championship spot to the second and the third. I'm not saying that it'll drop you to the eighth position, but it'll drop you 1 or 2 spots just because of either a single point that you're missing, that you made a decision under pressure, or you made a casualty under pressure. Just hoping that it does not happen here, Darshita. But we are about to come to the end of day two as we are about to face off Erangel, the last match for the day. What are your thoughts here now that we have seen, like, I would say, brilliant matches as of on day two? New winners are also coming up. Do you think we are going to be seeing a new winner here, or is it going to be a repetitive dinner, just a repetitive dinner as we saw yesterday?
Dinner is something that is getting cooked back at my place, but for winner,
Okay,
I'll
too
be going
early.
on with a new one. Yeah, we you need a lot of energy, right? Even
Yeah.
if you are on dusk, even if you're off dusk, you need a lot of energy. So yeah, dinner is getting cooked here. Winner, I'll go for a new one because we had 5 different winners today. So I
Yes.
don't want to be really bad for some team who is looking forward to their second chicken dinner. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, a new team is the reason that will get the competition more interesting. A day full of different winners. Now, the previous day
Yes.
wasn't like one because we had Enigma repeating twice. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
back to back 2 dinners is what they got themselves in the last 2 maps. So yeah, coming back to this day, I'm like, hoping for a new winner, for a new dinner, and for new everything because it's Erangel. It's the last map of the second half, and I want to end things on a beautiful way. But with that, let's just head on to some beautiful faces, some game faces, I would say, that we have right now from the player camps, from the boot camps of these players. We have Entity. Seriousness is already on. The players are looking forward to some amazing way, and that's gonna be your Gillette 7Sea Invitational Grand Finals Day 2 Match 12 Erangel. Looking
Yep.
forward to the fly path, right, starting from military base to up there Kamishki.
Exactly like all the players were hashtag getting their game face on. You can also get it, especially with the limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark 3 razors. Go check it out. The purchase link is in the description. Get yourself some smooth saves along with your game face. And as I said, don't forget to tag us, as well as I would say use the hashtag get your game face on to make sure showcase your performance as well. I would say the viewers, go ahead, use the hashtag and tag us with all the performances that you guys have showcased. Show us your brilliance so that when the next upcoming tournament comes in and it's going to be open for all, you're able to participate. This is in the name itself saying invitational, so there were 24 invited teams, and you're seeing the invited teams performing really well. The competition is too close, but right now the flight path is going to be bringing teams even more closer, making life even more difficult, as we are seeing, as Darshit also said, from military base to Yasnaya. Teams which like to go to military base to Yasnaya, they'll be having an easy passage, as well as Novo for Revenant. Nothing in terms of the problem, but the problem gets created when the circle forms completely away from the flight path. Only military base is being covered, everything else is away from the flight path, and now is where chaos will start cooking and start showing. But let's see if there's going to be still the love story that you like, Darshita, at Pochinki. SKYLIGHTZ versus Marcos.
There's a magnet that both these teams have. No matter where they go, it attracts, you just come a bit near and they get attracted. Now, I don't know if that's going to be happening today because previously we saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've decided to not go Pochinki anymore because they have realized at a point of time, you need to realize that again and again, every day, you are going to play 3 sets of, Erangel. Now, every day you play 3 sets of Erangel, you get yourself 3 times into an initial drop clash. 50% of the time it's hurting you back, right? Yeah, it is devastating the team in front as well, but it is hurting you back. So that's the reason SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have decided to find themselves some other location, and that's where some difficulties are for them. And I guess we're not going to witnessing the love story as Marcos Gaming, they have already capitalized over the areas of Pochinki, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have decided not to go there. On the other side, we have Revenant in Novorupnoi, we have Blind in Kameshki, we have Enigma in Lipoka, we have Nigma Galaxy in Milta, and all the teams, Entity in Sevani as well. They got their primary drop locations right, and after having their hands on everything that they need, I guess they'll be looking forward for a great rotation. Fortunate. That's the only word I got. Now I'm being too harsh by imagining this. If Global, if Soul, if Revenant gets 0 in this map again, it is gonna be really difficult. Imagine 3 consecutive maps of 0 points.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas other teams up there, they are accumulating at least 35 to 40 points in this time. So it's going to create a huge gap that is going to get really difficult to cover. Now on the other side, we have the overall rankings as well. You see Team Global on the 14th position. Now talking about Marcos more, as we have them on our screen, we got Marcos in a good position, I guess, on the 10th. Yeah, they are on the 10th right now. Need to climb up a bit more. Manya, why? Oh, okay. I was trying to go in, but again, Global Esports, they got their players a huge split. Now, how is the split going to work in their favor, or it's just going to bite them back is the question I have right now.
Let's wait and watch what is going to be happening, but you can see the total points in case you missed it or you just joined. In case you had an idea, I would say a doubt about what the number of total points were for teams, you can see on the right hand side it's going to be Godlike with 151 and Soul with just 42 at the 16th position. So the difference for them right as now is going to be 109 points, Darshita. That is
Huge.
super huge. That's not just one map. That's going to be numerous maps, and even if we try and calculate it, it's close to at least 3 maps on an average of 30 points I'm taking, or if you want to bring it to 20 points as an average, it is going to be close to 6 maps. That's going to be an entire day's gap that has been created from Godlike. Not going to be great. Not going to be something that, I mean, Soul should be looking forward to in terms of their mindset, because when you try to compare these big numbers, right, you kind of feel a little bit bad that, oh wait, why are we having such a huge difference? Let's close the gap. And when you put your expectations too high, sometimes you're unable to deliver. So you need to keep smaller goals first and start climbing the ladder. You cannot completely jump to the 13th floor. Just giving an example, certain times you have to start moving first, second, third, fourth, even in an elevator, and then get to the 13th spot in terms of a floor. But right now, to same go to the first spot in the champions, you have to make sure to get those points one after another and start taking a leap in the overall standings. Let's hope it does happen. All the best to them. But CHEMIN, they've slowly started making their entrance to the first page. Now all they will be looking forward to, just get to that first spot. How soon is it going to be? We have to wait and watch.
We need to wait because the difference is huge, right? Coming back to OR out there, they got their vehicles, they got their drop location. So again, for straight 4-5 minutes, I did not see anything happening. I mean, rotational clashes is something that can't be avoided, because at the end of the day, not just you, but the opposite teams even need to make their way inside the zone. But CHEMIN Esports, I mean, this position is something CHEMIN Esports is too familiar with, I would say. You see, we saw them in military base. I guess the drop location that they chose for themselves was military base. After that, they rotated from military base itself, and they are holding back, and they have decided to have a bridge camp. Now, bridge camp, there's going to be pros and cons as always. Either you eliminate an entire team, or either you have some of your players down. On the other side, Enigma, Goblin, no, Avi, really nearby. Any moment now, he can be caught and punished. Avi making a mistake of not reading where Goblin is, but right now Goblin has compromised himself, and that's going to be 2 or 3 players right exactly in his front. Goblin gets compromised, down and dusted, but Akshat, he is ready to go for a backup. The entire team of Team Soul is already here. Goblin is still low. He can be revived back. Just 1 second is the time they have. Enigma Eggy will be taking 1 on Omega, and that's going to be Avi getting eliminated from the sides of Team Enigma as well. Soul Akshat with that grenade will be taking Goblin down. No, a huge mistake that Akshat makes, faces a lot of downfall, and now the last surviving player that they have is Hector. His location gets compromised. Boom! One player was down, but the entire squad of Team Soul gets eliminated. Unfortunate Akshat. A huge mistake.
How did this change, Darshita? How did this even happen? Soul had control.
Unfortunate.
One small mistake every time that we see teams making the smallest. It's the smallest window, it's the smallest gap, it's the smallest opening. It's no use of brooding over it, right? As now, what is done is done. Enigma will be standing strong. OR on the other end. They have control of school. They are close to the circle, so nothing for them to be worried about. But again, OR, if they have to worry about something, it's going to be that they're not on the top. Marcos as well. They have to look forward to a consistent performance, especially after opening up so huge on day 1 of the grand finals, getting a chicken dinner in the first matchup itself. we have been seeing them not completely popping off at least a decent performance. But still, we are waiting for their second chicken dinner when they will be getting it. But right now, the circle is taking another huge shift. A southern western itself, southern western circle was it was, and southern western shift is it is what is taking. But look at this, CHEMIN. They could have kind of stayed in military base, but what are they doing? They're camping the bridge, making sure nobody enters military base, and they're holding it strong. But right now, it looks like CHEMIN and 8-bit might face off each other. How fast and how soon is it going to be? I'll be looking forward to it. But close to Pochinki, along with GODLIKE and GODLIKE 7Sea are also entering. SKYLIGHTZ, they're also entering in the same direction. It's going to be ENIGMA. So right now it's going to be very difficult. And Sarang, look at what he does. As players were rotating from GODLIKE, he immediately deals a knock and a finish on Neo. Unfortunate. That's going to be the top fragger from GODLIKE who's out, and I think today it's not been an exceptional day for Neo. He did try out many times, but most of the times he was getting knocked and eliminated. I think only 2 matches is where we saw a lot of finishes coming in from his end, but right now GODLIKE, as we always said, this should be a team that should not have the players out in the open. Is not a place to stop, and now Gil falls down. Jonathan, he has a wooden shack to play, but he is surrounded from various different players, not only from a single team, from 2 different teams at least. NIGMA Galaxy are the ones who are causing the major distraction, major damage, and they're looking forward to making sure they eliminate the players. Gil gets knocked again after the revival. Marcos in the meantime finding a player from 7C. Gil looking forward to getting inside the shack, but the shack is already broken. What will you do in the shack if there's a grenade coming your way? And it looks like it is from Dreams. He's cooking it up. He's already so upfront in their faces. It's going to be very difficult here. Gil might be revived, but the entire squad of GODLIKE might fall apart. Z-God was looking forward to throwing a smoke outside. Thankfully, the grenade burst right outside the wooden shack. But for how long? Dreams still throwing a lot in terms of his utilities. GODLIKE right now surrounded and closed off. Jonathan out in the open. The position has been spotted from Dreams. He will be looking forward to fighting out with Jonathan. Let's see who comes out on top.
For GODLIKE to come on top right now, because look at that, NIGMA Galaxy, they got the entire control of GODLIKE. Wherever GODLIKE is moving, you find the players of NIGMA Galaxy. On the other side, we have Entity and Revenant finding it out. MJ will be taking Jonathan out there with one amazing Molotov connection. Cloud is already done, and Austin Vortex will be trying his level best to confirm Cloud, but no, not use so much of utilities, right? Just because of you trying to confirm one player. Because at the end of the day, you need those utilities. In a 4v4 fight, NIGMA Galaxy, Z-God has caught one player. NIGMA Galaxy, they're looking forward to get out of that fight. Do we see a third party coming? There's a vehicle right nearby. A green mark is something that I see a while ago. Revenant and Entity still trying to figure a way out of that fight. Troy, Dark Lord, both of them down. Shadow, last surviving player. Top dog, man, oh man, this guy is really mad. He just eliminates 2 players, and he can pull off a 1v3 single-handedly because Shadow is already low and his location is already being compromised.
It's going to be very difficult for various teams to get out of here. Unfortunate, Entity also has the last surviving player, and how can it be that so early on with just 12 minutes, so many teams having so many casualties? But GODLIKE, I have no idea, Darshita, how this team is surviving. NIGMA Galaxy had their eyes on, but they understood they're out in the open. But look at this last surviving player, Shadow. His spray was not that great, but yes, his bullets up close, it is connecting with Top Dog. But in the meantime, oh wait, I thought it was players from Revenant who slammed and got that finish, but it was not that. It was Tsunami who eliminates the player, the last surviving player. I mean, Revenant will not be that happy also, but still that just one player went out, they'll be okay with it. And 8-bit at least have something for all the efforts that they put up and got one finish in their name. But look at this, GODLIKE still there. NIGMA Galaxy made a move out. They understood they do not want to be out in the open and will be looking forward to capitalizing. Nobody's good. They are out in the open but spotting various different teams. 8-bit, they have a shack and also a tower to play with, and they're making life difficult for Hyderabad HYDRAS. And Hyderabad HYDRAS, as they were entering, not only did they face off 8-bit, they had to face off ENIGMA as well. And 8-bit and ENIGMA together started denying position and also eliminate players from Hyderabad HYDRAS.
More team on the urge of getting eliminated, Sam. It's going to be really difficult right now. On the other side, we have CHEMIN still holding the bridge, and they are really strong right now because they got everything that they need, right? Your back is clear. You got enemies in front. You know the locations. You got everything that you need. But on the other side, Knuckle is trying to completely eliminate the sides of Team 7C. Ronnie will be taking down Stray Guard. That's going to be 1 player, 2 player down to the ground. Prince is right exactly behind, but Aladdin trying to provide all the cover fires he can. Knuckle trying to be better this time. Aladdin gets caught, and I guess that's going to be Aladdin on the urge of getting eliminated, because look at his HP. He is surviving on bare or magical HP. Luckily, he just patched himself up. Prince is going in for a revival. Manya on the other side, I guess, is going in for a different flank or a different rotation from the other side. Knuckle is right exactly in the front. A 1v2 situation. Knuckle needs to face it off. Again, Spray God, but Spray God better this time, taking the revenge right, and that's going to be Knuckle not just down but completely eliminated. Now, Team Global Esports, they had this, they had their hand entirely on this fight, but right now they have lost Knuckle. 7C, yes, the players are down to the ground, but they can be revived back with one player entering this area.
It's not looking that great. Knuckle, unfortunate. At that time, Darshita, if there was just a single grenade, we could have seen that Knuckle could have completely capitalized, eliminated numerous players. But Global Esports look like they're not happy. They're immediately exchanging a lot more blows. They did already get a confirmation on a player from 7C. They're looking forward to a lot more, as they've already gotten a knock, and Spray God also gets confirmed from Ronnie. AJ, look at him. The guts that he has. He's like, I don't care. You eliminated an assaulter. Right now, you're going to be facing the entire force of Global Esports coming at you. Prince thought that he had an advantage. AJ was just a bait. There was just cover fire coming through. But yes, AJ goes down now. Ronnie needs to protect him, and he's trying to do it, and Prince will be eliminated. AJ survives. The vehicle is just about to burst, so he needs to make his way out and make sure that he survives. But look at this, Dion. You cannot do that. They just came out of a fight, and look at that spray coming through, and both the players are right now knocked and bleeding, and AJ will be confirmed. Ronnie will also be going out, and it's all up to Manya now, being the last surviving player. What can he do is the question. But Marcos, they're looking forward to eliminating that player as well. In the meantime, OR prepping up for another fight.
Versus CHEMIN is the fight that you are talking about, Sam Jelly. He went in for a grenade, but unfortunate, couldn't get something out of that grenade for himself. OR right now, I guess they'll be getting out of that position. Wait, what? They were right besides CHEMIN right now. Am I not wrong, or am I a bit more confused of what was happening? But what?
Also.
Okay, there was a split that made things happen, but right now Somraj will be taking one on Striker, and that's going to be Striker getting eliminated completely. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have started with one finish on Hyderabad HYDRAS. Manya on the other side, the last surviving player. Marcos Dino right exactly in the front. Manya trying to figure out of what can be done. You need to be careful, Dino, or there's a revenge that Manya is already waiting for. But looking to what happened between Marcos and Global, I only can say that everyone has an eye on you. Manya being really patient, not sure of what he has planned, but I don't think he's gonna fire those bullets on Marcos Gaming.
Unfortunate. I mean, if you would have picked the fight a little bit earlier before the other players surrounded and I would say regroup, he could have done the damage. But right now, OR, as you were saying, they're doing the damage. As you did see, they are kind of in various different directions. It was just the split, and now they have regrouped. They found a player from CHEMIN. They did deal a knock, but the player will be revived because CHEMIN do have the compound same, just like OR have. But now ENIGMA, they're also entering. So CHEMIN are getting sandwiched. But talking about the sandwich, it looks like Blind do not care about whether it's a sandwich, whether it's a position advantage they have. They're just going in for a slamming, and they're going to be eliminating 3 players from 8-bit. All those 3 players are knocked. Now it's all Madman being the last surviving hope. But Zaddy also goes down. Emil Sam is also down. Now it's all up to Spy OP along with his teammate Shadow. Before anybody goes down, they need to make sure they eliminate Madman, and they do it. Otherwise, right now, they would have lost blind 2 players. And unfortunately, the fight that they picked could have been the casualty that they also did not want.
One more team getting eliminated, and we are down to 12 teams and 39 alive players. Now, with the position SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is holding, yes, I agree that it's in the center of the zone itself. But look, they just have one shack. Now, is that going to be enough? Because the vehicles that they are using as, I would say, a defense, if they burst, that defense would turn out to be dangerous for them, and that might bite them back. So there's a lot of things that they need to be careful about. On the other side, we have Blind and ENIGMA getting into a fight. Now, ENIGMA, they are looking forward to capitalize over the entire situation where Rex is trying to go in. Some more information. Zaddy finds more, and that's going to be Zaddy trying to take one down. On the other side, Ninja Jord will be taking one from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and that's Somraj. Now, this is something I was scared of, and eventually that is happening. Look at the split Team TSM has, Sam. A huge one.
Oh. Man, the way they have gained ground, Darshita, That's what we have to look at. That's a brilliant play coming in from them. Nobody can, I would say, come directly in the center. If they do, they're going to be eliminating them. But Shadow,
Oh,
wait,
no.
what? Marcos from a different position. They spot out Shadow, and this is what TSM were not ready for. This is what happens. If you're split in too many directions, Darshita, you cannot clear your backlines easily. All you're playing with this split is going to be the forefront aggressive plays. If somebody rushes in, somebody slams in, you'll be looking forward to covering each other and fighting it out. Otherwise, the split will not be working out, and that's what happened over there for TSM. I hope they're able to regroup and get all their 4 players, but right now, Blind, after regrouping and getting all their 4 players surviving, they have been spotted, and especially getting spotted out of the circle. I've already talked about it. Every team will be looking forward to denying you the entrance, and that's what is happening. Enigma, they have understood after the bullets were being fired. So Enigma, they're looking forward to raining a couple of grenades, but SKYLIGHTZ are also right behind the trail of Blind, and they're looking forward to making life difficult. Let's see who will be coming on top. Blind are still losing players one after another. It's going to be Shadow being confirmed as Viru is dealing that knock and the finish, but Z-God, he's still surviving. He gets a knock on Aru, but Jelly immediately exchanging that blow. Hyderabad Hydras, Maxi OP, I think is the last surviving player, but GODL, he falls, and now it's all up to Jonathan as well as Z-God, the last 2 surviving players. Z-God was already knocked. I'm not too sure what's going to be happening. Jonathan has a grenade in his hand. The push is coming in, but Jonathan is outside. Jelly is looking forward to fighting him out. I'm not too sure if his Jelly will be able to convert, because Jonathan is way too low and Jelly is full of health, and Jelly's single bullet did the damage. But look at the amount of damage that Jonathan did. If Jonathan had at least 20% of his health, Darshita, maybe Jelly would have been eliminated.
Agree on that note completely. On the other side, we have CHEMIN and TSM getting into a fight where CHEMIN, they are falling down. Now, one more player is down to the ground. On the other side, we have TSM Shadow trying to find in a different angle and trying to completely eliminate the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports. I guess Robin gets confirmed there. Revenant Paradox will be taking one on Enigma. Rex SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Somraj is down to the ground. Robin gets confirmed. Yes, Blind Zaddy is down to the ground. Blind Spy gets confirmed. Blind Emilzum or Explosion. Now, this is not Miramar. But again, we have so much of explosions happening all around. OR Esports, they get eliminated completely. CHEMIN Esports, after losing one of their players, they have gained 1 finish, but that's not the good deal that we always talk about. Shadow OG right exactly in the front. Destro trying to hold that shack as much as he can. Needs to be careful because you know, right, Sam, 1 grenade can destroy the things completely. Now with the zone shrimp, I guess everyone is in a complete open area. From Global Esports, we have Manya still surviving. The only reason I guess Manya didn't fire on the sides of Marcos Gaming was a fear of getting eliminated completely, because you know, right, at the end of the day, a 1v4 is not something that always works in your favor. Sometimes it does, but not
Yes.
always.
Not always. That's how, I mean, say, we talk about BGMI, right? It's not always going to work. And it looks like TSM, they've already lost Blaze OP, but Hyderabad Hydras, how is Maxi OP making it work? He's the last surviving player. He's dealing so much damage that players from SKYLIGHTZ not only getting knocked, but also getting confirmed. So, brilliant play coming in from Maxi OP. Let's see how far he can survive. But I don't think it's going to be for too long, because the retaliation is also coming in. Pav Kilo will be falling. That's going to be from Marcos. That's going to be Revenant Austin Botex doing the damage. Revenant are looking good. I think they're also inside the circle, so making sure that they eliminate players from Marcos is going to be a good thing. But Marcos trying to make their way into the last few circles. But look at this, Darshita. This is the 6th circle and we still have 8 teams surviving. Whereas when we saw the first matchup of the day, in the 6th circle, we had close to only 4 or 5 teams surviving. This is just change of pace, change of how the map is working. I don't know what to talk about, whether it's going to be working in the team's favor or whether it's just teams playing a little bit further away from each other. But right now, unfortunate for CHEMIN, as they're stuck in not a wooden shack, but a shack at least, and they are going to be having a tough time. Now Delta PG, he was thinking about the revive, but he understood that he cannot go in for the revive. He is right now getting damaged by the circle, but there are other grenades coming towards TSM's players, so they need to try and dodge and try to gain more information. But the player right inside, it's going to be, I think, Ninja Jod who's in, and other 2 players from TSM, they need to find a way to get in. But Maxi OP, he's not letting that happen. Along with Revenant's Austin Botex, they join hands and eliminate Aquanox, put him down, and Aquanox is done. Unfortunate for Aquanox, he's the IGL, but Marco Star, he is also falling to Revenant. So Revenant right now commanding the edges of the circle, gatekeeping various teams and making life difficult. But Ninja Jod punishes Hyderabad Hydras. Maxi OP, the last surviving player, and that's the end for Hyderabad Hydras. Unfortunate Maxi OP. I thought he did do a lot in terms of the finishes, but it was only the damage that he did. If I got a chance to see the number of damages, I would say that the total damage that he did, I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the thousands. But right now, look at SKYLIGHTZ. They're pushing up. They're looking forward to eliminate the player who was causing all the trouble, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be happening very soon. But Vexy, he does the damage. He has eliminated a player. That's going to be Paradox. But Revenant, they still have 3 players surviving. There's going to be a smoke being deployed, but look at SKYLIGHTZ. They are moving like a tactical team because they know they're just a duo. But there's another grenade, comes on Paradox. It gets the knock. Also on Austin Bot X and Revenant. They're falling one after another. It's now only to the last 2 players, Darshita. Kyoya as well as Top Dog. Top Dog also gets knocked, and what is happening? It is from NIGMA Galaxy. Kyoya, he's the last hope for the entire team of Revenant, and NIGMA Galaxy on a third party. I am not too sure how this is going to be working out. Kyoya, he's making it work. How far do you think he's going to be able to pull it off? The grenade did do the damage, but do you think he's going to be surviving?
I really doubt, Sam, because the way everything is turning out to be, it's getting difficult now. With that DP, we have Ninja Jord taking 1 player from the sides of NIGMA Galaxy down there. On the other side, if you talk about win prediction, we have Revenant, SKYLIGHTZ, TSM, and NIGMA Galaxy, whereas the winning percentage are really high for SKYLIGHTZ and NIGMA Galaxy. I at the moment really thought that, Revenant can win this with all the players that they had surviving, and with the number of total finishes that they accumulated for themselves, with the amount of confidence that they had on themselves. But unfortunate, Vexy from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, he caused a lot of problems for the entire squad of Revenant, and that's how things started to fall apart. Now, Pukar and Vexy, they have a huge responsibility. From Revenant, we have Kyoya. Look at that 10 finishes. Got a huge number in terms of finishes. But again, they faltered down the line. They just got eliminated. But talking about elimination, that's going to be Apollo down to the ground. Ninja Jord, beautiful way to take 1 player out. It does that amazingly, and that's going to be 1 done out. Not dusted yet. Okay, they was waiting for me to say that. Apollo gets eliminated completely now. From NIGMA Galaxy, we have Vixie, who's been put down to his knees. From Revenant, even we have Kyoya, the last surviving player, from 10. He got his team to 11, and 15 is something that he is aiming for in terms of placement points. 3 teams, 4 alive players. Grenade comes on the sides of TSM. Ninja Jord, Pukar looking to eliminate Ninja Jord completely. Will it work in his favor? I really doubt. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Pukar right down there.
This match has never been this close.
True,
1v2v1 situation. I mean, generally, we see that the numbers kind of are huge. I mean, huge in the sense that a team has either 3 or 4 players surviving and they walk away with a chicken dinner. But look at this, how close this has come. 1v2v1 situation, and still, even though there's a win prediction which says 50, 25 and 25, it still does not give us the entire information. Ninja Jord, we know how, I would say, beast of a player is, how crazy he is, and you never know from where Ninja Jord can spray, and that's what happens. Look at Pukar, he's solo right now, but Ninja Jord, it's going to be difficult for him because the play zone, it's crumbling from his end. Now somebody needs to kind of distract SKYLIGHTZ, and that's what Kyoya does. He has right now taken Vexy down. Pukar in the meantime is patching himself up, brings it to a 1v1 situation. Vexy gets eliminated from Kyoya's hand. Ninja Jord right now, it becomes easier for him. He can look forward to entering the circle, but Kyoya, he's another grenade. He's throwing it up. It connects, but before it could, it is Pukar who goes down to Ninja Jord's hand, and now it's a 1v1 situation. It's getting closer and closer. A 1v1 battle. Ninja Jord spraying through the bushes, but does not find any connection.
Ninja Jord versus Kyoya. Revenant versus TSM. 1 versus 1. Healing, they are up. Grenade versus M416. Finds 1. TSM Ninja Jord on Revenant. Kyoya, I'm not sure what exactly is going to happen. But right now, Ninja, he is in the blues, where Kyoya is down to the ground. I mean, I'm not able to pronounce the name properly, but doesn't matter because Revenant got this. No, they don't. TSM got this. Repeated winner. Are we up to that?
Ah.
Oh my god.
TSM, what a play coming in from them, Darshita. Ninja Jord, unbelievable was that, man. A wooden shack. I don't know if the wooden shack has some kind of how do I put it? If that wooden shack has some kind of a barrier which protects players, because if you remember, Godlike also 3 players at that wooden shack survived for so long. And now TSM, Ninja Jod, who was at the wooden shack, and from that shack, he did so much damage. And now we are going to be seeing that they get a repetitive chicken dinner. And how does it happen? Just like yesterday, the story repeats. After Sanhok's victory, the team gets confidence and they get back to back chicken dinners. Now, I don't want to say this and I don't want to jinx it, but I have to say it. I have to state the obvious that's out there. Just imagine we are on day 2, I understand, but just imagine we are on day 5, the last day of the grand finals of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and just like we are seeing the last 2 matches being Sanhok as well as Erangel, if it happens that the team gets a chicken dinner, whichever team is on the top gets a victory on chicken and on Sanhok and gets the chicken dinner, then they have the highest probability of getting a chicken dinner even on Erangel. And if they get chicken dinners back to back, there is no team that's going to be denying them from getting the champions title. Now that's something that I'm going to just throw it out there and leave it.
Only agree with you if this happens tomorrow. Now, if tomorrow
Exactly.
even we see a repeated winner for Sanhok and Erangel, then I'm agreeing with you completely. And if we don't, then I'm not agreeing with you. I'll be playing a safe card here. And if that happens, you can contact, Sam, his Instagram ID is down there. And even me, because mine is even down my name only. But coming back to this map, Erangel, as you said, this level of cut competition, I haven't seen this happening so far in grand finals, but this was an amazing one. Revenant, they needed this, but they couldn't. TSM, they got the second one, and right now, what we got is the highlights of this close cut competition where Enigma and Soul, they got themselves into a fight, and I'm still able to figure it out on how did Soul falter down.
Exactly.
Soul had the entire control, but still was the very first team to get eliminated, and again, Sam, they got 0 in this entire map.
That's what I didn't want to say, but I mean, once we have seen that, it's
Tough.
the obvious that has happened. But unfortunate, many teams I would say it was unfortunate. Look at this. Out in the rotation was what they were being caught. Knuckle thought that his teammates were covering him. 7C, they just made it work. Knuckle, if he had just one single grenade, just imagine one single grenade, he could have done the damage. But then Ronnie, yes, he comes, he saves his teammate, he makes sure that there's only one casualty. But Dion waits for the right opportunity, and he understood that when player is going in for a revive, they will be standing stagnant in a position. I mean, I would not standing stagnant specifically, but crouching in a specific position, and he eliminated them. But look at the slam coming in from blind. It was just brilliant. The confidence that they showcased us. But again, the other 2 players, if they did not come in the right moment, it could have been very difficult. Blind would have lost a lot more teams as well as players. Unfortunate, they did survive, but eventually they did also falter, and that's the reason I said unfortunate for them. And this is the reason they went in for a slam and did not work out. The spray was coming through from Enigma, but these are the instances that showed us that anything can still happen, and that's the reason we came into the end. Look at that, SKYLIGHTZ, even though they were outside the circle, as they were moving in, they were doing the damage to the teams who were inside the circle, who were trying to gatekeep. And out of all those teams, the better team was Revenant. They picked up so many fights, did so much damage, but when the last pushes came in, and especially when the deadly duo combo, when we generally see, right, when that activated on SKYLIGHTZ's end, Revenant could not do anything. They started falling one after another.
Be true. I mean, we were talking about the shack, the wooden shack, right? There's a lot of support that wooden shack is provided to all the players. First it was Godlike, then it was Ninja Jod. The way he took out the players from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and then Revenant, it was amazing. Ninja Jod, he boosted himself up. He was in the blues, but at the same time, Revenant, he just located himself, and that's where everything just turned. Every single thing just turned around, and TSM got their second victory. Now, coming back to a point, we have seen 2 days, 2 times we got denied on a fact that we want new winners on each and every map. I mean, we keep on talking about it, Sam, right? We
Only 4 today.
really expect, yeah, we got 4 winners, and then TSM was like, okay, you casters are still expecting a new winner. We won't let that happen.
It's not 4, it's only 3. I thought like TSM got only just 2.
Confused?
but there's three. Enigma also got their third chicken dinner today. So
Oh,
only three new winners. Yesterday it was four different winners. Today it's just three. And okay,
interesting.
I'm
Pretty interesting,
yeah.
right? Okay, these calculations, I mean, we expect something out of, each and everything that we do or that we see on our screens. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with 6 maps on the second
Mhm.
day. As exciting as I'm sounding right now while saying this, more I'm more of tensed for the teams who are not getting anything in return and who are still have not crossed the 50 50
Yes.
marks for themselves. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small interview for you guys, not giving you a lot of hints. Let's just go back and see the interview itself.
एकदम क्लियर कट
हाँ हेलो
ओके आई डोंट थिंक हमें सुन पा रहे हैं अभी
आवाज़ नहीं आ
प्रोडक्शन
रहा
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है यार प्रोडक्शन टीम जरा देखिए प्लीज चेक की आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रहा है कैन यू हियर अस नाउ अभी
चलिए वो हमें बहुत जल्दी सुनेंगे, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एनिग्मा की बात करें तो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत ही कमाल का हमें फिलहाल देखने को मिला। ओवरऑल अगर हम बात करें इनके स्टैंडिंग तो
हमें आवाज आ रहा है
अभी आप हमें सुन
ओके
सकते हैं। आप जरूर बता दें पहले आपके हालचाल कैसे हैं।
मैं बढ़िया, आप बताओ आप कैसे हो?
आप
तो बहुत अच्छे हैं।
हम बढ़िया है इसलिए क्योंकि टीम से इतना अच्छा खेल रही है।
जी
एंड मैच 5 के बाद जो स्टैंडिंग्स थे एनिग्मा आज के दिन एक छलांग लगाते हुए नजर आए। इस छलांग को आपने कैसे पॉसिबल किया?
छलांग तो कल लगाई थी, आज तो हमारा बैड डे था तो
बैड डे था?
बैट
हाँ
ठीक है।
हाँ, आज हमारा बैड डे था
हैशटैग
काफी।
3 पे बैड डे था।
देखिए
हाँ
आप
मतलब
अपने
हमारा
बर्थडे में जी आप अपने बर्थडे में इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करके चलो, हमारे लिए तो आप जरूर से लगा कि आप आज बेहतर कर रहे हैं। आपके अनुसार कहीं ना कहीं आपको लग रहा है कि आप पीछे रह गए, तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा क्या वो एम था जिससे आप थोड़ा सा पीछे रह गए आपके अनुसार।
हाँ, कल हम सेकंड पे थे तो आज कोशिश थी कि गॉड लाइक के आगे जाएं, बट वो लोग काफ़ी
जी
कंसिस्टेंट खेले और हमारे भी गेम्स काफ़ी ख़राब गए। तो मतलब जितना एवरेज मैं हर मैच का लेके चलता हूँ उससे भी कम खेले, तो उसकी वजह से अभी 3 दिन बचे हैं, उसमें बेस्ट देंगे।
ओके बेस्ट देंगे एंड हमारी तरफ से भी ऑल द बेस्ट रहने वाला है आपको एंड हर एक टीम को। पीछे से मैं देख सकता हूँ यहाँ पर इनके जो टीममेट्स है ऑलरेडी थोड़ा चिढ़ा रहे हैं इनको। पर मेरा अगला सवाल जो आपसे रहने वाला है कि हमने देखा है एनिग्मा के बैड डेज गुड डेज सब कुछ साथ में लेकर के, जब आपका बैड डे रहता है उसको रिकवरी करने के लिए आप कैसे अपना स्टडी एंड होमवर्क करते हैं?
रिकवरी करने के लिए हम मतलब मैचेस देखते हैं, क्या क्या गलती हुई, किससे क्या हुई, फिर ट्राई करते हैं नेक्स्ट टाइम वो ना करें, उस पर वर्क करके।
तो बिल्कुल देखिए ये तो आप काफ़ी बेहतर कर रहे हैं और वो आपके गेम स्टाइल से गेम परफॉर्मेंस ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में हम देख ही पा रहे हैं। बट अभी लाइनअप में कुछ बदलाव हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं रनिंग इवेंट पे। तो रनिंग इवेंट पे अगर थोड़े मोड़े बदलाव हुए हैं तो उससे कोई गेम में इफेक्ट आपको लग रहा है कि इनकेस की फिलहाल जो न्यू एडिशन है, मुझे लगता है उसके बाद तो आप और ज़्यादा बेहतर करते चले जा रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है बहुत कम समय में ये आप करके दिखा चुके हैं, तो उसका राज मैं जानना चाहूँगा।
एक्चुअली कैसा था, वीरू का एडिशन हुआ अभी रिसेंटली, और वीरू से
जी
पहले भी मैं खेल चुका हूँ उसके साथ, तो मुझे पता था वो कैसा खेलता है, क्या खेलता है। बाकी वीरू का सिनर्जी काफ़ी अच्छा बैठ चुका है, बट थोड़ा और बैठ जाएगा ना एकदम प्रॉपर अभी तक, तो फिर बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा आगे आने वाले टाइम में।
वेल आपके प्रिपरेशंस क्या रहेंगे अगले 3 दिन के लिए? कितने एवरेज दिन के आप पॉइंट्स लेकर के जाना चाहेंगे?
एवरेज पॉइंट्स तो मिनिमम तो 70 का एम है, मिनिमम पर डे 70 का एम है। देखते हैं अभी 3 दिन में क्या होता है, एक दिन अच्छा 100 पॉइंट्स वाला निकला तो फिर देखते हैं।
वेल वीरू की बात करेंगे। कल हम देख रहे थे, कल स्पेशली आखिर के मैच में वीरू 10 फिनिश पॉइंट्स निकाल के चले गए। आपकी टीम को एक मैसिव विक्ट्री भी मिली थी वहां पर। 18 ओवरऑल फिनिश पॉइंट्स। मेरे और गेम्सों के बीच में तो बहस हो गया था कि आज डिनर कौन करवाएगा। हम तो
जी
ऐसे करते रहते हैं यहाँ पर डेस्क पे। बट वो 10 फिनिश पॉइंट्स आपको भी बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट करवाया है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में। आज जाके कहीं ना कहीं पे वो फिनिशेस कम आए हैं। तो आज क्या आपका गेम प्ले जो प्ले स्टाइल है उसमें थोड़ा चेंजेस आप लाए थे या फिर ऐसे ही बस दिन खराब था आपके लिए?
प्ले स्टाइल में चेंजेस तो नहीं लाए थे, मतलब जोन भी हमसे काफ़ी दूर बनता गया, और जब जब एंट्री ली तो जोन हार्ड शिफ्ट ही मारता गया, तो और रोटेशन में भी 1-2 गेम में लॉस हुआ, तो जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी दिक्कत हो गई। इसके लिए फिनिशेस, फोरमैन अलाइव नहीं रह पा रहे थे हम लोग। फोरमैन अलाइव रहते तो फिनिशेस तो आते ही हैं।
जी बिल्कुल। एनिग्मा अभी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आई होप बाकी के जो 18 मैचेस बचे इन 12 मैचेस से और ज़्यादा बेहतर आप वहाँ पे करके दिखाओगे। और हम जानते हैं उसमें वो आप पीछे नहीं हटने वाले। तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, अच्छा लगा आपके साथ बात करके। बाकी ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द अपकमिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर एंड उसी के साथ साथ मैं बस यही कहूंगा कि
Welcome back. Hope you understood and had an insight about what Enigma is planning to do, especially after getting 3 chicken dinners. They will be happy. But yes, Darshita, they're still not completely on the top. So I think that's something that I'll be looking forward to on how they'll be able to pull up, because even though teams not with numerous chicken dinners, especially take OR got their first chicken dinner today, but they were still in the first page. So let's see what Enigma will be doing. But I mean, commending their performance, I think they will be the starters, right? We say the flames who ignite certain, I would say, very auspicious things that do happen in a tournament is going to be like the follow-up victories that Enigma started off with on Sanhok and Erangel, and now following the same footpath is going to be TSM, who got their back-to-back chicken dinners. But still, we are waiting for the overall standings as well as the match standings to see what kind of a damage is being done and where has the positions have been changed up.
I'm looking forward to that, Sam. I'm just giving it a second thought on what has happened with TSM giving 2 victories for themselves. 2 is a huge number, right? One
Yes.
one winner per map is something that is kind of expected, but 2 victories, they got a huge one in their back, and all credits to Ninja Jod. I mean, this man, he gave a Jord level performance, as his name says, Ninja itself. You can jump out from anywhere to anywhere,
Yes.
Jord itself, and that's the level of performance he's been showcasing lately. But again, coming back to the overall scenarios of grand finals, 2 days are done. What I mean to say done is by the maps that are getting played, it's done
12
for
matches.
12 maps. 30 in total, 12 are already done. What do you have to say about that?
I I am I don't know. I have to say anything about it. I mean, I'm a little bit, I would say, kind of relaxed right now, because after seeing what Day One did, and I thought I'm going to be sitting dumbfounded at the end of the day. But today we kind of got to see very, I would say, how do you put it, very strategic gameplays. Teams thought about it twice, and especially also specifically mentioning SKYLIGHTZ, because they changed their drop. They moved away from Marcos. They understood that that fight for some reason is not working out, and you should not do the wrong things multiple times and then you lose out an entire map. SKYLIGHT moved out, and you see where they were. They were in the top. They were the top 4 teams, so they'll be getting at better position and placement points. As we are talking about it, let's head over to the points table itself and see what kind of a damage has been done. Standing strong in the first spot, it's gonna be TSM with a chicken dinner, but in the second spot, because the first spot is on Revenant's hand, and that's why we said Revenant had the control. Revenant were looking aggressive, but SKYLIGHTZ, the deadly duo that started off along with Vexy, I don't know what happened over there. Revenant completely started falling apart. It was just like there was one, how would you say, a strong barrier in Revenant's force, and once that barrier was picked off, Revenant completely fell apart. But still, 24 points is what they've got. Second position for TSM with 7 finishes and 22 points. SKYLIGHTZ with 17 in terms of total points. They got 10 placement points for themselves. NIGMA Galaxy did not do a lot in terms of finishes, but they played good and got themselves a better positioning. Same goes for Global Esports. Fortunately, they've broken the bad momentum that they had and got at least 8 points, not double digits, but at least something not to be worried about. Marcos with the 6th position and 7 points, and same for Enigma. CHEMIN having the 8th position with 6 points, Blind having 5 points, 4 points for OR, and the other teams followed up respectively. And there is no changes in the overall standings, and that's what I'm happy about.
Godlike on first, OR on second, Enigma on third, standing strong with whatever they had previously. But what has changed is TSM +3 for them, and that's directly the fourth position they got. Yes, they are tying up with the team on the third position for the overall points. That's 116 for both Enigma and TSM. So now, tomorrow's day, TSM, if they pop off in a beautiful way, they can take over Enigma and jump up to the third position. SKYLIGHTZ on the fifth with 111. Hyderabad HYDRAS -2. That's 101. 8-bit -2. Again, that's 100 for them. CHEMIN Esports 88. No points change. No positions moved. But again, they need to make sure that they accumulate themselves at least 20 plus in the next map, because everyone in the overall standing on the first page got 3 digits. 3 digits everyone got, but not CHEMIN Esports.
Yep. But here's where I would say Godlike will be happy as well, because OR and Enigma, both these teams did not do a lot here on the last matchup of Erangel. They did try, but you see, even Godlike just got 3 points. I think OR were sitting at 124 or something, so they've gotten 4 points for themselves. Enigma was sitting at 100 or something, they've gotten a couple. So this tells us that Godlike will be a little bit happy, but they'll not be kind of okay with this performance. They will be looking forward to doing a lot more after this. The difference is still going to be there. They're going to be having the difference of 26 points still, but they want to create it to be 30, 40, 50, and as much as possible they'll be looking forward to create. But as you said, yes, CHEMIN not reaching the triple digit mark is opening up spots for the other teams in the second stage. If CHEMIN do not perform well tomorrow, immediately we will be seeing the second page teams doing a lot more. But here's where I'm looking forward to the finishes. Look at how much Godlike has, 75. And it's going to be an ulta number that you can see here, a reverse, where OR has 57. And that's how much of a difference that is there. They're going to be in, even in the finishes, close to 20. So Godlike, in terms of their firepower, they're looking brilliant. And look at that, no other team is close to even 60. 58 for Enigma, 54 for TSM, 47 for SKYLIGHTZ, 45 for Hyderabad HYDRAS, Team 8 with 44, and 41 for CHEMIN. So Godlike standing really strong, both in terms of their finishes and placement points, but OR catching up. They had 71 in terms of placement points. But here is the team in the second page that you can see. Starting off is going to be 7C with 82 points. The difference is just going to be 6 points. And if 7C get an opportunity, they can do a lot more. But Revenant finally making a huge leap of 3 spots, get to the 10th position with 76 points.
Huge. That's definitely huge. Marcos on the 11th, they got themselves 75 in total. Blind got 62. Nigma, they jumped 2 positions up, and that's going to be a total of 61 for them. 60 is where we have global and entity tying. I mean, having a okay. Wait, look at the placement and the total finishes for both global and entity.
Mm-hmm.
They got 28. They got same placements. They got same finishes. They got same total points. But the only reason why entity is down because they have been pushed down 4 spots. Unfortunate, but that's okay. I wouldn't talk more about that because with the upcoming new maps tomorrow, we're gonna have that things changing. On the 16th position, we have Team Soul with a total of 43 for them. Now, I'm scared about Team Soul right now because on the first side itself, we had, Godlike that have already cost 150. And here, Team Soul, not even 50 crossed. That's the only point I'm scared of. Now, Team Soul, they got an opportunity tomorrow. They got an opportunity tomorrow because tomorrow it's going to be the 3rd day, a midway, I would say, to the end of grand finals. That's going to be the 3rd day, and then 2 more days remaining. So yeah, it's either you make a comeback tomorrow itself on the 3rd day, or else it's going to be really difficult with the 2 last days and the 12 remaining maps.
Exactly. You have to make a comeback tomorrow. You cannot rely on even day 4, as you said, Darshita. Tomorrow is going to be the day when you start off, and when the engine is, I would say, completely at max, you utilize it on day 4 as well. So you will be able to get finishes and placement points, get a couple of chicken dinners, and then put up a really good performance. But if you rely that day 3, I will do a little, and day 4, I will try to give my everything, you will not be able to do it, because that time from day 4 start itself you will be pressurized because you will have just 12 more matches left. I mean, the number seems double, but the amount of efforts you have to put is going to be, I would say, quadruple or even exponentially 10 times, 30 times, 40 times. There's no specific number you can put up on it, because other teams, they would have actually kind of reached to a position where they'll be feeling confident, and you do not want to give that confidence to any teams. Day 2 done. Yes, the teams which got the confidence will be running away and rolling with it, but there is day 3 still, so that you can destroy that confidence. But it's not going to be an easy job. But I want to ask you, Darshita, day 3, yes, we always say about it, right, that it is comeback day. Do you think it's going to be happening? Because as we are seeing, a lot of the teams, even though there's a gap in the repetitive dinners, they are making themselves get a lot more chicken dinners and points to stay on the top.
See, comeback right now is a topic that I'm a bit confused of whether it will be happening or no,
Hmm.
because we have seen multiple times multiple things happening. But talking more about multiple things, we have one more that's going to be top
Ninja
five
Zod.
Ninja Jord making an entry, denying GODL Neo for now. But what's more shocking is Godlike has three of their players in top fraggers. That's Neo, Jonathan, and Zigod. That's a close cut competition to be the top fragger of the entire tournament. We have Enigma Viru with 19 as well. It's Ninja Jord, Godlike Neo, Enigma Viru, Godlike Jonathan, and Godlike Zigod are the players we have, and their contribution down there written.
Man, what a top fraggers list that we are seeing. Godlike has three players. Are you kidding me? 21 finishes, 19 finishes, and 19 finishes. I mean, I think they're like Neo, you're popping off. So Zigod and Jonathan, they combine together like, Neo, you've done too much. We're going to be getting back. And look at their contribution, as you were saying, Darshita. They are playing hand in hand as a team. But yes, Ninja Jod today played exceptional. He was brilliant today, spectacular even, and did do a lot. Viru, he is performing, he has finishes, but it's not going to be easy for him to jump up because there are other players in the top fragger slate who are also trying to make their way in. And immediately after the top 5 fraggers, you're seeing the top 10 list here. And Ninja Jod might be in the first spot, but the sixth spot is going to be the IGL. Aquanox. And now, if Aquanox is there, you need to understand what Ninja Jod is doing is right, and same amount of contribution. There's a 5% different, but 5% certain times is lot, but certain times is not a lot. But look at the difference in terms of Ninja Jod, Aquanox, Neo, Viru, Jonathan, and Zigod on Spray God. 53% Darshita, 16 finishes. It's not lot, but the amount of, I would say, contribution and efforts he's pulled off for his team is huge. 16 finishes for Delta. He has 39 in terms of contribution, but Hyderabad Hydras has both Maxi as well as Ace Black. Both of them close to 30. That's going to be 35 and 33, 16 and 15 finishes separating them. But here is the finish and death ratio, which is going to be huge on Spray God himself. Spray God 2.67 along with 53. I mean, that is the statistics that you need to pay attention to, and you will see Spray God, I think, in the upcoming days jumping in the top 5 fraggers list.
He definitely can, and there's no doubts on that. But I'll be honest on this note that, when we saw the three players of Godlike in the top five fraggers, I expected the fourth one to make an entry in the top 10 itself. We could have seen all the four players in top fraggers and couldn't even give it a second thought, because the way Team Godlike is performing, that's amazing to watch these players going so amazing, going so ham. But Ninja Jord, the only man in top five from TSM, has contributed a lot. He has done a lot for his, entire team out there. On the 10th, we have Ace Black. We have two from Hyderabad Hydras as well. That's going to be Maxi and Ace Black. And on the 8th, hashtag 8th, we have Delta from CHEMIN Esports getting a good amount of numbers for himself. That's 39.02% of contribution with 16 total finishes. Now, when I look at 16, I just look at the amount of contribution and the difference that it has. 50 for Spray God, 30 for CHEMIN. That's a huge one in general even. But these top 10 fraggers is something, ladies and gentlemen, you need to have your eyes on, because any moment anyone can come up and snatch away the $1,000 MVP for for himself alone, because the total prize pool, that's of 20,000 USD. The first place team gets $8,000, 4,000 for the next, and the third one gets 1,500.
Oh, the prize, it's getting closer. We will be seeing on which team will be unlocking these for themselves. It is going to be tough, but how are they going to be reaching that pedestal is going to be decided in day 5. That's going to be the 3rd of April. You have to wait until then. This is the 31st of March. Day 2, as we said, there's still 3 more days of the action pending. Still 18 more matches that we are all going to be witnessing. And until that, you have to wait on who those players, teams are going to be climbing up the pedestal. But again, every day we kind of give you a hint and give you a glimpse of what is going to be happening and what these teams are fighting for. It's not going to be easy, but that is also the driving force. Staying on the top fraggers list, getting the MVP title, getting the MVT title, getting the champions title, getting the runner up, second runner up, or the all these titles are up for grab, and that's what is the driving force. First, the driving force in the semifinals was staying in the top 16 to qualify for the prize pool. Now that you've qualified, it's for you to make sure you get it. But let's take a look at the mark moment of the day. We started it off, and I'm pretty sure you would have enjoyed it. It was Ninja Jod playing in a wooden shack.
It was, right. It was so beautiful. This wooden shack turned out to be the most amazing thing Ninja Chod got himself on, and that's how. He just did not win the match for himself. He made a entry to the top fraggers list as
Yes.
well. I mean, how beautiful it is to end your day while you clutch it for your team, right? How
Mhm.
beautiful it is, and how much confidence it boosts you up, how much momentum it provides you, not just to you, but your entire team back there. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's everything. That's everything for the day two of Grand Final. 6 maps that, we have played today. We started off on Erangel with Godlike. We ended it on Erangel with TSM getting back to back 2 victories for themselves. That's Sanhok and
Mhm.
Erangel that they converted for themselves. But this day, it's overall, if you ask me, Sam, what this day has been about, it's been a roller coaster ride. We saw
Yes.
the ups, we saw the downs, we saw the high, we saw the low. We saw each and everything that we probably can to witness the most
Mhm.
amazing day. But watch, tomorrow is the midway to grand finals because 2 days are done, 2 days are remaining. That's gonna be the third day of grand finals.
We will be looking forward to witnessing that. It's not going to be easy, as you said, right? We saw things that we expected and we saw things that we did not even think about. And Ninja Jod, if he is able to pull off something like that and get the last match so close, where we thought it's gone, and especially I think it's just the confidence that TSM and the entire team and Ninja Jod himself had, that they got the victory on Sanhok. Why not get this victory here as well? Get 2 repetitive dinners and finally make your stride in the overall standings and do a lot in terms of the damage on the overall standings. So they are climbing up, but this just leaves us, Darshita, thinking about day 3.
True, very true. Talking more about day 3 and dinner, it's our time to get our dinners done right, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself all the energy, accumulate all that you want because day 3 is going to be one hell of a show. We will be taking a leave from you guys right now, getting our dinners done right because
Mhm.
tomorrow's day we are going to get a lot of new winners. Till that, meet you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys hit the like button, share the channel, and do not forget to subscribe.
Take care, bye bye, and see ya.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.